Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Black Robe. Start as the deep sea, intercept Starlight. Part 1. How did I turn into the deep? Kevin sprang up from the waterbed, his back covered in cold sweat. The room was huge, ridiculously so. Outside the floor to ceiling windows was the night view of Manhattan, and the glass reflected a face that did not belong to him, sharp angled, with deep eye sockets and slightly dry lips. Kevin, the deep in bots the seven. The most useless, most humiliating, and most pathetic superhero in the boys. The walls were plastered with promotional posters. The deep in the picture wore a green scaly suit, striking a stupid pose to save the ocean, with a line printed underneath, protect the ocean, starting with me. Kevin stared at the face identical to the one in the mirror, two sets of memories fighting in his brain, his past lives and the original owners, churning into a mess. Past life. An ordinary corporate slave, working overtime for 3 consecutive days, collapsing at his workstation and never getting up again. Now, turned into a salted fish in the American comic world. And the smelliest one at that. A sound suddenly rang in his head. Ding. Plot tampering and skill tree system has been bound to the host. Detected that the original plot node is about to be triggered, the deep coerces Starlight. Tampering with this node will grant plus 15 skill points and unlock the basic skill tree Ocean Affinity Beginner. Countdown. 22 hours. Kevin was stunned for 2 seconds. System. He looked down at his hands. Fine scaly patterns were distributed across his knuckles, his nails had a light cyan tint, and when he clenched them, he could feel a strength far surpassing his past life. Not much, but perceptible. System, what do you mean? Changing the original plot gives skill points. No response. After trying a few times, he confirmed it was a cold tool type that didn't chat. Fine. He turned over and got out of bed, stepping barefoot onto the marble floor and walking to the window. At 3 in the morning in Manhattan, lights covered the entire city. Vought Tower was tall enough. Looking down from this angle, half of New York was under his feet. But the one standing at the very top wasn't him. Vought International, the world's largest superhero agency. On the surface, it was the embodiment of justice. On the inside, it was dirtier than a gutter. Every hero was a commodity on the shelf, each with a price tag. The deep was the cheapest in the 7. Kevin picked up the phone on the bedside table, its screen cracked at the corner. He flipped through the calendar and news notifications, finding key information. Tomorrow morning, Annie January, code-named Starlight, officially joins the 7. He remembered the original plot, frame for frame. This newly joined girl would be cornered in the locker room by the deep. That former trash used the identity of a member of the 7 to force her to kneel. Then what? The deep was kicked out of New York. Not because Vought cared about Starlight being bullied, but because the scandal affected stock prices. The deep wasn't strong enough or commercially valuable enough, so he was taken out as a scapegoat. Banished to Ohio, falling from the peak into the mud pit. Then came the cult, brainwashing, and swallowing live octopuses in front of the cameras. A superhero reduced to such a state. Kevin placed the phone face down on the table and walked into the bathroom to turn on the faucet. Cold water rushed over his face, and he looked up at the mirror. 22 hours. The system's meaning was clear: changing the node, the deep coerces Starlight, would allow him to get the first 15 skill points and unlock the first skill tree. This meant 2 things. First, he must never touch Starlight. This didn't need the system's reminder. He, Kevin, was not that kind of trash like the original owner. Second, just not touching wasn't enough. What the system wanted was tampering, not avoidance. He had to take the initiative and completely twist the direction of this plot. How to twist it? Kevin turned off the faucet, wiped his face, and began entangling threads in his mind. In the original story, the deep going to corner Starlight wasn't his own impromptu idea. Inside Vought, there was an unwritten rule: the newly arrived female heroes had to show some sincerity. This rule was supported from above and pushed along. Madeline Stillwell, Vought's vice president, Homelander's lover, and the real puppeteer behind the 7. She was the dealer of this dirty trade. The deep in the original story was just an obedient dog, running errands with a bone in its mouth. Kevin paced back and forth in the bathroom a few times. 2 paths. First, pretend to be sick, don't show up tomorrow, avoid Starlight, and wait for the node to naturally expire. No. The system required tampering, passive avoidance would most likely not trigger the reward. Even if it was triggered, if he didn't go, Vought would send someone else. A- train, Black Noir, each one more inhuman than the last. Starlight would still suffer. Second, take the initiative, stand in front of Starlight tomorrow in front of everyone. This path was dangerous. Going against Vough's rules was equivalent to slapping Madeline in the face. Standing behind her was Homelander. The strongest superhuman in the world. Able to fly, shoot heat vision, and punch through an aircraft carrier with one fist. Kevin's current combat power. He clenched his fists, feeling the strength in his muscles. 5 times that of an ordinary person. At most, A-train could pin him to the ground and rub his face in it, not to mention Homelander. But he smiled. Who said protecting Starlight meant fighting Homelander head-on? He was a transmigrator. Everyone's weaknesses, the direction of every event, and where every move should land, he knew it all. What was Homelander afraid of? Afraid of losing face, afraid the audience didn't love him, afraid he wasn't the most special one. What was Madeline afraid of? Afraid of losing control, afraid of scandals, afraid of any variables affecting stock prices. These were all bargaining chips. Kevin shook the water off his hands and walked back to the bedroom. The 22-hour countdown ticked silently in his mind. He didn't plan to confront anyone head-on. What he needed to do was very simple. Tomorrow at the welcome ceremony, stand in front of Starlight in front of everyone. Let everyone see, the Deep was no longer that obedient dog. As for the consequences, the system gave a way out. As long as he continuously tampered with the original plot, he could continuously add points. Power would come. It didn't matter if he was weak now. The first step was to swallow these 15 points first. Kevin lay back down on the waterbed and closed his eyes. Fine, then let's start with saving Starlight. Outside the window, the lights of Manhattan flickered in the darkness. On the edge of the rooftop on the top floor of Vought Tower, a red and blue figure was standing there. The Stars and Stripes cape fluttered loudly in the night wind. Homelander was overlooking his city. In a room 30 floors beneath his feet, a newly awakened transmigrator was quietly calculating the first move to overthrow all of this. 4:30 a.m. Kevin squatted on the bathroom floor, his back against the bathtub, with an internal Vought directory he had flipped out from the bedside table spread out before him. The bathroom door was double locked. It wasn't out of fear that someone would barge in, but out of habit. In his past life, when reviewing projects, he also loved to lock himself away and tear all the information apart to rearrange it. The system interface hovered directly in front of his field of vision, a translucent blue light screen that only he could see. The skill tree was divided into 3 main branches. The first branch, Ocean Control. The sub-projects were arranged in order: Water Flow Perception, Water Pressure Armament, Water Body Shaping, Advanced Marine Life Command, Deep Sea Domain Expansion. Behind each name followed a gray padlock and the skill point consumption value. The cheapest, Water Flow Perception, cost 5 points, and the most expensive, Deep Sea Domain Expansion, was marked with a question mark. The second branch, Physical Evolution. Aquaman Physique, Super Strength, Super Speed, Tempered Skin, Rapid Regeneration. This line's consumption was vastly higher than the first branch, just, Aquaman Physique, started at 10 points. The third branch, Abyssal Forbidden Zone. The entire branch was pitch black. All sub-projects were blocked by, and at the bottom was a line of small text, requires a cumulative consumption of 150 skill points to unlock the first node. 150 points. Tampering with Starlight's node gave 15 points. At this ratio, he would have to change at least 10 major events from the original work to even touch the door of the Abyssal Forbidden Zone. No rush. First, get the 15 points right in front of him. He pulled his attention back to the status panel. Host. Kevin the Deep. Abilities. Underwater Breathing Passive, Marine Life Communication Novice, Underwater Vision Enhancement Passive. Skill points. 0. Comprehensive Combat Power Evaluation, D rank, bottom of the 7. Among the 3 abilities, not a single one was related to combat. Underwater breathing was innate, and marine life communication could currently only convey simple emotions with fish and shrimp, unable to command the big guys. No wonder the Deep in the original work was a joke. This set of things was standard for a host in a marine documentary, but on a superhero battlefield, it was just serving oneself up to die. Just looking at the data wasn't enough. Kevin turned off the panel, stood up, and loosened his wrists. He had to personally test where the upper limit of this body was. On the 3rd basement floor of Vought Tower, there was a gym exclusively for superheroes. Kevin flipped through the original owner's memories and found the access control password. At 5 in the morning, the gym was empty. The venue was larger than expected, the size of a small half-basketball court, with barbell sets ranging from 500 pounds to 20 tons placed in the corner, and a reinforced boxing punching bag standing in the center with a solid steel core. Test strength first. 500 pounds, easy. 1,000 pounds, strenuous, but movable. 2,000 pounds, already reaching the limit. Barely 3 inches off the ground, both arms aching and swelling. 2,500 pounds, didn't leave the ground. Kevin put down the barbell and wiped a sweat. An ordinary male's bench press limit was just over 300 pounds, and his current upper limit was 2,000 pounds, 6 to 7 times that of an ordinary person. A little better than the 5 times he had estimated before, but only just that much better. A- trained strength rating was B+, which translated to at least 50 times that of an ordinary person. Maeve was A rank, over 100 times. Homelander. No upper limit. He walked up to the boxing punching bag and threw a punch. The punching bag shook, the steel core made a clanging sound, and not even a wrinkle appeared on the surface. He kicked it again, with the same effect. Speed running a few laps around the arena, it felt significantly faster than a 100-meter sprinter, but fell short of supersonic speed by 100,000 miles. Defense: he picked up a training alloy dagger from the rack and gently slashed it across his forearm. The skin split a cut. Not deep, but it bled. After a few seconds, the wound began to close, and the beads of blood shrank back into the skin. In a dozen seconds, the scratch was gone. There was basic regeneration, but the skin wasn't hard enough. A knife could break defense, and bullets probably could too. Heat vision was even more out of the question. Kevin put the dagger back on the rack and sat down on the bench. Physical fitness, so, at the bottom of the 7. Head-on fight, couldn't beat A-Train, let alone Homelander. Survival. Has regeneration, but cannot withstand fatal injuries. Conclusion: going head-on meant certain death. Just as he was about to leave, a detail nailed him to the spot. There were water pipes inside the walls. He could feel them. It wasn't hearing the sound of water. The gym's soundproofing was very thorough, and outside noises couldn't get in. It was something else, more foundational, more intuitive. He could see the flow direction and velocity of the water in the pipes, and even perceive the water temperature. Kevin didn't move, concentrating his attention. The range of perception was expanding. Not just the main pipes in the walls. The drainage system beneath the floor, the fire sprinkler lines overhead, the purified water slowly seeping through the filter element of the water dispenser in the corner, all laid out in his brain like a three-dimensional network. The position, trajectory, and temperature of every single drop of water. Kevin reached out his hand, aiming at the water dispenser. He tried to use his mind to pull that water. The water dispenser shook. A few drops of water squeezed out of the outlet, hovered in midair for less than half a second, and splattered onto the ground with a smack. Control was too weak. Could perceive, but couldn't manipulate. But Kevin wasn't disappointed. Quite the opposite. This proved one thing: the foundation of the ocean control skill tree didn't grow from zero. The deep's body naturally had the potential to manipulate water. It was just that the original owner only ever talked to fish his entire life and never developed it at all. He was sitting on a gold mine, completely unaware of it. What if skill points were smashed into the ocean control branch? Water pressure armament, water body shaping, deep-sea domain expansion. On land, these abilities had a ceiling. But if the battlefield was by the seaside, beside a river, in any place with a massive source of water. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Kevin took out the cracked screen phone and clicked on the notification. VOT PR Department Group Notification. Reminder. Today at 10 a.m., all members of the 7 will attend the welcome ceremony for Annie January joining the team in the 82nd floor conference hall. Formal attire is required, and attendance is mandatory. Below the notification, there was also a private message sent exclusively to him. Sender. Madeline Stillwell. Kevin, remember to be a bit enthusiastic to the newcomer. You know the rules. A smile. She used a smiling face emoji. Kevin stared at this message for 5 seconds. You know the rules. This was VOT, the world's largest superhero company, a $100 billion entertainment empire, the protectors of humanity, using a text message with a smile to arrange for a 22-year-old girl to be violated. Madeline didn't care what would happen to Annie January. What she cared about was whether the deep was obedient, whether the food chain was stable, and whether the newcomer had been tamed. This was the rules. Kevin's thumb pressed on the screen, pressing harder and harder. The cracks spread outward from the original opening, making a few clicking sounds as the LCD shattered into a spiderweb. He let go, threw the ruined phone onto the bench, and walked out of the gym. The 6 a.m. corridor was empty, with only his own footsteps. The system countdown jumped in his brain. 17 hours. He pressed the elevator button, waited a few seconds, and the door opened. Standing inside was a person. Blonde slicked back hair, an American flag cape, chin raised, with a smile so standard it was spine-chilling. Homelander. John. Coming back from patrolling his city from the rooftop. The two locked eyes at the elevator entrance. Yo, Kevin. Homelander's voice sounded casual, with the tone pressed downward, that tone of an adult teasing a child, so early. Went to work out. His gaze swept over the training clothes on Kevin's body, a layer of amusement floating in his eyes like watching someone lift dumbbells. Kevin's brain spun at high speed for a fraction of a second. Then he squeezed out a silly smile identical to that of the original owner. Hi, Captain, yeah. Just working out, staying in shape. Isn't there a welcome ceremony tomorrow? Gotta look sharp. The tone was brisk, with a hint of ingratiating behavior. The original model the Deep had exactly this flavor. Homelander nodded with satisfaction and reached out to pat Kevin's shoulder. The action looked casual. The force pressed Kevin's knees down by half an inch. Perform well. Homelander walked out of the elevator, his cape sweeping past Kevin's face, kicking up a gust of wind. Without looking back, he walked away. The elevator doors closed. Kevin stood in the car, moving his padded shoulder. The bones were still there, and the muscles ached dully. Just like that, casual, pat. If Homelander really wanted to make a move, he wouldn't even have time to react. The elevator began to ascend. Kevin leaned against the elevator wall and closed his eyes. 17 hours. He had to get those 15 skill points. Then the next plot node, and the next. Before Homelander noticed something was amiss, he had to prop himself up to a level where he could catch that hand. And the starting point of all this was the welcome ceremony in the 82nd floor conference hall at 10 a.m. this morning. He was going to smash those rules to pieces right in front of Homelander, Madeline, and everyone in the 7. At 9:40, Kevin stood in the 82nd floor hallway. The green scaly suit was tightly strapped to his body, its collar choking upwards by half an inch, pressing against his Adam's apple. The original owner's physique was much better than in his past life, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, the scale patterns extending all the way from his neck to the back of his hands. A-Train was sitting in the lounge area across the hallway. Wearing a black tracksuit with his hat pulled low, he held a cup of protein shake in his hand, his thumb flipping through his phone screen without even raising his head. Kevin walked over. Hi, A. The newcomer is here today, aren't you going to change clothes? A-Train glanced at him from under the brim of his hat. Change to what? People from the PR department said I should enter 15 minutes late to give Starlight plenty of time to show off. All arranged. The whole routine, rehearsed twice. A-Train tossed his phone onto the table. The newcomer walks the red carpet, then goes on stage to shake hands and take photos with the captain, followed by a group interview. I'm scheduled 4th, and you're 6th. 6th. Kevin repeated the number. There were 7 people in the 7 in total, and he ranked 6th. Second to last. A-Train took a sip of his shake and said in the tone of someone who had been through it all, don't mind it, Kevin. Rankings are tied to combat power. Since you can't run, fly, or fight, ranking you last would still be doing you a favor. Kevin smiled, revealing the original Deep Standard self-deprecating expression. You're right. I'm just here to make up the numbers. A-Train snorted and ignored him further. Kevin turned and walked towards the elevators. When passing the corner, a female assistant from the PR department was speaking into her headset in a very low voice, but Kevin's hearing was better than an ordinary person's, and he caught a few words intermittently. First floor lobby. She has arrived. Blonde. Younger than in the profile photo. Kevin pressed the elevator button. The button indicated the first floor. During the 2-minute elevator ride, he ran through the plan for the next 6 hours in his mind. The welcome ceremony starts at 10 and ends at 11. The afternoon consists of media interviews and costume photo shoots. In the original work, the Deep made a move on Starlight that very evening, after all work was concluded. He called Starlight into his private dressing room and closed the door. This was the exact node the system required to be tampered with. There was just over 12 hours left on the countdown. The elevator reached the first floor, and the doors opened. The scene in the lobby was even livelier than Kevin had anticipated. Vought's entire PR team was out in full force, with over 20 people bustling around the paved red carpet at the entrance. Lighting technicians were adjusting angles, photographers were finding camera positions, and 2 rows of security personnel in black suits stood forming a human wall. At the end of the red carpet, a black SUV had just come to a smooth stop. The car door opened, and a blonde girl stepped out from the back seat. Annie January. 22 years old, from Des Moines, pumped with Compound V by her mother since childhood, she fought her way through the local hero circuit to the National Division Championship, becoming the youngest female member in the history of the Seven. She wore a white suit, her blonde hair tied into a ponytail, her hands crossed in front of her, fingers twisting back and forth. Kevin was all too familiar with the expression on her face. Excitement, nervousness, and that cautious apprehension of the first day on the job. Ashley Barrett, the head of the PR department, hurried forward, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor, opening with a string of standard talking points. Annie. Welcome, welcome. I'm Ashley from the PR department. Was the trip smooth? We've arranged an 80th floor suite for you with an east-facing view overlooking Central Park. There are 3 suits in the wardrobe, 2 sets of daily training clothes, and 1 evening gown. Head up to the 82nd floor at 10 o'clock for a 20-minute welcome ceremony. Stunned by this rapid-fire speech, Annie could only nod repeatedly. Thank you so much, I'm a bit. All of this feels so unreal. She looked around, her gaze sweeping past the huge superhero posters and lingering for a few seconds on Homelander's 2-story high promotional photo. I've dreamed of joining the Seven since I was 8 years old. Annie's voice trembled. Every second I stand here, I want to pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming. Ashley's professional smile remained completely motionless. Rest assured, you deserve this position. Let's go, head upstairs first to get acquainted with your new home. The two of them passed in front of Kevin. Annie noticed him, blinked, and smiled politely. Hello, I'm Annie. Kevin extended his hand and shook hers. Kevin. Code name The Deep. I'm a fan of yours. Annie's eyes lit up. I've watched the coral reef protection documentary you made 3 times. Even my mom cried during the segment where you talked to the humpback whale underwater. Kevin maintained the original owner's gentle and harmless smile. Thank you for watching. Most people only remember that unflattering photo of me posing with a nautilus. Annie burst out laughing. Ashley gave a slight cough beside them, putting on an urging expression. Kevin, just go up to the 82nd floor and wait. Annie, come with me. The two of them stepped into the elevator. Before the doors closed, Annie turned back and waved at Kevin. Kevin stood in place, hands in his pockets. 22 years old. 3 years younger than when he first joined in his past life. She had no idea what kind of place she had walked into. Those posters, those lights, the suites and evening gowns Ashley spoke of, they were all just wrapping paper. What lay inside once torn open, she would witness within 6 hours. Unless Kevin changed the wrapping paper first. He turned and walked towards another elevator, pressing 82. When the elevator reached the 82nd floor, the atmosphere in the hallway was completely different from the commercial hustle and bustle of the first floor. Quiet, spacious, with huge photos of past members of the Seven hanging on both sides of the hallway. The air conditioning blew with a low hum, several degrees colder than downstairs. The door to the conference hall was wide open, and the interior was already set up. A long table, flowers, and 7 high-backed chairs. Maeve sat in the corner, wearing a green suit, clutching a stainless steel thermos in her hand. Seeing Kevin enter, she raised her chin slightly as a greeting, then continued staring blankly out the window. Kevin walked over to his chair and sat down. A nameplate was affixed to the seat, the second to last position. Maeve, have you seen the new girl? Maeve took a sip from her thermos, and Kevin caught the smell of alcohol. Haven't, don't want to. Why? Maeve turned her head and looked him up and down. Because seeing her is useless, Kevin. She'll walk the exact same path as every newcomer before her. What path? Maeve didn't answer and took another gulp from her thermos. Kevin didn't press further. The Maeve in the original work knew every single unwritten rule of bot, but she chose to keep her mouth shut because she couldn't afford the cost of rebellion. Homelander was her ex-partner, and also her shackle. Footsteps echoed in the hallway. Not ordinary footsteps. It was the sound of boots stepping on marble, slow-paced and forceful, each step carrying the absolute certainty of, this building belongs to me. Then came the wind. Not air conditioning, but a high-altitude airflow pouring in from the rooftop entrance, laden with chill and the scent of ozone. Homelander walked over from the end of the hallway. The American flag cape trailed 2 meters long behind him. When he passed the doorway of the conference hall, he paused for a step, turned his head to glance inside, his gaze sweeping past Maeve and landing on Kevin. The Deep. Kevin stood up. Captain. Homelander walked into the conference hall, sat down in the main seat, and crossed his legs. He picked up the schedule for the welcome ceremony on the table, glanced at it for a moment, and tossed it back casually. Saw the newcomer downstairs just now. Crossed paths. How does it feel? Kevin adopted the original owner's tone, tinged with just the right amount of obsequiousness and flattery. Pretty, blonde, smiled sweetly. Homelander let out a short laugh. Sweet, good. He turned his head sideways, staring into Kevin's eyes. Madeline talked to you about it, right? She did. Then follow the rules. After tonight's ceremony ends, you take her to the 67th floor conference room and close the door. Homelander's tone was as casual as discussing the weather forecast. I don't need to teach you what happens next, do I? Kevin lowered his head. Understood. Homelander stood up, his cape sliding off the back of the chair. He walked over to Kevin, bent down, and brought his mouth close to Kevin's ear. His voice was lowered, but every word was crystal clear. Only obedient dogs get bones to eat, Kevin. Don't let me down. Kevin watched Homelander's back disappear down the end of the corridor. His cape dragged on the ground, the red and blue stripes sweeping across the marble floor all the way. The footsteps gradually faded away. Maeve took another swig from her thermos in the corner, her eyes never moving away from the window. You plan to listen to him? Kevin asked. Maeve screwed the lid back onto her cup. Are you asking me? You're the number 2 of the 7, the only person in the team who can go toe-to-toe with him. Are you not going to care about this kind of thing? Maeve slowly placed the thermos on the windowsill without speaking. After several seconds, she finally spoke, her voice laced with the hoarseness of alcohol. Kevin, how long have you been on the team? 3 years. 3 years. Then you should have figured it out long ago. There is no number 2 here, no going toe-to-toe. There is only him, and the dirt beneath his feet. She picked up her cup and stood up, walking toward the door. When passing Kevin, her footsteps paused for a fraction of a second. Don't do anything stupid. The door clicked shut. Kevin sat alone in the empty conference hall. The countdown jumped in his mind. 11 hours. The welcome ceremony started promptly at 10 o'clock. When Annie walked up the stage wearing her white suit, the magnesium lights below made her blonde hair shine brightly. She delivered a speech, her voice shaking a little, but every word carried genuine sincerity. I've always believed that the meaning of superheroes is to let ordinary people see the light when they are most afraid. Kevin sat in the 6th chair, his applause completely synchronized with everyone else. Homelander sat in the main seat the entire time, wearing that unchanging signature smile at the corner of his mouth. He stood up at the necessary moments to shake hands with Annie, pat her shoulder, and take pictures, showing an extremely high level of cooperation. A standard product launch process. After the ceremony came media interviews. Kevin was arranged 3 minutes of interview time. He chatted a few words about marine conservation facing the camera and threw in 2 bad jokes about whales. The reporter smiled politely and handed the microphone to the next person. The afternoon was for character promo shots. Kevin cooperated by posing for a few sets of actions, and the photographer didn't give him any close-ups the entire time. Work wrapped up at 5:30. Most of the people in the corridor had dispersed. Annie sat alone on the sofa in the lounge area, holding a cup of freshly squeezed juice sent by the PR department, her thumb rubbing back and forth against the rim of the cup. Kevin walked over. Must be exhausted today. Annie looked up at him, squeezing out a smile. It's all right, just a bit, the amount of information is too huge. Met dozens of people all morning, couldn't match a single name to a face. Normal. When I first came here, I couldn't even figure out how to get to the locker room. Kevin sat down opposite her, her voice maintaining a gentle tone. Do you have any plans for tonight? Ashley told me to get a good rest, there's another round of shooting tomorrow. Kevin nodded. It was quiet for a few seconds. He spoke up. Annie, can you come to the small conference room on the 67th floor tonight? Annie was stunned for a moment. What is it? There are some things I want to tell you in private, about the internal situation of the 7. You're new, no one will actively tell you some things. Annie hesitated for a few seconds, but Kevin had behaved harmlessly enough during the welcome ceremony during the day, plus her lingering goodwill toward that whale documentary, she finally nodded. Okay, what time? 8 o'clock. All right, thank you, Kevin. Kevin stood up, smiled at her, and turned to leave. Walking to the corner of the corridor where Annie couldn't be seen, the smile on his face faded away. Not because of guilt. It was because the next move must be played cleanly and neatly. He went through the final details in his mind. In the original work, after the Deep took Starlight to a private space, he used the power of the 7 to force her to submit. That plotline was one of the most disgusting segments for the audience in the entire show. What he needed to do was reverse it. The same time, the same place, and the same closed doors leaving only two people. But the trajectory was completely opposite. Exactly 8 o'clock. The small conference room on the 67th floor. The lights were half on, and the blinds were closed. When Annie pushed the door open and entered, Kevin had already been sitting by the table for 10 minutes. Kevin, come in, close the door. Annie did as told. With a click of the door lock, only the low hum of the air conditioner remained in the room. Annie sat down opposite Kevin, her hands resting on her knees, her body leaning slightly forward. What is the internal situation you mentioned? Kevin didn't rush to speak. He looked at Annie's face. The lights were only half lit, half of her face was in the light, and the other half in shadow. 22 years old, her mind full of dreams of saving the world. Kevin made his final interest calculation in his heart. Protect Starlight, tamper with the plot node, and get 15 skill points. At the same time, gain Starlight's trust and loyalty, planting a chess piece of his own within the 7. No matter how you calculate it, it's a profit. Annie, have you ever thought about a question? Kevin's voice was lowered and his speaking speed very slow. Why did the 7 choose you? Annie blinked. Because I won the championship in the national division. My polling data is very good. There are at least 20 superheroes with good data across the US. Why of all people is it you? Annie's mouth opened, but she didn't catch the words. Kevin leaned forward. Because you are young, pretty, and obedient. Bot doesn't need people who can fight, they need people who can sell. You are a product, Annie. The kind that is packaged and put on the shelf. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the rules in this building. Kevin lowered his voice even more. Bot has an unwritten rule not written in the contract. Every new female member who joins the team is arranged to meet alone with a certain male member of the team. Annie's hands lifted from her knees and put them down again. Meet alone. Yes. Tonight, this room is that arrangement. Annie's body leaned back 2 inches. Wait. You mean, you called me here? I called you here because if I didn't call you, someone else would. A-train, Black Noir, or someone else. Kevin stared into her eyes, saying word by word, I stopped you here in advance to tell you one thing. Annie's hands rested on the armrests, her 5 fingers gripping the leather surface, her joints tense and rigid. What is it? Your first day shouldn't be like this. Annie stared at him, her lips pursed into a slit. The room was quiet for a long time. The wind from the air conditioner blew down from above, and the blades of the blinds swayed gently twice. Annie broke the silence first. Why are you telling me? Good question. Kevin gave 2 answers in his heart. The real one, because tampering with this note is worth 15 skill points. The one spoken out loud. Because 3 years ago when I entered the 7, no one told me anything. I suffered in silence here for 3 years. He paused. I don't want to see a second person walk the same path. Annie let go of the armrests. Kevin, go back to your room now, lock the door, and don't open it for anyone tonight. Kevin stood up, walked to the door, and unlocked it. If anyone asks what I told you tonight, you just tell them I gave you a bunch of nonsense about marine conservation. Annie stood up, took 2 steps, and stopped at the door. She turned around. If you do this, won't there be a problem with the leader? Kevin put both hands into his pockets. Whether there's a problem is my business. Your business is to go back to sleep. Annie left. The conference room door closed. Kevin stood in the center of the empty room and waited for 3 seconds. A sound rang in his mind. Ding. Detected that the original plot node, the deep coercive Starlight, has been tampered with. Plot deviation degree, 85%. Obtained skill points plus 10. Remaining system trigger conditions. Plot deviation degree reaching 100% can trigger extra rewards. 10 points. Not 15. Deviation degree 85%, not 100%. Kevin frowned. Where is the difference? He quickly reviewed it in his mind. The original node was the deep coercive Starlight. He prevented the coercion, protected Starlight, deviation degree 85%. What about the remaining 15%? The answer floated up. The follow-up to this node in the original work was that Starlight digested the humiliation alone, with no one helping her. Her trust in Bot began to collapse from this moment. He only completed prevention, not complete change. To get a 100% deviation degree, just blocking it wasn't enough. He had to make Starlight's psychological trajectory after this incident completely different from the original work. In the original work, Starlight's disillusionment with the 7 was lonely. No allies, no reliance. And what he did just now had already planted a seed in Starlight's heart. But the seed hasn't sprouted yet. To max out the deviation degree, He needed to continuously cultivate this seed, turning Starlight from disappointed with Vought to absolutely trusting him. The system panel in his mind was still flashing. Current skill points 10. Unlockable skill Water manipulation novice consumes 10 points. Unlock. Unlock. Kevin replied in his mind. A warm current poured down from the back of his head, moved down along his spine, flooded through both arms, and seeped all the way to his fingertips. It lasted for about 4 seconds. Then it disappeared. Kevin looked down at his hands and moved his fingers. Good, let's take these 10 points first. Capability testing will be left for when he gets back to his room. What about the next node? Does the system give a preview or not? He brought up the panel and glanced at it. No new countdown popped up. It seems the system won't preview all nodes in advance. He has to rely on his own calculations by comparing with the original plot. It doesn't matter. He remembered the content of every episode. Kevin pulled open the conference room door and walked into the corridor. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out to look. A message from Madeline Stillwell. Done. Kevin typed 2 words and sent them over. Done. Madeline replied with a thumbs up emoji. Kevin put his phone back into his pocket. The emergency light at the end of the corridor flashed on and off overhead. There were hardly any people on the 67th floor at this time slot, only his own footsteps. The closest original node next was Translucent. Translucent, the invisible person in Bots the 7. His ability is full body transparency, but he has a fatal weakness. He is a perverted peeping Tom, and so arrogant that he thinks no one can discover him. In the original work, Huey of the Boys accidentally kills Translucent in an accident. That event is one of the fuses of the entire show. What if Kevin could beat Huey to it and intercept this node? How many skill points is Translucent's death worth? Kevin returned to his apartment at nearly 9 o'clock. He didn't turn on the overhead light, groped his way to the bathroom, and turned on the faucet. Water gushed out from the faucet, hitting the white porcelain sink and splashing tiny droplets everywhere. Kevin extended his right hand, palm down, aiming at the water flow. His mind stirred. The water flow deviated. It wasn't the natural bending caused by being blown by the wind. It was the entire water column twisting midway, bypassing his wrist, drawing a half circle in the air, and then falling back into the sink. Kevin tried again. This time he made the water flow break, intercepting a water ball about the size of 2 fists in the middle, suspended in midair. The water ball floated in front of him with very little surface fluctuation, much more stable than the time in the gym this morning. Elongate. The water ball was pulled into a water thread as thick as a chopstick, extending from his left hand to his right hand. Retract. The water thread shrank back into a spherical shape. Flatten. The water ball was pressed into a thin pancake, thin enough to let light through. Kevin stared at the thin pancake made of water. Water manipulation. Novice, online. He began to test the boundaries. Control range. Standing in the middle of the bathroom, he tried to pull the water from the kitchen faucet. He couldn't pull it. Walking out of the bathroom, he sat down on the living room sofa, and turned back to control the suspended water ball in the bathroom. The water ball shook twice and dropped. About 5 meters. Beyond 5 meters, the control disconnected. Control volume. He filled the bathtub with water and tried to lift the entire tub up. Halfway up, a dull pain came from his mind, and the water in the bathtub crashed back with a roar, splashing all over him. The upper limit was about 200 liters. A bathtub of water was 300 to 400 liters, and he could only control half of it. Control precision. He brought a cup of water from the kitchen and tried to extract water from the cup, pulling out just a single drop. It succeeded. A drop of water hovered above the cup's rim. He tried to make this drop of water move in a straight line in the air. It could move. Curve. It could also move, but there was a delay when turning. The precision was sufficient, but not fast enough. That's enough. Kevin flicked the water droplet back into the cup and sat down on the sofa. The soaked suit clung to his body, but he didn't care. The system panel in his mind unfolded, and he looked at the first branch of the skill tree. Ocean Mastery Water Flow Perception unlocked. Passive Water Manipulation. Novice unlocked. Water Pressure Armament locked. Cost 15 points. Water Shaping locked. Cost 20 points. Marine Life. Advanced Command locked. Cost 25 points. Deep Sea Domain Expansion locked. Cost. The second layer, Water Pressure Armament, required 15 points. He had 0 points now. The only way to earn points was to tamper with the original plot. Kevin closed his eyes and laid out the timeline of the original work to think. The key nodes of the first few episodes of the first season, Starlight joining the team event had already earned 10 points, and there was still a 15% deviation margin not fully collected. The translucent incident. In the original work, Huey used electric shock to deal with translucent, which was the first time the boys killed a superhero. The incident where A-Train killed Huey's girlfriend was the starting point of the whole show. The plane hijacking incident. Homelander and Maeve stood by and did nothing on the plane, and lied to the families of the victims afterwards. Every node was an opportunity to cut in an intercept. But there was a priority. The node where A-Train hit someone had already happened. In the original owner's memory, Huey's girlfriend Robin was smashed into pieces by A-Train 2 weeks ago. He arrived too late for the starting point of that line and couldn't change it. The plane hijacking hadn't arrived yet. That node was about 2 to 3 weeks later. The closest one was translucent. Kevin remembered translucent's movement trajectory in the original work very clearly. He liked to sneakily spy on female members of the Seven while invisible, especially Starlight and Maeve. The boys targeted him because he mastered some of Vough's internal secrets. The way Huey killed translucent in the original work was very crude. Electric shock made translucent reveal his form, and then Butcher finished him off. What if Kevin dealt with translucent ahead of the boys? No. Killing translucent equaled exposing his strength, and right now his combat power was not enough. Translucent's skin was close to invincible defense in the invisible state, and ordinary physical attacks couldn't pierce through it. Then change the train of thought. Don't kill him. Change the trajectory of his destiny. In the original work, translucent ultimately died at Huey's hands. If this node was tampered with, the system score shouldn't be low. But tampering wasn't necessarily killing. It could also be saving, early exposure, or utilization. Kevin stood up from the sofa, walked to the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water. He took 2 sips and put the cup on the stove. There was another variable. Translucent's peak targets included Starlight. If Kevin could stop this matter before Translucent acted against Starlight, it would be equivalent to advancing 2 lines at the same time. The plot deviation degree of Starlight's storyline was still 15% short. If he protected Starlight again in the translucent incident, making Starlight's psychological direction completely deviate from the helpless state of the original work, that 15% might just be made up. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even 3 birds. The translucent incident changed, taking a sum of skill points. Starlight's deviation degree was maxed out, taking another 5 points. At the same time, completely nail down the positioning of Deep Sea as the only trustworthy person in Starlight's heart. Kevin poured the remaining water in the cup into the sink. With a flip of his palm, the water flow drew a neat arc before falling into the drain, bouncing back into the cup. A 5-meter range, an upper limit of 200 liters, and novice precision. Not much, but enough to make trouble. The phone rang on the stove. A mass notification from the Vought PR department. Kevin picked it up to look. At 9 a.m. tomorrow, all members of the Seven will gather and head to Times Square to shoot the annual promotional video. New member, Starlight, will make her public debut as a member of the Seven. All members are requested to arrive on time. Times Square. Outdoor shooting. Lots of people, lots of cameras, lots of security. Translucent wouldn't make a move on such an occasion. What he liked were private spaces, deserted corridors, and solitary dressing rooms. But what about after the shooting ended? Annie would return to Vought Tower, take off her suit, and stay alone in the suite assigned to her. That was Translucent's favorite hunting period. Kevin put down his phone and walked to the window. Manhattan's night view unfolded beneath his feet. The traffic downstairs shrank into strips of light, and the surface of the East River reflected the lights on the opposite bank. He stared at the East River for a few seconds. The water in that river was enough for him to use for several lifetimes. But the 5-meter control range locked him into the framework of indoor close combat. If he wanted to fight by the river, he had to push the skill tree to at least the 3rd layer, water pressure armament. Short of 15 points. How much was Translucent worth? Kevin estimated a baseline in his mind. The Starlight joining event gave 10 points, with a deviation of 85%. Translucent's death was a more core turning point in the original work. If the deviation was pulled to over 90%, giving 15 to 20 wasn't excessive. Once these points were obtained, water pressure armament would be unlocked. By that step, the water he controlled would no longer be a toy that could be kneaded round or flattened. It was a weapon that could cut through steel plates. Kevin pulled the curtains, turned off the light on the stove, and walked into the bathroom. He stood in front of the sink and opened his right hand. Right in the center of his palm, a peanut-sized water droplet condensed out of the air, suspended 2 centimeters above his skin, spinning. Kevin stared at this water droplet. Translucent's invisibility ability was passive and active around the clock. To break his defense, he had to use penetrative methods. Ordinary bullets couldn't pierce his skin. But what about water? A person's nasal cavity and oral cavity were open. Even if his whole body was transparent, he still had to breathe. Kevin extinguished the water droplet in his palm and turned off the bathroom light. The phone rang again. He picked it up. It wasn't a mass message from the PR department, but a private message. Sender. Any January. Kevin, thank you today. I've thought about it for a long time, those things you said. I still have many questions I want to ask you. Can we chat again during tomorrow's shoot? Kevin looked at the screen and typed a line of text. Of course. See you tomorrow, Annie. Remember to lock your door. After sending the message, he placed his phone face down on the bedside table. In the dark, the system panel emitted a faint blue light. Current skill points. 0. Next predictable node. Translucent peeping incident. Estimated trigger time. Within 48 to 72 hours. Host is advised to deploy in advance. Kevin stared at those words for 3 seconds, turned over and lay down. 48 to 72 hours. 2 to 3 days. Enough. At the same moment, on the 91st floor of Vought Tower, Homelander's private suite. John sat on the windowsill, his legs dangling outside, with the 91-story-high night wind behind him. He held a glass of milk in his hand, took a sip, and put it down again. The milk wasn't hot enough. He turned his head and glanced in the direction of the corridor. Madeline sent a message 5 minutes ago, saying that Deep-Sea had finished handling it. John didn't reply. He thought for a moment, picked up his phone, and brought up the internal surveillance system of Vought Tower. The record of the 67th floor corridor showed that at 8:02 p.m., Annie January walked into the small meeting room. At 8:19 p.m., Annie January walked out of the small meeting room and took the elevator alone back to the 80th floor. 17 minutes. John's thumb swiped across the screen. In that frame of Annie walking out of the meeting room, her expression was wrong. It wasn't the kind of red and swollen from crying. It was something else. John put the milk on the windowsill and licked his lips. Interesting. Interesting. John finished saying those 2 words last night, turned off the security monitor, left his unfinished milk on the windowsill, and went to sleep. At exactly 9 o'clock the next morning, when Kevin arrived at the studio, most of the 7 had already arrived. The deep, position 3 on the left, let's run through the positioning first. Ashley's high heels tapped out a dense rhythm on the floor, her folder was tucked under her arm, and the headset cord hung from her collar to her waist. Kevin was wearing an ironed green scaled combat suit, his hair gelled until it shone brightly, and he raised his hand at her as a response. The studio was very large, with 3 sets of softboxes shining on the white background board from different angles. The makeup artist pushed a tool cart to prepare makeup in the corner, and 2 lighting assistants squatted on the ground to adjust the reflectors. A-train had arrived the earliest, leaning against the base of the wall flipping through his phone, with the brim of his cap pressed down to the bridge of his nose. Black Noir stood next to the light stand, his arms crossed over his chest, and his expression was much like the wall. Blake, do you want to try a new look today? The costume assistant walked over holding an improved black trench coat. Not changing. Just 1 word, and the costume assistant retreated 3 steps. There was an extra crooked line of words on translucent sign in column. The chair in front of the vanity had an anthropomorphic indentation pressed into it, and an open can of cola sat beside the armrest. Maeve walked in last from the side door. In a green combat suit and high riding boots, her makeup was so thick a layer could be scraped off. She scanned the people in the studio, walked over to her makeup station and sat down, pulled a tube of lip balm from her pocket, and applied it a couple of times. She didn't bring her thermos today. Kevin walked over and sat down in the empty chair beside her. You look in good spirits today. Maeve glanced at him. You did a stupid thing last night, Kevin. What stupid thing? Stop pretending. Do you think Madeline wouldn't check? Do you think John didn't watch the surveillance? Kevin rested his hands on his knees and leaned his body back slightly. How do you know what I did? I don't need to know what you did. Maeve screwed the cap back onto the lip balm. I just need to know that the new girl smiled at me in the elevator this morning. In all these years, I've only ever seen one newcomer who could still smile on their second day joining the team. Who? You. Maeve stood up and walked toward the background board. She walked 2 steps and stopped without turning back. You smiled for 3 months back then, and then you stopped smiling. How long she can smile depends on your ability. Kevin watched her walk away without answering. When the studio doors sprang open from the outside, everyone's movements paused for half a beat. John walked in. His blonde hair was neatly combed back, his stars and stripes cape was ironed today, and the eagle emblem on his chest reflected the light. His smile was already put on the moment he stepped through the door, with precise curvature and proper angles. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Captain. A-train straightened up from the base of the wall and tucked his phone into his pocket. Ashley hurried over to meet him. Captain, today we'll shoot the group first, then the individual sets, and finally Starlight's solo promotional photos. The whole process will take about 3.5 hours. Where is Starlight? On the way, 5 minutes. John nodded, walked to center stage and stood firm with his hands clasped behind his back. He tilted his head, his gaze sweeping across everyone present from left to right, finally landing on Kevin's face. It lingered for an extra second. Kevin acted as if he didn't see it, squatting down to pretend to tie the laces of his combat boots. The side door was pushed open. When Annie January walked in, the studio lights had just finished a round of testing. The golden trim on her white combat suit shone under the lights, and her blonde hair was untied, falling loosely on both sides of her shoulders. She stood at the doorway for 2 seconds, her gaze sweeping around the studio. Seeing A-Train, she gave a polite smile. A-Train didn't respond. Seeing Black Noir, she gave a nod. Black Noir nodded back, with a range of motion about equivalent to pulling a trigger. Seeing Maeve, her mouth opened slightly, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Maeve had already turned around to look at the reflectors. Then Annie's gaze found Kevin. That look was very quick, but Kevin read 2 things in it. The first was gratitude. The second was probing. She was checking whether the daytime Kevin and last night's Kevin were the same person. Kevin nodded slightly to her, then withdrew his gaze to look at the positioning chart pasted on the wall. Sense of distance. In front of everyone during the day, he and Annie had to maintain this distance. All right, everyone in position. Ashley clapped her hands twice, Captain in the center, Maeve on left 1, the Deep on right 1, A-Train on left 2, Black Noir on right 2, Starlight on left 3. Translucent, you must manifest today, the audience can't see you, so we can't sell merchandise. A muffled sound came from the corner. Got it. The indentation on the chair disappeared, and the outline of a middle-aged man floated out of thin air in front of the vanity. Patch by patch, his skin color grew back, stitching together like patches for a dozen seconds before fully taking form. Translucent wore a blue bodysuit, with his collar unzipped, exposing his collarbones. He hunched his shoulders and walked to the right 3 position, separated from Annie by 2 body lengths. Lean closer inward. The photographer shouted from behind the camera, Translucent, smile. Translucent grinned. That smile was uglier than crying. The shutter clicked more than 20 times. Change formations, change angles, change lighting. The exact same 7 people shot back and forth in front of the same background board for 40 minutes. During the break, Kevin went to the beverage station to pour a glass of water. John also walked over. Kevin's hand steadily held the paper cup without putting it down. Kevin, Captain. John unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and his gaze landed on Kevin's face. Last night, you didn't do anything. Kevin took a sip of water and swallowed it slowly. I did. I chatted with her about marine conservation for 17 minutes. Don't kid me. John's volume didn't change, but the intervals between each word were drawn out. I checked the surveillance. Her hands were shaking when she went in, but they weren't shaking when she came out. What did you say to her? Kevin placed the paper cup on the table. I think keeping her is more useful. Useful. A Starlight who is grateful to me is more valuable to the team than a Starlight who hates me. Kevin looked into John's eyes. Captain, think about it. Someone who has been hurt will sooner or later find a chance to bite back. But someone who feels protected will follow us wholeheartedly and work for us. John stared at him for a long time. The lights in the studio hummed, someone in the distance was moving equipment, and the sound of metal colliding clattered away. The Deep, you're a little smarter than I thought. John smiled. All his teeth were exposed, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were squeezed deep. He reached out and patted Kevin's shoulder, the force 3/10 lighter than yesterday in the elevator, his palm lingering for an extra 2 seconds. Being smart is a good thing. But don't be too smart. Kevin watched him turn and walk away. The water in the paper cup had gone completely cold. The lining of the combat suit clung to his back, soaked entirely. Kevin waited in the hallway for 20 minutes. After the shoot ended, people dispersed quickly, The photographer was packing up the light stands. Ashley took Annie January for a solo interview, and A-Train and Black Noir left one after the other. When Maeve passed in front of him, she glanced at him and said nothing. The hallway was empty. Kevin leaned against the wall, staring at the vanity table in the studio. The Coelacanth was still in its original position, and the liquid level was half an inch lower than before. There was no dent on the chair, but there was a small puddle of water on the desktop with an irregular shape, which was the trace of an elbow resting there. He pushed open the studio door and walked in. Still here. Silence. I know you're here. Kevin sat down on the chair beside the vanity table, picked up the can of cola, weighed it in his hand, and said, "There's still a third of this cola left. If you had left, you wouldn't have kept it." It was quiet for another 5 seconds. Then a sigh came from the air. "How did you figure it out?" Translucent's voice drifted over from 2 meters away, sounding as though he was sitting on the ground. "Your cola." Kevin put the cola back on the table. "Besides, you kept hunching your shoulders when taking photos earlier. After the shoot finished and everyone else left, you didn't leave, which means you don't want to go back to your room." Silence. After a good while, the sound of clothing friction came from the air, and a pair of bare feet materialized out of thin air on the floor. Then came the calves, knees, thighs, torso, and finally the face of a man in his 40s. Translucent sat on the ground, leaning his back against the pillar of the light stand, the zipper of his blue bodysuit pulled down to his chest. "Do you know how many times the photographer shouted at me to smile when we were taking that group photo today, standing all the way at the edge? I heard it. 7 times. He shouted 7 times. Then he told Ashley that Translucent's expression was too stiff and it could just be fixed in post-production." Translucent's fingers drew circles on the floor. "Fixed in post-production. Just as if my face was photoshopped on." Kevin didn't take up the conversation and waited for him to finish. "Do you know why I don't want to go back to my room?" Translucent raised his head to look at him. "Because there isn't even a nameplate on the door of my room. Other people's doors have A-Train written on them, Black Noir written on them, but mine has nothing on it. Maintenance workers walking past all think that room is a utility closet." "How long have you been in the 7? 6 years. 6 years, no nameplate." "Yeah." Kevin fished his phone out of his pocket, opened the notepad, swiped a few times casually, and put it back. "Want a drink?" Translucent was slightly stunned. "What?" "I have alcohol in my room. We're done shooting today and have nothing to do, let's have a drink." "Are you kidding me? Look at my face, does it look like I'm joking?" Kevin stood up and pushed the chair back under the vanity table. "Are you coming or not?" Translucent looked at his expression for several seconds. "Why? Why what? Why invite me for a drink? You've never spoken more than 3 sentences to me before." Kevin thrust both hands into his pockets, leaning his shoulders against the edge of the vanity table. "Because before, I was just like you. I felt that talking too much in the 7 was useless since no one was listening anyway." Translucent didn't make a sound. "But recently I figured something out." Kevin looked at him. "In this building, there aren't many people who can speak the truth to you and me. The captain won't do, Maeve won't do, and A-Train even less so. The only ones we can chat with are scrap materials like you and me." The corners of Translucent's mouth twitched. "Scrap materials? You don't think so?" Translucent stood up and patted the dust off his bodysuit. "Where's the alcohol from?" "Pilfered from that Japanese tycoon's house during our last mission. 18-year-old Yamazaki." "Did you rob the place?" "Borrowed." Translucent actually let out a laugh. Half an hour later, an opened bottle of whiskey and 2 glass cups were placed on the coffee table in Kevin's room. Translucent sat cross-legged on the carpet, having already downed 3 glasses, his face flushed with an uneven red. His invisibility function was a bit unstable while drinking, his right hand occasionally flickered transparent before returning to normal color. "Do you know what I find most annoying? Spit it out. During meetings, when John speaks, everyone looks at him. When Maeve speaks, everyone looks too. When A-Train farts, people even applaud. When it's my turn to speak, nobody looks at me. It's not that they don't want to look, they literally forget I'm there." Kevin refilled half a glass for him. "For 6 years, have you never thought of doing something to change it?" Translucent held his glass and shook it. "Change? How to change? My power is just invisibility. Aside from invisibility, I have nothing. I can't beat A-Train, I can't fly like the captain, and even that newcomer Starlight has more screen presence than me. Then what did you rely on to stay in the 7 for 6 years?" Translucent took a sip of alcohol and didn't answer. Kevin didn't rush him either. The sky outside the window grew dark, and the lights of Manhattan began to light up one by one. A third of the whiskey bottle on the coffee table was already gone. You want to hear the truth? Translucent put down his glass. What do you think? I've been able to stay for 6 years not because I'm useful, but because I know too much. Kevin's hand rested on the rim of his cup, unmoving. Every floor in Vought's building has blind spots for surveillance. Over the past 6 years, I've mapped out every single blind spot. Translucent lowered his voice, alcohol making his tongue a bit thick. What John did on the rooftop, what documents are locked in Madeline's office, what is locked up in the underground level 4 laboratory. I know all of it. You've seen those things. Seen them. Not only have I seen them, but I've also made copies. Translucent traced a line on the coffee table with his finger. Duplicates, stored in a place no one can find. My insurance. Just in case Vought decides to dump me one day, I at least have some bargaining chips. Kevin picked up his cup and took a sip. The whiskey slid down his throat, the burn sharply defined. How much of this stuff is there? More than enough. Translucent held up 3 fingers. 3 USB drives worth. Accounts, experimental records, and John's psychological evaluation files. Psychological evaluation. You haven't seen that thing before, right? Vought conducts a psychological assessment on John every quarter, and the results are never made public, only Madeline and Edgar get to see them. I covertly copied 2 of them. Kevin placed his cup back on the coffee table. Where are those things now? Translucent's smile faded. He looked into Kevin's eyes, a hint of vigilance surfacing through his drunkenness. Kevin, why are you asking this? Curiosity. Curiosity. You've already told me all that, are you afraid of me asking one more question? Translucent opened his mouth, then closed it again. After a few seconds, he poured himself half a glass of alcohol and downed it in one go. Outside the tower. Not in this building. I won't tell you the exact location. Fine. Kevin didn't press further. Another glass. No. Translucent braced himself against the coffee table and stood up, swaying twice before steadying himself. I should head back. Thanks for today. What are you thanking me for? Thank you for treating me like a human being. Translucent walked over to the door, placed his hand on the doorknob, hesitated for a moment, and looked back. Kevin, you've changed. How have I changed? Before, the way you looked at me was like looking at thin air. Not today. Kevin leaned against the armrest of the sofa and lifted his chin toward him. Maybe it's because you were always invisible before, so I couldn't see you. Translucent froze for 2 seconds, his mouth crooked into a slight wry smile, then he opened the door and walked out. After the door closed, the smile on Kevin's face slowly faded. He picked up his phone and opened the notepad. 3 USB drives. Accounts, experimental records, Homelander's psychological evaluation. Stored outside the tower. In the original work, these were the clues Butcher was constantly chasing. The boys spent more than half a season prying scraps of intelligence from Translucent. He got the direction with a single glass of whiskey. Kevin turned off his phone and picked up the whiskey bottle on the coffee table. There was still 2 fingers width of amber liquid left at the bottom of the bottle. He poured the alcohol into the sink, opened his right hand, and the tap water drew an arc around his wrist, washing away the remaining liquid on the bottle wall. The feel of controlling the water was a bit better than last night. The system panel flashed in the corner of his vision. The countdown for the Translucent incident was still ticking. 41 hours. Now he knew 3 things. Translucent trusted him, Translucent held Vought's lifeline in his hands, and Translucent had hidden the backups outside the tower. The next step was to completely redirect Translucent's track of fate using these things within 41 hours. As for how to redirect it, he already had a direction. First save his life, then take his cards. When Annie went up to the rooftop, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Kevin sat on the low concrete wall beside the ventilation duct, his feet dangling over the outside of the building, and the night wind from the 90th floor poured into the collar of his battle suit, feeling chilly. The rooftop door made a sound. The footsteps stopped 3 meters behind him. Kevin, over here. Annie walked around the ventilation duct and came over, stopping beside the low wall. She had changed out of her white battle suit, wearing a gray hoodie and jeans, her hair tied into a ponytail, and the makeup on her face completely washed off. Looking about 22 years old. How did you find this place? I asked the front desk security guard. He said you often come up here alone in the middle of the night to sit. Annie sat down on the low wall beside him, not daring to dangle her legs outside, her feet stepping on the waterproof layer on the concrete platform surface. In the middle of the night, not sleeping. Annie rubbed her wrists. Can't sleep. Not used to it. No. She looked at the night view of Manhattan in the distance, the traffic downstairs shrinking into thin lines, and the surface of the East River reflecting the lights of the opposite bank. What you said to me last night, I thought about it for a long time afterward. Kevin didn't interrupt and waited for her to finish. Ever since I was a child, my mom told me that superheroes are the best people in the world, and the seven are the best heroes. Annie's voice slowed down. I started participating in superhero pageants when I was 8, won my first local division championship at 12, and made VOT's candidate list at 16. Every day I thought, once I get into the 7, I can truly do something meaningful. And then I got here, and you told me someone would corner me in the locker room. Annie's fingers twisted the fabric back and forth on the hem of her hoodie. Kevin, do you know how long I sat in my room after coming out of the 67th floor last night? How long? 4 hours. Sat from 8:30 to 12:30. Didn't turn on the lights, didn't turn on the television, just sat on the edge of the bed. The night wind blew over, flipping her ponytail to one side. I've been thinking about one thing. If you hadn't stopped me in advance, what would I be like today? Would I still be able to sit here chatting with you? Or cower in the corner of the bathroom, not daring to come out? Kevin picked up a bottle of water placed next to him from the low wall, unscrewed it, and handed it to her. Have a drink of water. Annie took it and took 2 gulps, her fingers twisting around the bottle body twice. Thank you, Kevin. Don't thank me. Why won't you let me thank you? Because what I did isn't worth a thank you. Kevin moved his gaze away from her face, looking toward the East River direction. The rules in this building weren't formed in a day, and I can't change them alone. I just pushed you away a step, and the road ahead is still long. Annie held the water bottle, lowered her head to look at her sneakers. What about you? You've stayed here for 3 years, have you also been pushed? Kevin didn't answer. Silence for several seconds. Annie, there's something I don't know whether I should say. Speak. VOT is not the place you think it is. Everyone here, including me, has their own secrets and deals. The longer you stay here, the more things you will find that you don't want to see. So, you're telling me to leave. Not telling you to leave. It's telling you to keep your guard up. Don't trust anyone too much. Annie turned her head to look at him. Including you. Kevin smiled slightly. Including me. Annie stared at him for quite a while. The wind on the rooftop blew the ventilation duct hummingly, and in the distance, the red light of a helicopter was moving slowly. You said not to let me trust you, but what you did last night is the only thing in this building that made me feel like there's a human touch. I might also have other motives. Do you? Kevin didn't speak. Annie jumped down from the low wall and stood in front of him. Kevin, I don't care whether you have other motives or not. I only know that in that conference room, you could have chosen to follow those rules, but you didn't. That's enough. She put the water bottle on the low wall. There's still shooting tomorrow, I'll head back first. Lock the door. You always say that. Because it works. Annie took 2 steps, then turned back. Kevin. Sitting here alone, aren't you scared? The 90th floor. Kevin lowered his head to take a look at the pitch-black night beneath his feet, and chuckled. I'm not even afraid of the things in the water, let alone the wind. Annie shook her head, pulled open the rooftop door, and walked inside. The sound of the iron door closing was dragged far away in the wind. Kevin sat alone on the low wall, staring blankly at the surface of the East River for a while. A sound rang in his head. Ding. Detected that the deviation degree of the Starlight joining the team plotline has increased to 100%. Extra reward. Skill points plus 5. Current skill points. 5. System prompt. Detected that Starlight's favorability has broken through the threshold. Triggered hidden side quest. Hidden side quest. Starlight's choice. Change the emotional relationship trajectory between Starlight and Huey to obtain an additional 15 skill points. Current predictable node. Translucent peeping incident. Estimated trigger time. Within 36 hours. Host is advised to deploy in advance. Kevin watched those lines of blue text flash twice in his field of vision. 5 points acquired. Plus the previous 0, it is now 5. But his attention was entirely on that hidden side quest. Huey. Starlight's boyfriend in the original work, a member of the boys, an ordinary person who embarked on a path of revenge because his girlfriend was killed by a collision with a train. The system wants him to change the emotional line between Annie and Huey. 15 points. Water pressure armament requires 15 points. Getting the reward for this side quest will allow him to directly unlock the 3rd layer skill. But this storyline is not urgent. Huey and Annie's first contact in the original work still has to wait at least 1 to 2 weeks. The most urgent thing right now is translucent. 36 hours. Kevin flipped down from the low wall and walked toward the rooftop door. When he pushed open the door, he smelled a faint cola scent in the corridor. No one. But under the light at the end of the corridor, there was a rather indistinct wet footprint on the floor. Barefoot, the shape of the 5 toes was crystal clear. Kevin stared at that footprint for 3 seconds. Translucent was just outside the rooftop door a moment ago. How much of his conversation with Annie was overheard? Kevin's mind turned for 2 seconds, his expression unchanged, his hands shoved into his pockets as he walked along the corridor toward the elevators. When he walked next to the footprint, he stopped for a step. Next time you eavesdrop, remember to wipe your feet dry first. No one answered in the corridor. But the air in the corner of the wall moved slightly. The wet footprints in the corridor dried very quickly. Kevin didn't chase after him, nor was there any need to. How much Translucent heard didn't matter, what mattered was what he heard. The conversation between Kevin and Annie didn't expose the system or their true purpose, it only showed a good guy Kevin, advising a newcomer to protect herself well. If Translucent spread these words, it would instead help solidify his persona of Kevin turning over a new leaf. Returning to his room, Kevin took a shower, changed into workout clothes, and glanced at the time. 1:20 in the morning. He couldn't sleep. He decided to go to the gym on the third underground level to test whether his physical data had undergone any correlated changes after unlocking water manipulation. As the elevator descended, there was only the buzzing sound of the ventilation shaft inside the car. Level B3, the doors opened. The gym lights were on. He hadn't turned them on. Kevin stood at the elevator entrance, not rushing to walk inside. Rapid gasping came from deep within the equipment area, not the rhythm of a normal workout. It was too fast, too fragmented, interspersed with the sound of metal implements colliding with the tabletop. Kevin lightened his steps, bypassed the strength equipment in the front rows, and walked inward following the sound. The door to the corner storage room was half open, leaking white light through the crack. A-train was half kneeling on the floor, with a needle stuck into the inner side of his left arm. The needle was connected to a blue syringe, most of the liquid medicine having already been pushed in, leaving the remaining quarter emitting a pale blue fluorescence along the tube wall. Compound versus. A-train's right hand was shaking, his teeth biting down on a corner of a sports towel, his forehead covered in sweat, every single blood vessel throbbing beneath his skin. He pushed all the remaining liquid medicine in. When the needle was pulled out, A-train's body spasmed violently, his back slamming against the iron door of the storage locker with a muffled thud. A-train cursed, threw the syringe into a black plastic bag nearby, and pulled out a wad of cotton balls from the bag to press against the needle puncture. Kevin stood outside the door crack, watched for 5 seconds, and then purposely kicked the dumbbell rack next to him. The metallic clanging sound carried far across the empty gym. The movement inside the storage room stopped instantly. Kevin openly pushed open the door and walked inside. A-train was crouching in the corner of the wall, the black plastic bag already tucked behind him, a cotton ball clutched in the palm of his hand. The rims of his eyes were red, his lips were dry, and his expression upon seeing Kevin was like a deer caught in headlights. Kevin. Hi, A. Kevin leaned against the doorframe, his hands tucked into his sweatpants pockets, and shifted his gaze elsewhere. You still haven't gone back. A-train licked his lips and stood up, his movements half a beat slower than usual. I finished training and didn't leave yet, just tidying things up. What about you? What are you doing coming down in the middle of the night? Couldn't sleep, wanted to come run a couple of laps. Kevin's gaze swept across the inner side of A-train's left arm, his sleeve was pulled down very low, but a corner of the cotton ball peeked out from between his fingers. He didn't stare. What's wrong with your arm? Bumped it. Oh. Kevin nodded and turned to walk out the door. A-train called out to him from behind. Kevin. Kevin turned back. What did you see? Saw you tidying things up. A-train stared at him, his breathing not yet completely calmed down. Just like that. I came to the gym at past 1 in the morning because I couldn't sleep. You were in the storage room at past 1 in the morning because you were tidying things up. We both have our own matters. Kevin paused for a moment. However, if you need new cotton balls, the first aid kit is in the second cabinet under the sink. The one on the right. A-train's throat moved. Did you see or not? See what? Kevin, don't play games with me. What do you want me to answer? A-train walked out from the corner of the wall, reaching Kevin in 2 steps. He was half a head shorter than Kevin, but the tenacity in his eyes was pushing upwards. If you saw something you shouldn't have seen, I hope you forget it. I said just now, I saw you tidying things up. This isn't a joke. I'm not joking either. Kevin's voice was very level, his speech speed neither fast nor slow. You are the speedster of the seven. What you do in the storage room is your personal business. It's none of my concern, nor do I want to care. Train's shoulders sank a little, and his fists relaxed slightly. Really? Who do you think I would go tell about this kind of thing? Ashley, Madeline, or John? Train didn't reply. If I wanted to stir up trouble, standing outside and taking a photo would be enough, there'd be no need to walk in and chat with you. It was quiet for a few seconds. Train took a step back, his back leaning against the storage locker, both hands braced behind him. You've changed, Kevin. You're the second person to say that to me today. Before, whenever you looked at me, you always ducked away, as if you were afraid of me. Today is different. Maybe I've figured things out. There aren't many people in this building who can hold a conversation. You are one of them. Train grinned slightly, the arc of that smile very small, carrying a hint of post-drug exhaustion. Don't take me for a good guy, Kevin. I'm not a good person. I didn't say I was either. Train looked down at his sneakers, rubbing his toes against the floor twice. Do you know who Popclaw is? Blue Lightning. That retired speed-type hero. He didn't retire. He got fired. Kevin didn't speak, waiting for him to continue. Vought brought back a new speedster from Germany, 19 years old, running 3% faster than Popclaw. 3%, Kevin. Just by that tiny margin, Popclaw was crossed off the Seven's candidate list. 12 years of a professional career, gone overnight. So you're scared. I am the fastest man in the world. This is my only value. If one day I am not the fastest anymore, how will Vought treat me? Just like Popclaw. Worse than him. Popclaw at least retired cleanly. Train lowered his head and rubbed his face with both hands. I owe Vought too many things. Contracts, endorsements, and some messy business. If they want to dump me, all of these things will be leverage. Kevin withdrew his hands from his pockets, walked over to the water dispenser, and poured 2 cups of water. He handed 1 cup to A-Train. Drink some water, don't just sweat without replenishing. A-Train took it and gulped down half a cup. Does that thing make you run faster? A-Train's hand paused for a split second. Kevin. That blue thing you used just now. Can it keep your speed up? A-Train pinched the paper cup, creasing its walls. Not keep it up. Enhance it. Every time after using it, the speed goes up a notch. But the effect doesn't last long, and once it wears off, you're a bit slower than before. So you have to keep using it. What do you think? What about the side effects? The heart feels a bit uncomfortable. Occasionally. Kevin took a sip of water, holding the cup and spinning it twice in his hand. When A-Train said, occasionally, he happened to capture something within his perception range. After water manipulation was unlocked, he gained an extra layer of perception towards high water content objects within 5 meters. 70% of the human body is water, and over 90% of blood is water. A-Train was standing less than 2 meters in front of him. Within that distance, Kevin could vaguely hear the rhythm of the fluid flowing inside A-Train's body. Heartbeat. Very fast. Faster than a normal person, and faster than a speedster's resting heart rate. Not the kind of fast after exercise. It was the kind of fast where organs were running at overload. Occasionally, was a lie. Compound versus was gradually burning right through A-Train's heart. Kevin crushed the paper cup flat and threw it into the trash can. I'll pretend I didn't see your business. But I have to tell you one thing. Speak. Take it easy. You're a speedster, your heart is your engine. Once the engine burns out, no matter how fast you run, it's useless. The corners of A-Train's mouth pulled downward slightly. Since when did you start caring about other people's hearts? I don't care. What I care about is if you collapse while executing a mission and I have to step in for you, then I'd be even worse off. A-Train stared at him for 2 seconds, forcing out a short laugh from his mouth. You're still that selfish, Kevin. Always have been. Kevin raised his hand and waved at him, turning to walk towards the elevator. When the doors closed, he glanced back. A-Train was still standing at the doorway of the storage room, his left hand pressing against the needle puncture on the inner side of his right arm, the light stretching his shadow very long. The elevator ascended. Kevin rested the back of his head against the elevator car wall, closing his eyes for a moment. A-train's heartbeat frequency slowly faded away in his perception, cutting off once it left the 5-meter range. But he remembered that abnormal rhythm. Too fast. A normal person's resting heart rate is 60 to 80, while a speedster's can reach around 100 due to high metabolism. A-train's number just now was well over 130. Compound versus pushed his speed upward while simultaneously pushing his heart toward the edge of a cliff. According to the original timeline, A-train would sprint at full speed on the street in just a few weeks, crashing straight through Robin's body. During that sprint, his heart was already in a critical state. Kevin stared at the floor numbers jumping upwards inside the elevator. Water manipulation, novice. What if it was pushed to the blood level? Blood is a liquid, and over 90% of it is water. Manipulating water means manipulating blood. Manipulating blood means manipulating the heart. Controlling a superhero's heart was 100 times more useful than killing him. The elevator reached his floor, and the doors opened. Kevin walked into the corridor and stopped in front of his own room door. He extended his right hand, palm facing down. The water in the corridor's fire pipes jumped slightly within his perception. Beyond 5 meters, nothing could be felt. Not enough. Far from enough. At 2 p.m. the next day, Kevin sat on the sofa in his apartment. An internal Vought hero schedule was spread out on the coffee table, with a half-drank cup of cold coffee next to it. The system panel flickered in his field of vision. System warning. The original plot node, Death of Robin, is estimated to be triggered within 4 to 8 hours. A-train will impact civilian Robin at supersonic speed near the intersection of 7th Avenue and 52nd Street in New York, causing her to die on the spot. This node is the core turning point of the original work and will directly lead to Huey joining the boys. System prompt. Tampering with this node is estimated to grant +20 skill points. Current host skill points, 5. 20 points. Plus the 5 points in hand, that makes 25. Enough to unlock water pressure armament, and still have 10 points left. Kevin turned a page of the schedule, then flipped it back. 20 points. The temptation was big enough. But he didn't stand up from the sofa. He had figured this matter out as early as last night. Robin's death could not be prevented. The phone rang. Annie's message. Kevin, are you free this afternoon? Ashley arranged a bunch of fan meeting materials for me, and I don't quite understand those terms. Can you help me look at them? Kevin typed a line of text. I have something to do in the afternoon, I can do it after 8 p.m. Okay, thank you. After sending the message, he placed his phone face down on the coffee table, staring at that line of countdown on the system panel. 4 to 8 hours. A-train was probably speeding down some street in New York at the moment, his veins flooded with compound V, his heart beating hard enough to shatter his ribs. The fastest man in the world was rushing toward a girl named Robin. Could Kevin stop him? Theoretically, novice water manipulation could interfere with liquid flow within a 5-meter range. But A-train's speed was several times the speed of sound. A control range of 5 meters was 0 in front of a supersonic moving object. Even laying it out, even if Kevin had a way to stop him, he wouldn't go either. The interest calculation in his mind rolled back and forth countless times, and the conclusion was always the same. Robin's death was the first domino. Knocking down this card was the only way Huey would join the boys. Once the boys were formed, Butcher would go around digging up Vought's bad accounts. Only when the bad accounts were dug up would Vought fall into chaos. Only when Vought was in chaos would he, Kevin, have room to climb up. Every step required these people to rush to the front and block bullets. Robin was the fuse, Huey was the detonating cord, and Butcher was the dynamite. He needed this bomb to explode on time. Kevin picked up the cold coffee on the coffee table and took a sip, bitter and astringent. The temptation of 20 skill points was huge. But he was not someone led around by numbers. Strategic abandonment. The value of some chess pieces was not on the chessboard, but in the chain reaction triggered after they were captured. Kevin leaned against the back of the sofa and closed his eyes for a moment. Outside the window was the afternoon in New York, with sunlight shining in patches of bright spots on the carpet. It was quiet for about 2 hours. The phone didn't ring again. Then, the sound came. It wasn't the vibration of the phone, nor the prompt tone of the system. It was from outside the window. The sirens of ambulances came from afar, at first only one, then a second, and a third. Kevin opened his eyes and walked to the window. Looking down from this height, in the direction of 7th Avenue, there was a patch of alternating red and blue flashing lights, police cars had blocked 2 intersections, and the crowd was blocked outside by isolation tapes. He couldn't see the details on the ground clearly, but he didn't need to see them. It happened. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Original plot node, death of Robin, has occurred according to the established trajectory. A-train supersonic impacted civilian Robin on 7th Avenue, and the target died on the spot. Plot deviation. 0%. No tampering occurred, no skill point reward. System note. Not all plot nodes have tampering value. The host's judgment will directly affect the long-term return curve. Kevin drew the curtains. The room darkened. He sat back on the sofa and picked up the completely cold cup of coffee. He didn't drink it, just held it. The 20 points were gone. His skill points were still 5. But Huey's path of revenge started from this moment. According to the timeline of the original work, in the next few days, Butcher would find Huey. An electronics store employee who lost his girlfriend, a former CIA agent who lost his wife. Two ordinary people whose lives were ruined by superheroes would sit at a table and discuss how to kill the 7. Kevin put the coffee cup on the coffee table and turned on his phone. Vough's internal security notification group had exploded. Ashley from the PR department sent a dozen messages in a row in the group, and the core content was just one thing: suppress it. The matter of a train hitting and killing a passerby had to be suppressed jointly by Vough's legal and PR departments before the news spread. Madeline sent an instruction in the group, with only 2 words and a period. Handle it. More than 20 people below replied in unison, received. Kevin scrolled the group messages to the bottom and didn't send anything. He flipped through the public news push again. The on-site videos posted by citizens on social media had been deleted for 3 or 4 rounds, but there were always fish that slipped through the net. A 6-second mobile phone footage hung on Twitter for 15 minutes before being taken down. In the frame, there was only a dilapidated bus shelter and a large patch of red on the ground. Kevin turned his phone over and placed it face down on the coffee table. In front of him, next to the coffee cup, the 3rd page of the schedule printed A train's duty time. Patrol on 7th Avenue from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. this afternoon. Kevin stared at that line of words for 5 seconds. Then he stood up, walked into the study, and turned on the computer. Not for Robin. For the next move. He had basic permissions for Vough's internal personnel system. Although the Deep was at the bottom of the 7, he was still a full member after all, and could see some non-confidential materials. He entered a name. Billy Butcher. The system popped up a file header marked in red, with most of the contents blackened out. Insufficient permissions, only the most basic information could be seen. Former member of the CIA Anti-Superhuman Special Operations Group. Spouse. Becca Butcher, status marked as, missing, Vought Internal Affairs, Y. Current status. Resigned, included in Vought Group's Level 3 monitoring list. Level 3 monitoring. Not very high. Vought maintained regular attention on former CIA personnel, but didn't take him seriously. They didn't know that Butcher was already forming the boys. Kevin flipped through the monitoring records. Within the last 30 days, Butcher's activity trajectory in New York was captured 7 times by Vought's peripheral probes. The most recent one, just this morning. Location: an electronics retail store in Queens. Electronics retail store. Huey Campbell's workplace. Kevin turned off the computer and leaned against the back of the chair. The timeline matched. Robin was dead, and Butcher appeared in Huey's shop. The gears of the original work had already begun to turn. At 5:30 in the early morning of the next day, Kevin sat in his study. The light from the computer screen reflected on his face, and 3 things were spread out on the desk: a report on Butcher's activity trajectory intercepted from Vought security, a copy of A-Train's medical examination records for the past 6 months, and a cup of freshly brewed black coffee. He had pulled up the medical examination records at 3 a.m. using the Deep's basic clearance. The medical examination data of the 7 members belonged to Class B confidentiality, but the data summaries, that is, the labels of normal or abnormal, were open to internal members. Next to A-Train's heart indicators from his most recent medical examination, there was a yellow triangular warning symbol. The remarks column had only 1 line of text: mild myocardial abnormality, re-examination recommended. Recommended re-examination meant nothing at all in Vought's context. No one would force A-Train to go for a re-examination, because no one dared to make a member of the 7 stop. Commercial contracts wait for no one, patrol schedules wait for no one, and fan meetings wait for no one. Kevin took a sip of coffee, his fingers hovering over the keyboard for a few seconds. Then he opened an encrypted email client. It was not Vought's internal mailbox, but an anonymous account he registered using a backup phone left behind by the original owner. The IP went through Vought Tower's public Wi-Fi. Thousands of people use this network in this building every day, making it impossible to trace to an individual. It took him 2 hours to find the recipient's address. Butcher did not use any mainstream email providers now. What he used was an encrypted communication address built on a dark web node, an old habit from his CIA days. How did Kevin find this address? Translucent. While drinking last night, Translucent had mentioned that he had peeked at an internal surveillance report from Bot Security Department. In that report, Butcher's communication channel had been flagged once by Bot's technical team. Although they didn't successfully crack it, the domain name of the communication node was left behind. Following that clue, Kevin used a bit of basic hacker knowledge from the original owner's memory and spent an hour and a half finding his way to Butcher's receiving portal. He had already drafted the body of the email 3 times in his mind. It couldn't be too long. It couldn't expose his identity. He couldn't give too much, nor could he give too little. He started typing. Leaving the subject blank, he wrote the body directly. You're looking for dirt on Bot. I have some. The attachment is a summary of A-Train's medical examination data and abnormal notes from the past 6 months. This is just a token of greeting. If you're interested in continued cooperation, reply to this address. Don't try to trace me. There was no signature, no sign-off, and no directed phrasing. The attachment was a screenshot of A-Train's medical examination summary. He had cleared all metadata in the screenshot that could be associated with the retriever's clearance level. Kevin's fingers hovered above the send button. He ran a final round of deduction in his mind. Upon receiving this email, Butcher would have 3 reactions. First, treat it as a trap and ignore it. Second, make a tentative reply asking for more information. Third, directly trace the sender along the line. The third was unlikely. This anonymous email was hosted on a dark web node. Butcher's technical capabilities were not enough to crack it, and he could no longer use CIA resources. The first was possible. Butcher was a suspicious person, but he was currently in the early stages of forming the boys and urgently needed Bot's internal intelligence. He wouldn't easily give up an insider who delivered himself to his doorstep. The most likely was the second. Kevin pressed send. A line of confirmation popped up on the screen. Sent. He closed the email client, cleared the browser cache and local logs. He stood up and walked to the window holding his coffee cup. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and Manhattan's skyline revealed only the tops of a few buildings in the morning mist. The purpose of this email was not to provide Butcher with much intelligence. A-Train's medical examination summary was Class B data, which was useful to the boys, but not fatal. Its real purpose was to establish a channel. A covert line leading from inside Bot to the boys. Kevin needed this line. The boys would stir up a large amount of the original plot next, capturing Translucent, digging into the truth of Compound V, and fighting Homelander. Every time a plot node was stirred up, Kevin needed to know the progress at the first moment so that he could accurately judge at which node to intervene and cut in. Butcher was his radar. A radar that didn't know it was a radar. The phone on the desk vibrated once. Kevin picked it up to look. It wasn't a reply from Butcher, it was too fast, impossible. It was a mass notification from Bot PR department. Emergency. Yesterday's incident involving A-Train has entered the legal processing workflow. All members of the 7 are suspended from all unauthorized public activities starting today. Specific arrangements will be notified later. Directive source. Vice President's Office. Madeline had made a move. Bot's crisis PR efficiency was top-notch. From the accident to complete silence, it took less than 18 hours. Kevin scrolled down through the group messages. Ashley sent a follow-up supplemental statement in the group. Reminder. At 3 p.m. today, all members of the 7 are to gather in the 91st floor meeting room. The Vice President will personally host the crisis response meeting. Attendance is mandatory. Floor 91. That was Homelander's floor. With the meeting held there, Madeline's meaning was very clear. This matter was big enough to require John to preside. After reading the notification, Kevin put the phone back on the desk. The 3 p.m. meeting. Present would be Homelander, Madeline, all members of the 7, and possibly the heads of legal and PR. A-Train running over and killing Robin would be reviewed in front of these people. According to the original logic, the result of this meeting would be Vought paying off Robin's family while giving A-Train an internal warning, painless, just going through the motions. But what Kevin cared about was not the meeting itself. It was the people at the meeting. Homelander's reaction. Madeline's attitude. Whether A-Train would reveal any flaws when questioned. And Annie. Annie had just joined the team 3 days ago and was attending this kind of meeting for the first time. She would see how Vought handled a human life. A living girl was smashed into pieces, and Bot's solution was to sign a check. This was even more cruel than the unspoken rules in the 67th floor meeting room. Because the evil of unspoken rules was hidden, while the evil of a check was laid out on the desk. Kevin picked up the coffee on the desk and took a sip. It had already gone cold. He walked to the kitchen to pour out the remaining coffee, turned his palm downward, and the water from the faucet automatically bypassed the cup wall to wash away the coffee stains, turning a corner in the air and returning into the pipe. The precision of water control had improved just a tiny bit more. Every use was an improvement, even though the magnitude was negligibly small. Kevin placed the cup on the drying rack and returned to the study to sit down. There were still more than 9 hours until the 3 p.m. meeting. There was less than 30 hours left until the system countdown for the translucent incident. As for Butcher replying to that email, unknown. 3 lines were running simultaneously. Kevin turned on the computer and began to organize a document. The document was named, Chessboard. First column, translucent. Status, initial trust established, intelligence location confirmed outside the building, next step, complete the event interception within 30 hours. Second column, Starlight. Status, favorability maxed out, hidden side quest triggered, changed relationship with Huey, rewarded 15 points, next step, prevent Starlight from coming into contact with Huey. Third column, A-Train. Status, drug addiction confirmed, heart damage confirmed. Next step, wait for water manipulation to upgrade to the blood level, taking control of his heart. Fourth column, Butcher. Status, anonymous email sent, awaiting reply. Next step, establish a long-term covert line, use the boys to stir up the plot, and secretly intercept and harvest skill points. Fifth column, Homelander. Status, no suspicion yet, impression of the deep, a little smarter than expected. Next step, continue maintaining the useless persona, never exposing any ability beyond cognition in front of him. Kevin saved the document in the encrypted partition and turned off the computer. The sky outside the window had already brightened. He pulled back the curtains. Manhattan's morning was grayish, and a few birds swept past from the direction of the East River. The phone vibrated again. He picked it up. The source was not the bot PR group, not Annie, and not Madeline. It was a client push notification from that anonymous email. A new email. The sender's address was a string of garbled text, but Kevin recognized the format of that dark web node. Butcher had replied. The entire email had only one sentence. What do you want? What do you want? Kevin stared at the 5 words on the screen, pushing his chair back by half an inch. Butcher's reply was faster than expected. Less than 4 hours after the email was sent, the other party made contact. This indicated 2 things. First, Butcher was indeed in urgent need of an internal intelligence source within bot. Second, he had someone on hand to help him monitor the inbox of this dark web node, most likely Frenchie. Kevin did not reply immediately. He closed the email, rummaged through his desk drawer for a spare mobile phone left behind by the original owner, pulled out the SIM card, and left only the Wi-Fi function enabled. Then he typed a line of text in the encrypted email. Meeting in person is not safe. Give me a one-time phone number and dial in 30 minutes. The call shall not exceed 4 minutes. Send. Clear the history, shut down, and tuck the spare phone into the inner pocket of his jacket. Kevin stood up, walked over to the wardrobe, and changed into a plain hoodie and jeans, putting on a baseball cap and sunglasses. The lobby on the first floor of Bot Tower had an employee passage leading directly to the underground parking lot. The freight exit on the west side of the parking lot lacked facial recognition and featured only an old magnetic card turnstile. He swiped his employee card to open the turnstile and stepped out onto the street from the freight exit. At 10 o'clock in the morning in Manhattan, there were just enough pedestrians for him to blend into the crowd. 15 minutes later, Kevin stood in front of a pharmacy at the corner of 3rd Avenue and 46th Street. This pharmacy had closed down 3 months ago, but the public phone booth at the entrance was still usable. Old-style phone booths like this in New York were becoming increasingly rare. Most people treated them as if they didn't exist, and there was no camera coverage. He took out the spare phone, turned it on, and logged into the anonymous email. Butcher's reply had arrived. A string of 11 digits in local American phone number format, followed by a sentence. Only answering once. Kevin raised his hand to check the time. It had been exactly 26 minutes since he sent the email. He memorized the number, turned off the phone, walked into the phone booth, and inserted 2 quarters into the coin slot. Before dialing, he took a small object out of his jacket pocket, a portable voice changer, about the size of an e-cigarette, which could lower the voice by 2 octaves and mix in a slight current static when clamped between the mouthpiece and the mouth. This gadget belonged to the original owner. The original Kevin had used it to make a few prank calls, and Kevin found it while rummaging through his personal belongings. Now it was time for a different use. He dialed the number, and it rang 3 times. Speak. The voice on the other end was raspy, carrying an East London accent, with every vowel heavily pronounced. Kevin spoke, and the voice changer compressed his tone into the texture of a middle-aged man. I am Lighthouse. What Lighthouse? Code name. Just call me Lighthouse. The other end of the line fell silent for 2 seconds. Fine, Lighthouse. You sent me A-Train's physical examination report. His heart has problems. I already knew that. What you don't know is that he is still using. Using what? Compound versus continuous injections. Vaught's medical system marked a yellow warning, but nobody cares. His resting heart rate has already exceeded 130. If he keeps running like that, his heart will explode. Butcher didn't answer, but Kevin could hear the sound of a lighter on the other end of the line, a crisp click, followed by the sound of airflow from inhaling smoke. How did you get these? I work inside Vought. My clearance isn't very high, but it's enough for me to see some interesting things. One of the 7. Guess. I'm not guessing. Either you give me verifiable information, or this phone call ends here. I don't have time to play riddles with an anonymous person. Kevin leaned against the metal frame of the phone booth, holding the mouthpiece with his left hand while tapping his right fingers against the edge of his jeans pocket. Yesterday afternoon, on 7th Avenue and 52nd Street, a train ran over and killed a girl named Robin. Vaught's legal and PR departments completed all gag order operations within 18 hours. Vice President Madeleine Stilwell gave the order personally, 2 words, handle it. The sound of smoking on the other end of the line stopped. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, all members of the 7 will hold a crisis management meeting on the 91st floor. I can tell you the conclusion of this meeting in advance. Vought will write a check to Robin's family for upwards of 6 figures, accompanied by a lifelong confidentiality agreement. A-train will receive an internal verbal warning that won't go on record. 3 weeks from now, this matter will be marked as resolved in Vaught's system. Butcher's breathing grew slightly heavier in the mouthpiece. How do you know Robin's name? Vaught's gag order was only issued last night, and the internal report used numbers instead of names. I have my sources. What is that girl's boyfriend's name? Kevin didn't hesitate. Huey Campbell. He runs an appliance store in Queens. You went to look for him this morning. The other end of the line fell completely silent. Kevin counted to 5. When Butcher spoke again, his pacing was half a beat slower than before. Are you watching me? It's not me watching you. It's Vought watching you. You're listed on their level 3 surveillance list, and perimeter cameras capture you 7 to 8 times a month. Footage of you appearing in front of that appliance store in Queens this morning has already been archived by Vaught's security department. Fooling hell. Don't be nervous, level 3 surveillance means they don't take you seriously. Your ex-wife's case is marked as missing inside Vought, not dead, and no one is following up. To them, you're just a washed-up former CIA operative not worth spending resources to track. Butcher took another drag of his cigarette. Why did you bring up my wife? To prove that I really can access Vaught's internal files, and deeper than you think. This is my sincerity toward you. Sincerity. A ghost hiding behind a voice changer is talking to me about sincerity. You can continue digging into Vaught's accounts your own way. Search person by person, dig clue by clue. You have all the time in the world. Kevin paused for a beat. But if you want to speed things up, I have ready-made ones here. Butcher didn't speak. The lighter sounded again, and a second cigarette was lit. What on earth are you after? I'm after Vaught's downfall. Why? Personal reasons. It doesn't affect our cooperation. Everyone who sells out their employer says that. I'm not selling out my employer. I'm providing you with information Vought doesn't want the outside world to know. That's called the public interest. Butcher let out a laugh on the other end of the line, a short one, the kind hummed out through his nose. The public interest. You sure sound sanctimonious. Call me sanctimonious or shameless, whatever you like. You need Vaught's internal intelligence, and I need someone on the outside to put pressure on Vought. I loosen the soil inside, and you set fires outside. Once the soil is loosened, the fire can burn through thoroughly, and once the fire burns, the soil can be churned over. Mutual utilization, each taking what they need. The other end of the line fell silent for a long while. Kevin could hear the background audio, the sound of cars passing in the distance and fragments of pedestrians talking. Butcher was also making this call from a public phone booth. You said your clearance isn't high. Then what level of stuff can you give me? I can get personnel and medical data below level B. I can see some of the security department's patrol schedules and surveillance deployments. Secrets above level A take time, but I'm finding a way. What's in level A? Compound versus production records and distribution lists. Raw archives of superhuman ability assessments. And the thing you want most. What thing? Your wife's case. The complete version. The background noise on the other end of the line suddenly decreased. Butcher had changed posture, pressing the mouthpiece closer. You can get Becca's files. I said, it takes time. Level A clearance is not something I can touch right now. But I'm finding a way to approach someone with clearance. How long? Don't rush me. When you're anxious, you make mistakes easily. When I'm anxious, I get exposed easily. Let's neither of us be in a rush. He paused. Trust is built step by step, Butcher. Today's A-Train heart data is the first step. Next, I will successively send you some useful things. You can verify every piece of intelligence yourself, and once verified, you'll know whether I'm lying to you. Butcher took a final drag of his cigarette, and the exhaled airflow scraped a dull sound across the mouthpiece. Lighthouse. If you're lying to me, I'll find you. I know your style, Butcher. After your ex-wife went missing, you sent anonymous packages to 3 of Vought's field investigators for several months, filled with pictures of their own pets. Very creative. That was a warning. I received it. That wasn't a warning for you. The warning for you is, if you're lying to me, I'll pull your intestines out of your stomach and use them as a jump rope in front of Vought Tower. Kevin stood inside the phone booth. A taxi on the street honked its horn twice, the sound muffled by the glass. Butcher, you have a flaw. What flaw? Your threats are too flashy. People who actually kill don't describe the process. The other end of the line fell silent for a second. Then Butcher laughed. A real laugh, audible, the kind rolling up from the bottom of his throat. I like you, Lighthouse. You're a fool. Likewise. Next time we contact, I'll change numbers, don't actively look for me. Kevin hung the mouthpiece back on the metal rack. Outside the phone booth, the sun in Manhattan had just turned the street corner, shining in at an angle. Kevin pulled the brim of his baseball cap down a bit, stuffed the voice changer back into his pocket, and walked into the crowd. On the way back to Vought Tower, he stopped by a convenience store to buy a cup of coffee, casually removed the battery from the spare phone, and threw them separately into trash cans in 2 different neighborhoods. As the elevator ascended, the system prompt chimed in his mind. Hidden side quest activated. Shadow of the boys. Quest description. By secretly manipulating the movement trajectory of the boys, indirectly change more than 3 original plot nodes. Each change triggered grants an additional +5 skill points. Current progress. 0/3. Kevin leaned against the elevator wall, the coffee in the paper cup scaldingly bitter. There was another chess piece on the chessboard. This chess piece had a big temper, a dirty mouth, had blood stained on its hands, and still considered itself the one playing the game. The most useful chess pieces are always like this. The elevator reached the 82nd floor, the doors opened, and the corridor was empty. Kevin glanced at his phone. There were 4.5 hours left until the crisis management meeting at 3 in the afternoon. He took a sip of coffee and walked toward his room. What was running through his mind was another matter. The countdown to the translucent incident had less than 28 hours left, and his skill points were still 5. When Kevin pushed open the door to his room, a sweet smell of cola drifted from the fire escape at the end of the corridor. He didn't look back as he entered, leaving the door unlatched with a finger-wide gap. 30 seconds passed. There was no sound outside the crack of the door, but the smell of cola came a little closer. Kevin sat on the sofa, took a sip of coffee, and said towards the direction of the door. Come in, I can smell your cola. It was quiet outside the door for 5 seconds. Then the door was pushed open, an invisible hand closed it, and the faint sticking sound of bare feet stepping across the wooden floor came from the air. Translucent materialized opposite the coffee table. Completely naked, holding a half-drunk can of cola in his left hand, the expression on his face hovered between awkwardness and tension. Is your fooling nose a dog's? Not a dog's. It's that you should change brands, the syrup taste of Coca-Cola is too heavy. Translucent sat down on the armrest of the sofa, resting the cola can on his knee. Kevin, I need to talk to you about something. Speak. I heard everything you said to that new girl on the rooftop the night before last. Kevin didn't stop holding his coffee cup and took another sip. I know. Your footprints are still at the door. You said Vought isn't the place she imagines. You said everyone has secrets and deals. Is there a problem with that? Translucent turned the coelacanth around, and the droplets of water on the can were crushed into a thin streak against his fingerprints. No problem. I just feel like you're different from before. The old Kevin wouldn't say things like that. The old Kevin would only smile, nod, and then go back to his room and close the door. People change. People don't change, Kevin. People only reveal what they've been hiding. Kevin put the coffee cup down on the coffee table. What on earth do you want to say? Translucent lowered his head and looked at his hands. When not invisible, his skin was an unhealthy pale, and the patterns of his blood vessels could be seen through his flesh. It was the trace of not having seen much sunlight in 6 years. I'm in trouble, Kevin. What kind of trouble? Last night, people from the security department came to my room to search for things. They said it was a routine inspection, but they went through all my cabinets and even lifted the toilet tank lid to check. Kevin leaned his back deeper into the sofa. Did they find anything? They didn't find anything. What I hid isn't in my room, nor is it in this building. I got smart 6 years ago. Then what are you panicking about? Translucent raised his head, and the coelacanth creaked as he squeezed it. Because they've never searched me before. 6 years, and never once. When bot doesn't investigate people, it means they don't care about you. When bot starts investigating people, it means someone upstairs has called out your name. Kevin didn't answer, waiting for him to continue. I said when I was drinking with you the day before yesterday that I have things in my hands. 3 USB drives. I remember. You said they were hidden outside the building. Not just USB drives. There's also a hard drive. A 2 terabyte hard drive, containing everything from bot's past 12 years. Experimental records of Compound V, facility inventories from the 3rd basement floor to the 7th basement floor, files of 26 test subjects who died after being injected with Compound V by bot, and Translucent swallowed a mouthful of saliva. And Homelander's psychological evaluation reports. The complete set. Every single evaluation since he was released from the laboratory until now. Kevin picked up his coffee cup, found it was already empty, and put it back down. How did you get them? I can turn invisible. Over the past 6 years, I've walked every corner of this building. The archives, the server room, Madeline's office, I've even seen Edgar's private safe password. They thought invisibility meant non-existence. No one guards against an invisible person. So you backed these things up. It was originally to buy myself some insurance. In case bot ever wants to ditch me one day, I can still use these things to negotiate terms with them. But now, since they've started searching my room, it means this insurance might have to be used ahead of time. Kevin stood up and walked to the window, his hands tucked into his hoodie pockets. Outside the window, the sunlight was blazing, and the heatwaves on the street distorted the outlines of distant buildings into arcs. Who do you think called out your name? I don't know. Maybe Madeline, maybe the security department is conducting routine cleaning on their own. But no matter who it is, the next step will be to search my off-building storage point. You know bot's security methods, GPS tracking plus real-time monitoring. Once they determine the search radius, that hard drive won't last 48 hours. Kevin turned around. You're telling me all this because you want me to help you. I have no one else to talk to, Kevin. You can run on your own. Disappear with the hard drive and USB drives. You can turn invisible, there are very few people in the world who can catch you. Translucent's mouth twisted slightly. Run. Run where? When I turn invisible, I'm completely naked, my credit cards don't work, my phone doesn't work, and I even have to materialize just to buy a cup of coffee. Do you think invisibility is some kind of superpower? It's a mobile prison. He crushed the coelacanth flat and threw it on the coffee table. I can't run. I need someone to help me transfer the things away and hide them in a place bot can't find. Then I need someone to cover me. Kevin stared at the crushed coelacanth on the coffee table for a few seconds. That hard drive of yours, all those things you mentioned, compound versus formula, test subject files, Homelander's psychological evaluation. Are you sure they're all in there? 2 terabytes, Kevin. 12 years. Everything is in there. Where is it? Translucent raised his eyes. You help me, and I'll tell you. If you don't tell me, how can I help you transfer it? Translucent locked eyes with him for 3 seconds. Jersey City, 1247 Channel Avenue, there's a closed-down laundromat. Behind the shop is a row of tin lockers, the 4th one from the left in the 3rd row, and the password is 0713. The hard drive is packed in a waterproof bag, stuffed beneath a pair of old sneakers at the very bottom of the locker. The USB drives are taped to the partition interlayer of the same locker. Kevin ran through this string of information in his mind, locking it in word by word. Your password, 0713. What date is that? Translucent was stunned for a moment. My mom's birthday. Kevin didn't press further. He walked to the door and took out a spare set of car keys from the entryway cabinet. I'll go get them tonight. After the things are taken out, I'll put them in a safe place, and only I will know the address. Are your 3 USB drives being transferred together? The USB drives are in the same locker, just take them along with the hard drive. Alright. After I get them, I won't open them to look. Translucent's expression relaxed a bit, and he exhaled a long breath through his nose. Kevin, you're the first person to look me straight in the eye. And you're the first person who didn't immediately ask how much these things are worth after I finished saying all this. Kevin pulled open the door. Don't flatter me. I'll help you transfer the things, and you owe me a favor. When that favor is paid back, and how much is paid back, will be up to me at that time. Translucent stood naked next to the sofa, his facial expression very complex. Fine. Go back to your room. Don't wander around the hallway. If the people from the security department see footprints in the fire escape, they'll overthink it. Translucent nodded, his body turning transparent little by little starting from his toes, until finally only the crushed cola can on the coffee table remained to prove he had been there. After the door closed, Kevin leaned against the door panel for a few seconds. He silently recited the password over again. 0713. Jersey City, 1247 Channel Avenue, the fourth locker in the third row. A 2 terabyte hard drive. Bot's 12-year black accounts. The system panel lit up in his field of vision for a split second. The countdown number for the translucent incident jumped once, changing from 28 hours to 27 hours and 40 minutes. Kevin looked at that line of numbers, his fingers slowly brushing over the metallic teeth of the car keys. Go to Jersey City tonight. Retrieve the hard drive. Relocate Translucent. Once these 3 things are done, the storyline in the original work where Translucent is hunted down and killed by Bot will be cut off. He is still alive. A living Translucent is 100 times more valuable than a dead one. The phone vibrated once. Annie January's message. Are you going to the 3 o'clock meeting this afternoon? Kevin typed 2 words. I'll be there. He put his phone back into his pocket, picked up the crushed cola can from the coffee table, and walked to the kitchen to throw it into the trash can. The sound of the cola can dropping into the bottom of the bin traveled a long way in the quiet room. At 11:40 that night, Kevin parked a rented gray Honda Civic on the side of Channel Avenue in Jersey City. During the day, this street belonged to small vendors, with shops selling secondhand appliances and refurbished phone cases lining both sides of the sidewalk. After nightfall, half the streetlights were out, leaving visibility reliant on moonlight and the occasional passing headlights. Number 1247 was at the end of the street. A faded sign reading, "Quick Clean Laundromat," was still stuck on the door. Inside the glass door, it was pitch black, with a dust-covered industrial washing machine tilted in a corner. Kevin didn't enter through the front door. He circled around to the alley behind the laundromat and found the row of metal storage lockers. 3 rows. 8 in each row. The fourth one from the left in the third row. A 4-digit combination dial lock hung on the locker door, its body covered in rust. Kevin dialed 0713, and the shackle popped open. The locker door opened. On the top shelf were a few folded old t-shirts and a pair of sweatpants, translucent spare clothes. An invisible person always needed to store a few clothes somewhere. A corner of the middle shelf was pried up. Kevin picked at it with his fingernails, revealing 3 USB flash drives taped inside the hidden compartment with silver duct tape. He tore the tape off whole and stuffed it, along with the 3 USB drives, into his inner jacket pocket. The bottom shelf. A pair of worn-out gray Nike running shoes with cracked uppers and worn flat soles. Kevin picked up the shoes. Beneath the soles was a palm-sized black waterproof Ziploc bag. He unzipped it to reveal a 2.5-inch portable hard drive inside, a Western Digital. A series of dates was written on the casing in marker, the earliest was 6 years ago, and the most recent was just last month. Kevin put the hard drive back into the waterproof bag and slipped it into the hidden pocket at the back waist of his jeans. He put the old sneakers back, closed the locker door, and scrambled the combination lock. From opening the locker to taking everything, it took 90 seconds in total. When he returned to his car along the alley, the sound of a heavy truck shifting gears came from the distance. There were no pedestrians on the street, only a stray cat crawling out of the ditch opposite and crouching under the lamppost to lick its paws. Kevin started the engine. He drove north from Jersey City onto Interstate 78 for 20 minutes before pulling into a self-service car wash at a gas station. Kevin didn't wash the car. Sitting in the driver's seat, he spread the 3 USB drives and the hard drive on the passenger seat. He had said he wouldn't look at them. But he needed to confirm that the contents were real. Kevin pulled a moderately used second-hand laptop from the glove box. After the crisis meeting at 3 o'clock that afternoon, he had bought it with cash at a second-hand electronics store near Times Square. It had no internet connection capability and was used purely as an offline reader. When he plugged the hard drive into the USB port, the laptop fan-whirred a couple of times. The file directory popped up. The root directory was divided into 4 folders. The first was named Bot Labs, with subfolders arranged by year, from 2007 to 2019. He randomly opened 2015 and scanned a few file names: SUBJECT14 injection record.pdf, subject 14 autopsy report.pdf, compound versus batch number V150074 purity analysis, XLSX. The second was named Heroes Internal. The subfolders were categorized by names. He saw A Train, he saw The Deep, which was himself, he saw Queen Maeve, and he saw Homelander. His finger paused for a moment on Homelander's folder. He didn't open it. He still remembered what Translucent had said, a full set of Homelander's psychological evaluation reports. The third was named Compound versus Distribution. Distribution lists. Which hospitals, which cities, which countries, where Bot had delivered Compound versus. The fourth was named Financial Black Book. Financial Black Ledgers. Kevin closed the laptop. Enough. Every single item was real. Translucent had spent 6 years obtaining nuclear-level material sufficient to drop Bot International's stock price to zero. He packed the hard drive and USB drives back into the waterproof bag and zipped it shut. Then he removed the second-hand laptop's hard drive and scraped 7 or 8 deep gouges across the disk surface with his car key, rendering it completely destroyed. The car pulled out of the car wash and merged back onto Interstate 78. Kevin's destination was not Bot Tower. 40 minutes later, the car stopped at a dock warehouse area in Red Hook, Brooklyn. There was a cluster of container warehouses built in the 1980s here. Most were abandoned, and a few had been converted into small craft workshops or illegal storage rooms. 2 weeks ago, Kevin used one of his original body owner's offshore accounts to rent one of them through an intermediary. The monthly rent was $400 in cash, no contract signed, no identity registered. The lock used a physical key with no electronic access control. He unlocked the warehouse's iron door and walked inside. It was about 15 square meters, with the smell of rust and the salty fishiness of seawater in the air. The floor was poured concrete. In a corner stood a set of old iron shelves holding supplies he had brought over 3 trips: 2 cases of bottled water, 1 case of compressed biscuits, a change of clothes, an old flip phone that could only make local calls, and $3,000 in cash. Kevin placed the waterproof bag into a locked toolbox on the bottom shelf of the iron rack, hung the key around his neck on a stainless steel chain, and tucked it inside his collar. He stood in the middle of the warehouse and looked around. The doors and windows were intact, and the lock was sturdy. Just outside the warehouse's back wall was the dock, and 5 meters away was the water of the East River. Water. If someone tracked him down here to make a move, the amount of water he could command within 5 meters was at least several thousand tons. Kevin locked the warehouse door, got into his car, and adjusted the rearview mirror to glance toward the dock. Under the moonlight, the surface of the East River shimmered with a grayish-blue light, very quiet. As he started the car, the system notification chime sounded in his mind. Plot alteration detection in progress. Original plot event. Translucent stash of hidden documents is exposed, forcing him to flee, ultimately hunted down by Bot Security Department. Current status. Translucent's core files have been transferred in advance by the host. Translucent himself remains in Bot Tower. Event trajectory has undergone a structural shift. Calculating plot deviation. 72%. Causal analysis. Translucent himself has not been relocated to a safe location. There remains a risk of him being controlled or silenced by Bot. Achieving 100% deviation requires moving Translucent out of Bot's sphere of control. Current reward settlement. Skill points plus 15. Host's current total skill points, 20. Unlockable skill. Water pressure armament, 15 points. Upon unlocking, controlled bodies of water can be compressed to industrial cutting level pressure. Kevin pulled over to the side of the road and stared at the numbers on the panel for 10 seconds. 20 points. Subtracting 15 points to unlock water pressure armament leaves 5 points. Or save up to 25 points to directly unlock the 3rd tier node. He chose the former. The moment he poured 15 points into water pressure armament, A faint heat flared in his right palm, and the air between his fingers grew humid. Kevin rolled down the car window and aimed his palm at the night sky outside. Nothing happened. He angled to the left, aiming toward the docks. The surface of the East River 50 meters away. Too far, beyond control range. Kevin pulled his hand back. No rush to test it. Test it in an enclosed space with a water source after returning to the tower. The car merged back onto the highway and drove toward Manhattan. The countdown numbers for the translucent event on the system panel were still ticking down, changing from 7 hours to 6 hours and 43 minutes. Translucent was still inside Vought Tower. A 72% deviation meant the event hadn't completely strayed from the original plot track. The files were moved, but the person was still there. If Vought's security department realized the files were missing, Translucent would be the first person they came looking for. Before tonight was over, he had to get Translucent out. Kevin stepped on the gas pedal, raising the speed to 80 mph. The hidden pocket at his lower back was empty, but he had gained a key around his neck. The pieces on the chessboard were moving faster now, every single one staying within the squares he had designated. The phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out with one hand and glanced at it. A message from Translucent, with just 4 words. They're back again. They are here again. Kevin stared at those 4 words on his cell phone screen and reduced his driving speed from 80 miles to 60. He dialed Translucent's number, and it connected after 2 rings. How many people? 3. Wearing black suits, and they brought a scanner. Translucent's voice was kept very low, his breath unstable. Unlike last time, they brought thermal imaging equipment this time. Kevin, they are looking for someone who is invisible. Where are you right now? The ventilation duct, between the 87th and 88th floors. Thermal imaging has a blind spot in this position, but I won't last long, it's over 40 degrees in the duct. Kevin turned the steering wheel slightly to the right, merging his car into the slow lane. Listen to me. Go down from the ventilation duct and come out at the equipment room on the B2 floor. 2 of the surveillance cameras on the B2 floor broke during last month's maintenance, and there is a 12-meter blind spot in the east corridor. How do you know the cameras are broken? I saw it on the security department's schedule last week. The repair request hasn't been approved yet. Go out from that blind spot, take the freight elevator to the first floor underground parking lot. The freight exit on the west side of the parking lot only has magnetic card turnstiles. If you go out while invisible, the turnstiles won't record a cardless pass. Then what? Where do I go after going out? Turn right after exiting the freight exit, walk south along 3rd Avenue for 6 blocks, and there is a 24-hour self-service laundromat. After you go in, find the innermost row of dryers. There is a vent on the wall between the 3rd and 4th units, and the pipe behind the vent is big enough for you to squat down. Wait for me to contact you. Kevin, I'm not wearing anything at all. There won't be many people at the laundromat at 1 in the morning, go in while maintaining your invisibility. What if someone is there? Then don't touch anything, and don't breathe too loudly. You've been turning invisible for 6 years, you don't need me to teach you this little thing. On the other end, Translucent was silent for 2 seconds. What about my stuff? Those documents. They are no longer in Jersey City. A safe place where no one can find them. Did you go get them? I said I'd go get them tonight. Translucent's breathing grew heavy in the microphone, but not the heavy breathing of fear. Kevin. Fine. I'm leaving right now. Don't hang up. Send me a location confirmation after you get to the laundromat. The line went dead. Kevin threw his phone onto the passenger seat and stepped on the accelerator. 45 minutes later, he returned to Vought Tower and sat in his room for a full hour. The phone screen lit up once. Translucent sent a location icon without any text. The address showed that self-service laundromat between 3rd Avenue and 37th Street. Kevin replied with a single word. Wait. At 4 in the morning the next day, Kevin drove that rented Honda and delivered a naked middle-aged man huddled in the passenger side footwell to the Pier warehouse in the Red Hook district of Brooklyn. Translucent put on the change of clothes Kevin had prepared in advance, stood in the warehouse, and looked around. Is this place yours? Rented. Paid monthly in cash, no contract, no registration. My stuff. Kevin pointed at the locked toolbox on the bottom layer of the iron rack. Translucent walked over, squatted down, and touched it through the sheet iron. Kevin, what I owe you is not a favor. It's a life. A life is too heavy, keep tabs on it for now. Kevin threw the spare warehouse key to him. The door can be bolted from the inside. The bottled water and food are enough to last you a week. Don't go out, don't use any electronic devices, and don't contact anyone. A week. At most a week. I'll handle things on Vought's side. Translucent caught the key and clenched his fingers. You've really changed, Kevin. You're the third person to say that to me. Kevin turned around and left. When the car drove out of the pier, the system prompt popped up in his mind. Plot change detected. Translucent has broken away from bot's control range. The deviation degree of the plotline, Translucent hunted down and killed, has increased to 100%. Skill point reward, plus 20. Current total skill points, 25. System evaluation, clean and neat. Kevin parked the car in the open space by the pier. 25 points. He unfolded the system panel and stared at the skill tree for 10 seconds. Ocean control branch current status. Water flow perception unlocked, passive. Water manipulation, novice unlocked. Water pressure armament unlocked. Water manipulation, intermediate locked, consumes 15 points. Effect. Control range increased to 20 meters, upper water volume limit 2000 liters, comes with biological internal moisture perception. Water pressure enhancement locked, consumes 10 points. Effect. Water pressure density further increased, conform industrial grade high pressure cutting water flow. Marine life, advanced command locked, consumes 25 points. Deep sea domain expansion locked, consumes. Kevin's gaze swept back and forth twice between the first two locked nodes. 15 plus 10, exactly 25. Throw all of it in, not a single point left. Or keep 5 points for emergencies. He leaned back into the driver's seat. Outside the window, the pier's streetlights illuminated an irregular bright spot on the surface of the East River. No saving them. Skill points sitting in one's pocket don't generate returns. Under the shadow of Compound V, every extra day without upgrading meant an extra day of risk. Homelander's heat vision wouldn't wait for him to save up enough savings before striking. Kevin poured 15 points into water manipulation, intermediate. The change was instant. Previously, when he sat in the car, his perception range was only 5 meters, reaching at most the front edge of the hood. Now that boundary had expanded outward fourfold, and the seawater at the edge of the pier entered his perception circle. It wasn't the kind of entry seen by the eyes. It was something between touch and hearing. The water of the East River surged more than 20 meters away, and the height and frequency of every ripple poured into his brain in the form of data streams. Kevin got out of the car and walked to the edge of the pier. He squatted down, with his right palm facing the water surface. A ton of water rose from the river surface, suspended in midair for 3 seconds, and was then molded by him into a sphere 2 meters in diameter. The vibration frequency on the surface of the sphere was stable, vastly superior to the peanut-sized water droplet from the novice stage by more than an order of magnitude. He pulled the water sphere out to 15 meters away, and could still stably control it. Pulled to 18 meters, the control began to attenuate. At 19 meters, wrinkles formed on the surface of the sphere. Exactly 20 meters, right at the boundary, the water sphere began to tremble but didn't fall apart. Enough. Kevin put the water sphere back onto the river surface and flipped his palm over. Then he sensed something new. The direction of the warehouse. The edge of the 20-meter range. A mass with extremely high water content was sitting next to the iron rack. Translucent. Kevin couldn't see him, but he could perceive a humanoid moisture distribution contour, the liquid at the heart position pumping rhythmically, and the moisture content of the lungs expanding and contracting with breathing. Biological internal moisture perception. He couldn't see the path of the blood vessels, nor could he control the fluids inside the body. But he could perceive the existence and general state of that mass of moisture. What did this mean? It meant that within a 20-meter range, no invisibility ability could fool him. Translucent was invisible to all optical equipment and naked eyes while in the invisible state. But the 70% moisture inside his body couldn't fool Kevin's perception. Kevin withdrew his hand and poured the final 10 points into water pressure enhancement. The heat sensation in the palm of his right hand was stronger than when he unlocked water pressure armament last time. The air humidity at his fingertips suddenly rose, and water vapor gathered toward his palm from all directions. He aimed at an iron pillar as thick as a fist beside the warehouse's exterior wall, bringing his index and middle fingers together. A line of water shot out from his fingertips. Less than 1 millimeter in diameter. Barely visible to the naked eye, only a silver arc the thickness of a hair under the moonlight. The iron pillar didn't fall. Kevin withdrew his hand and walked over. The cut surface of the iron pillar was smooth enough to reflect a human figure, and the upper half was still resting straight on the lower half, not falling due to inertia. He reached out and touched it. The upper half of the iron pillar tilted and smashed onto the concrete ground, the muffled sound of metal striking concrete echoing far away in the night. The cutting surface had no burrs and no melting marks. Pure physical cutting. Ultra high pressure water jet. Kevin squatted down and touched the edge of the cut surface. Cold. It didn't generate heat. It didn't emit light. Silent. Homelander's heat vision was a striking red light with thermal radiation and a sonic boom. Everyone could see him attacking. Whereas his water cutter was transparent. Kevin stood up and patted the rust off his hands. The system panel refreshed. Current skill points. 0. Unlocked skills. Water flow perception, passive water manipulation, intermediate, water pressure armament, water pressure enhancement. Next tier skill preview. Water shaping 20 points, marine life, advanced command 25 points. Long-term skill preview. Blood control, unlock condition. Water manipulation reaches advanced. Current progress, intermediate. Blood control. 3 words. He stood outside the warehouse for a long time, staring at the surface of the East River. A 20-meter range, a 2,000-liter upper limit, industrial-grade cutting water pressure, plus biological internal moisture perception. Still not enough. Far from enough. Homelander's flight speed could break the sound barrier, his heat vision could melt steel, and his steel body was invulnerable to weapons. To arm wrestle with that kind of thing, what he needed wasn't cutting steel pillars. He needed to cut open Homelander's skin. Or a better choice, no need to cut. Directly grip the blood inside Homelander's body in the palm of his hand. Kevin pulled open the car door, got in, and started the engine. When the car drove out of the pier, the warehouse in the rearview mirror grew smaller and smaller, and the moonlight on the cross-section of the iron pillar shrank into a bright spot the size of a needle tip. His phone vibrated in his pocket. An anonymous email push. Butcher's second email. Medical examination data verified. A-train's heart indeed has problems. Your first greeting gift was not bad, Lighthouse. When will the second one arrive? Kevin typed with one hand without reducing speed. Translucent is missing. Bot security is searching the whole city. Within 3 days, they will expand the search range to Jersey City and Brooklyn. If you have men on hand, help me keep an eye on the patrol frequency of the pier storage area in the Red Hook district. Send. A reply came 30 seconds later. Did you hide something in the Red Hook district? Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Just help me keep an eye on it. Consider it interest on my second greeting gift. You fool are more and more like a real intelligence officer. Kevin closed his email and threw his phone back onto the passenger seat. The car merged into the traffic flow of the Manhattan Bridge, and the lights of Vought Tower in the distance pierced the night. When he returned to the tower apartment, the sky was already faintly bright. After finishing his shower and coming out, Kevin stood in front of the bathroom mirror. The person in the mirror was a circle bulkier than on the first day he crossed over. His shoulder line was wider, the contour of his pectoral muscles was more obvious, and the muscle lines on his arms could trace their paths under the light. The additional effect brought by the system upgrade. Every time a skill node was unlocked, his physical fitness would go up a notch accordingly. Kevin pinched his forearm. The hardness wasn't right. The original Deep was a physique that looked strong but actually had softer muscles. At this density now, touching it felt almost like a rubber tire. If someone noticed this change. Kevin draped the bath towel over his shoulder and walked out of the bathroom. The phone lit up. A broadcast notification from Vought's PR department. Attention all members of the 7. The Vice President will hold an urgent internal meeting at 10 a.m. today. Topic. Recent personnel changes. Attendance is mandatory. Personnel changes. That referred to translucent. Kevin put his phone on the nightstand, lay down, and stared at the ceiling. At the meeting, Madeline would ask everyone. And his muscle density, in front of Homelander's X-ray vision, was no different from a transparent slide. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Black Robe. Start as the Deep Sea, Intercept Starlight. Part 2. At 9:58 a.m., Kevin pushed open the door to the 91st floor conference room. People were already seated on both sides of the long table. A-train leaned back in his chair scrolling through his phone, the brim of his hat pulled down to his eyebrows. Black Noir sat in the corner with his arms crossed. Maeve sat opposite him, an unopened bottle of mineral water beside her hand. Annie sat near the door and gave Kevin a subtle nod when she saw him enter. Kevin sat down in the empty seat next to her. Translucent isn't here. Annie kept her voice very low. Yeah, I haven't seen him for 3 days. Me neither. Annie was about to say more when the conference room's side door opened. Madeline walked in. Wearing a dark blue suit dress with her hair pinned up in a bun, she held a tablet in her hand. Two security department personnel in black suits followed behind her and stood on either side of the doorway. Is everyone here? Translucent didn't come. Ashley raised her hand slightly from a corner. I know. Madeline sat at the head of the long table and placed the tablet face down on the surface. Translucent is today's topic. She glanced around at everyone at the table. 3 days ago, Translucent vanished from Bot Tower. His room, his personal belongings, and all traces of him inside the tower remain. But he's gone. The security department conducted a full sweep of the building, thermal imaging scanned all floors, but found no vital signs for him. A-Train looked up from his phone. Can't he stay invisible all the time? Thermal imaging probably doesn't work on him. Thermal imaging targets body heat. Invisibility alters light refraction, which doesn't affect the infrared spectrum. Madeline's tone remained steady, not looking at A-Train. Our equipment can pick up the thermal signature of a hamster within 300 meters. If Translucent were still in the tower, we would find him. So he ran off, then. A-Train shoved his phone back into his pocket. He's not exactly a core asset anyway. If he ran, he ran. He is an official member of the 7, A-Train. Madeline's voice didn't rise, but her delivery was heavy with weight. A member of the 7 leaving without approval constitutes a breach of contract, regardless of the reason. More importantly, she flipped open the tablet. During the investigation, the security department discovered that Translucent had rented a private locker outside the building. In Jersey City, on Channel Avenue. Security visited the location yesterday. Kevin leaned back against his chair, his posture unchanged. The locker was already emptied. A-Train shrugged. Maeve's mineral water remained unopened. Annie kept her head down, looking at the tabletop. Black Noir hadn't made a sound from start to finish. Madeline turned the tablet over, displaying a blurry surveillance screenshot on the screen. Under a streetlight on Channel Avenue in Jersey City, a gray sedan was parked by the roadside. The license plate was largely obscured by the angle of the street lamp, revealing only the last 2 digits. Security is tracking this vehicle. The rental company's records show it was paid for in cash, with no ID registered. Kevin looked at the screenshot. That gray Honda Civic. He was the one who rented it. But he hadn't used his own identity. The original owner had 3 different fake identities in New York, one of which was used for renting cars and booking hotel rooms. Bot's security system had no records linked to these fake identities. They couldn't trace it to him. Madeline set the tablet down and swept her gaze across the room from left to right. I am going to ask a few questions, one by one. Please answer truthfully. She looked at A-Train first. A-Train, when was the last time you saw Translucent? The day of the promo shoot. Haven't seen him since. It's not like he talks to me. Maeve, same here. The day of the shoot. Black Noir. Never paid attention. Starlight. Annie raised her head. On the afternoon of the shoot, I smelled cola in the hallway, but I didn't see anyone. Nothing after that. Madeline nodded and turned her gaze to Kevin. The Deep. You are the last person with a clear record of contact with Translucent before he disappeared. Security's access logs show that at 6:42 p.m. on the day of the photo shoot, Translucent entered your room. He left at 8:11 p.m. You were together for nearly an hour and a half. An hour and a half is a bit long. Kevin placed his hands on the table, lacing his fingers together. I treated him to a drink. A drink. Yamazaki 18. Took it from that Japanese businessman's yacht during the last mission. I know I shouldn't swipe stuff, but that bottle was genuinely good. Madeline stared at him for 2 seconds. You've never been particularly close with Translucent. Why suddenly invite him for a drink? Because during the photo shoot, he looked like he wasn't doing well. Shoulders slouched, smiling worse than if he were crying. The photographer asked him to smile 7 times, and he couldn't even pull it off. And so I thought he needed someone to talk to. Hardly anyone in this building pays attention to him, as you know. His door doesn't even have a nameplate. Madeline's expression didn't change. What did you talk about? He complained that nobody values him. I said I was the same, just a background guy. Then we finished the drink, and he left. Did he mention wanting to leave Bot? No. He said he'd been here 6 years. I felt he had feelings for this place, even if this place didn't have much feeling for him. Did he mention any personal belongings kept outside? No. Madeline flipped a page on the tablet. Access records show that after leaving your room, Translucent returned to his own floor. Then, between 11 p.m. and 11:20 p.m. that night, he appeared within surveillance range of the 90th floor rooftop corridor. After that, signal lost. Kevin knew that time frame. Translucent had eavesdropped on his conversation with Annie on the rooftop. What about after the rooftop corridor? Annie asked. Nothing after that. Madeline closed the tablet. The surveillance footage ends there. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. Then go look for him. A-train stood up. If we can't find him, whatever. He's useless anyway. Sit down, A-train. A-train glanced at Madeline and sat back down. I want you all to understand what it means that Translucent's locker was emptied. Madeline stood up, resting both hands on the edge of the table. He didn't just step out for a walk on a whim. He made preparations. He took things with him. This means his departure was planned. What could he possibly take? Maeve finally spoke, her voice flat. His ability is invisibility, not moving cargo. That is precisely what worries me. Madeline's gaze paused on Maeve's face. A person who can turn invisible has been at bot for 6 years. In 6 years, how many things has he seen that he shouldn't have? How many things has he taken that he shouldn't have? The conference room's air conditioner hummed softly. Kevin sat firmly in his chair. The deep. Madeline looked back at him. If Translucent contacts you in any way, I need you to notify the security department immediately. No problem. It's not, no problem. You must do this. I understand, Madeline. Madeline picked up her tablet and left through the side door with the 2 security guards. A collective sigh of relief echoed in the conference room. A-train was the first to stand up and walk out, with Black Noir following behind him. Annie remained seated next to Kevin, motionless. Kevin. The day you drank with Translucent, did he say something to you? He said he wasn't happy with his life. Annie lowered her head and stared at the tabletop. I've only been here a week and I'm already unhappy. He's been here for 6 years. So he ran away. Do you think he did the right thing? Kevin stood up from his chair and pushed it in. Whether it's right or wrong doesn't matter. What matters is that he's still alive. Annie looked up at him. Kevin pushed the chair under the table and walked toward the doorway. As he pushed the door open, the corridor light shone in, blocked by a tall shadow standing in front of him. Homelander was standing outside the door. Blonde hair, cape, the eagle emblem on his chest glinting faintly under the fluorescent lights. He hadn't attended the meeting just now. Kevin, Captain. Homelander tilted his head, his eyes shifting down from Kevin's face and pausing on his chest for 2 seconds. Kevin knew what he was doing. X-ray vision. Deep. You've changed recently. The deep. You've changed recently. Homelander's gaze was pinned to Kevin's chest, the subtle movement of his eyes indicating he was switching visual spectrums. Kevin's heart skipped half a beat, but he had already prepared his excuse on the way here. Changed. How have I changed? Your muscle density. Homelander pulled back his gaze and looked at Kevin's face. It's at least 15% higher than last month. What are you taking? Protein powder. Protein powder doesn't make someone's muscle fiber density turn into this in 2 weeks. Kevin shoved his hands into his pants pockets and leaned his shoulders back slightly. Alright, it's not just protein powder. I started training seriously recently. Training. Yeah. I go to the gym on level B3 at 1 or 2 in the morning, lifting weights, treadmill, squats. You can check the surveillance. I go almost every day. This was the truth. Kevin indeed had gone to the level B3 gym a few times, though not to train. But the surveillance records had timestamps of him entering and leaving. Homelander narrowed his eyes. You never used to train. Before, I didn't think it was necessary. My role in the Seven was just an ocean ambassador, I didn't actually need to fight. But Translucent ran off recently, leaving the team down a person. In case there's a mission assignment, I don't want to hold anyone back. Kevin paused, lowering his tone slightly. Captain, to be honest, I don't want to stay the weakest one on the team forever. I know I can't compare to you, but I at least need to be presentable. Otherwise, every time Ashley schedules an event, she puts me on the far edge where I don't even get a front-facing shot. Homelander stared at him for a few seconds. The air conditioning vent in the corridor blew cold air, lifting a corner of his cape. Then John smiled. Even if you train for 10,000 years, you won't even catch up to my toe. He raised his right hand and patted Kevin's left shoulder. The weight of that hand slammed down like an anvil. Kevin's shoulder blade emitted a faint, dull crack, and his knees bent half an inch. John's hand lingered for 2 extra seconds, his fingers slowly tightening on his shoulder, applying force bit by bit. Kevin didn't dodge, nor did he tense his muscles to resist. He let his body sink obediently, bending his knees a little deeper, with a wry smile on his face that came from being suppressed by power. Captain, I know. I'll never catch up to you. John released his fingers. But you're willing to work hard, and I appreciate that. John adjusted his cape, his voice carrying a condescending benevolence. The team needs driven people like you. Unlike certain people, what's the point of running fast? You just run yourself into oblivion. He was talking about a train. Kevin didn't take the bait. John turned and walked toward the other end of the corridor, his boots thudding heavily on the floor, every step carrying a deliberate rhythm. After walking 5 or 6 meters, he suddenly stopped without turning around. The deep. Here. About translucent. Do you really know nothing? I had a drink with him once, Captain. He vented his grievances to me all night. But he didn't tell me he was going to run. John continued walking. Kevin stood in the corridor, the bone in his left shoulder still aching dully. The sound of a door opening came from behind him. Annie walked out of the conference room, glanced at John's receding back down the hallway, and then looked at Kevin. What did he say to you? Praised me for working out hard. Then almost crushed my shoulder. The corner of Annie's mouth twitched. Does he do that often? Getting physical when talking to people. He calls that encouragement. Kevin moved his shoulder twice, his joint cracking with a pop. When you talk to him in the future, make sure to keep your distance. Within 1 meter is his attack range. 1 meter. 1 meter. His arms are longer than they look. Annie lowered her eyes to look at the floor. Kevin, I was thinking about something during the meeting today. What is it? Madeline said Translucent had been at VOT for 6 years and might have seen a lot of things he shouldn't have. Annie kept her voice very low. Does she mean Translucent knows some secret of VOT's? What do you think? If he learned some secret and ran because he was afraid, then VOT's goal in looking for him isn't to get him back to work. Kevin glanced at her. You've been on the team for a week, and your mind is already turning in this direction. You told me on the first day. Everyone in this building has secrets and deals. I also told you not to trust anyone too much. Including me. You keep repeating that, but everything you do makes me trust you more. Kevin didn't answer. At the end of the corridor, John's figure had already vanished around the elevator corner. Annie, go back to your room. Lock the door. That line again. Because it works. Annie shook her head, turned, and walked toward the elevators in the other direction. Kevin stood alone in the corridor, staring at the direction where John had disappeared for several seconds. Then he opened the system panel in his mind. A note above the second tier of the skill tree was flashing continuously. It wasn't a conventional unlock prompt. It was a line of small gray text hanging on the sidebar of the skill tree. Long-term skill. Blood control. Unlock condition. Water manipulation reaches advanced. Current progress. Intermediate. Additional skill points required for advanced unlock. 40. 40 points. He currently had 0. A skill gap of 40 points. Converted into plot modification events, it would require rewriting at least 2 to 3 major nodes. Kevin closed the panel and stepped into the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, his left shoulder was still aching. John hadn't used his full strength in that slap, probably not even a tenth of it. A tenth of his strength was enough to make his bones crack. What if he used full strength? Kevin rested the back of his head against the elevator wall. No need to think about full strength. Just think about blood. Homelander's body was also 70% water. What flowed through his blood vessels was no different from an ordinary person's. Red blood cells, white blood cells, plasma. As long as he got blood control, he wouldn't need to take that hand head on. He only needed to make the blood in that hand stop flowing. The elevator reached the 82nd floor, and the doors opened. Kevin stepped out, pausing in the corridor. His phone vibrated. A push notification from his anonymous email inbox. Butcher had sent a third email. The content was longer than the previous 2. Lighthouse. I had someone check out the situation at the Red Hook dock storage area. There are no fixed VOT surveillance points in that area, but a VOT security patrol car disguised as scrap recycling passes through every Wednesday and Saturday morning. The next patrol time is 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Also, I verified A train's cardiac data. You were right. That fool has been using Compound V all along. One of my guys trailed him for 3 days and snapped photos of him injecting himself in the gym in the early morning. This stuff is useful to me. In exchange, I'll give you a piece of news. Huey Campbell has joined my team. His girlfriend was killed by A train, and he wants revenge. I intend to have him infiltrate VOT. As for how to infiltrate, I'm still thinking. Any suggestions, Lighthouse? Kevin stared at that last question for 3 seconds. Huey infiltrating VOT. In the original story, Huey obtained VOT's internal intel by getting close to Starlight. The two developed romantic feelings during a seemingly chance encounter, and Annie became Huey's informant inside Vought. The system panel's hidden side quest flashed in the corner of his field of vision. Hidden side quest. Starlight's choice. Change the direction of Starlight and Huey's romantic relationship to earn an additional 15 skill points. 15 points. If he prevented Huey from approaching Annie, this side quest would be completed. If Butcher asked him how to get Huey to infiltrate Vought, and he provided an alternative plan that didn't involve Annie. Kevin slipped his phone back into his pocket and pushed open his room door. He sat down in his study, opened the encrypted email inbox, typed half a reply, and deleted it all. He typed a new line. Have Huey approach A Train, not Starlight. A-Train's mental state is unstable right now. With his addiction plus the psychological burden of running someone over, he's much easier to break than you think. Starlight is a newcomer and highly vigilant. If your person approaches her, he'll be exposed. I'll give you the specific plan next time. Sent. Kevin closed the email and leaned back against the chair. Would Butcher listen? Not necessarily. But he would at least consider it. In the original story, the window for Huey to approach Annie was still 1 to 2 weeks away. Before then, Kevin needed to completely block all channels through which Annie had external contact. Make her only able to see him. Make her trust only him. The phone vibrated again. A message from Annie. Kevin, is tonight at 8 still convenient? I want to look over those contract terms. Kevin typed a short reply. Come at 8. After sending the message, he stared at Annie's avatar on the screen for a moment. Blood control required 40 points. The hidden side quest was worth 15 points. Plus 5 points times 3 from triggering 3 plot nodes on the boy's hidden line. 30 points. Still 10 points short. Kevin placed his phone face down on the desk and looked at the skyline across from Vought Tower outside the window. For a 10-point gap, a medium-sized plot event would be enough. The plane hijacking. The incident in the original story where Homelander and Maeve stood by and did nothing on the plane. According to the timeline, there were still about 2 weeks left. Kevin stood up and walked to the window. The East River shimmered with scattered light under the afternoon sun, and the water molecules within 20 meters danced inside his perception. His palm slowly opened, the air at his fingertips becoming moist. 2 weeks. Enough for him to push all the pieces on the chessboard to where they ought to be. Footsteps came from the corridor. Someone stopped outside his door for 2 seconds, then walked away. The footsteps were heavy. Iron heels on the boot soles. Homelander's stride. Kevin pulled back his hand and drew the curtains halfway shut. After the sound of iron-heeled boots faded around the corner of the corridor, Kevin stood in the room for another full 3 minutes. The dull ache in his left shoulder was still spreading toward his collarbone. The force of Homelander's slap lingered in the joints of his bones, repeatedly reminding him of one thing: the numbers on his skill tree were still far from enough. He didn't stay in Vought Tower any longer. He left at 3 in the afternoon using the same routine: hoodie, baseball cap, sunglasses, leaving through the freight exit and disappearing into the crowds of Manhattan. 40 minutes later, at the Pier Warehouse district in Red Hook, Brooklyn. Kevin opened the warehouse's iron door. Translucent was squatting beside an iron shelf, crunching on compressed biscuits. Can't you get me some real food? This stuff tastes like chewing cardboard. You're currently being hunted citywide by Vought, so don't set your standards too high. Kevin locked the warehouse door from the inside, walked over to the iron shelf, pulled up a folding chair, sat down, and took a burner phone out of his pocket. It wasn't to call Translucent. He logged into his anonymous email account, scrolled to Butcher's last email, and checked the timestamp. Sent this morning, 6 hours ago now. Kevin logged out of the email and switched to an encrypted call app. The burner number Butcher had left last time was already dead, but attached to the last email was a new contact method, a voice relay node set up on an encrypted server. Kevin dialed in. He waited for 4 rings. Beacon. Butcher's voice came from the other end. In the background was the noise of a bar, with an old-fashioned jukebox playing. Are you in a bar? Doesn't matter where I am. Get to the point. Your last email said Huey Campbell joined the team. Yeah. 3 days ago. What's his state right now? Butcher went quiet for 2 seconds, followed by the clink of a glass on a table. Ever seen a dog with its backbone crushed by a truck? All 4 legs ruined, lying by the roadside, but its mouth can still bite. Reach your hand out, and it'll snap right down on you, doesn't matter if you're there to save it or finish it off. So you're saying he's useful. Useful. He's an electronics shop clerk who's never even fired a gun. But his girlfriend was turned into a pile of meat by A Train, and Vought sent him an NDA and a 6-figure check. He tore up the check. Kevin leaned back against the folding chair, tracing a circle on the concrete floor with his toe. There are two kinds of people who tear up checks, Butcher. Those who don't need money, and those driven mad by hatred. Which one is Huey? The second kind. But don't underestimate them. People driven mad by hatred aren't afraid to die. And those who aren't afraid to die make the best point men. Point man. You're putting an electronics clerk on the front line. I'm making him a spike. I'm driving him into the cracks of Bot's wall and twisting him in slowly. Kevin switched the phone to his other hand. How? I'm working on it. I've already thought of a plan for you. The other end of the line went quiet for a beat. The night after tomorrow, Bot is hosting a charity gala at the New York Metropolitan Hotel. The entire Seven will be attending, along with Bot executives and half of Manhattan's elite. I know about that. It's all over the news. What you don't know are the security details. Bot's security team works in 3 shifts, and during the gala, they will conduct a handover between 9:15 and 9:30. During the handover, inner security drops from 8 people to 3, and the outer radio frequencies undergo a reset. A reset. The security department just installed a new encrypted comms system last month. Every shift handover requires resetting the frequency keys. The process takes about 15 minutes. During those 15 minutes, their internal communications are offline. The bar music on Butcher's end faded slightly. He had likely stepped into a corner. How do you know all this? I'm an official member of the Seven. I have access to the security schedules. 15 minutes. Are you sure? 9:15 to 9:30. Off by 2 minutes at most. Butcher took a sharp breath, not from a cigarette, but the kind drawn while thinking. So you want my people to slip in during that window? What do your people want to do at the gala? Wiretap. The Seven's communication devices will be kept together in a signal relay cabinet backstage during the event. I need someone to plant a bug inside. Where is the signal relay cabinet located backstage? Still confirming. Do you know? The second door to the left in the banquet hall's kitchen. At the end of the hall is the equipment room. The relay box is a gray cabinet with a 4-digit combination lock. Bot uses the same password for all event equipment rooms, 1932. 1932. The year Bot International was incorporated. Their security chief lacks creativity. Butcher chuckled on the other end. It wasn't the snort from last time, but genuine amusement. You've stripped Bot down to its skivvies, Beacon. The underwear isn't worth anything, it's what's underneath that counts. So I need your move to be quick and clean. Get in, plant the bug, and get out within 15 minutes. Don't pick fights, and don't cause complications. I don't need you telling me how to do my job. I'm not telling you how to do your job. I'm telling you that if your people blow it and reveal the bug, Bot's countermeasures will escalate to military grade within 24 hours. When that happens, the boys won't even have a shadow to hide in. Silence hung over the line for 3 seconds. Huey won't mess it up. You're sending Huey. He's a fresh face. Bot's database doesn't have his facial recognition profile. Frenchie will get him a waiter's uniform. He sneaks into the kitchen, plants the bug, and walks out. 1 minute top. Has Huey ever seen Bot's security equipment? I'll train him beforehand. What you'd teach him is CIA tech from a decade ago. Bot upgraded all its equipment last year. I'll send the blueprint of the equipment room to your encrypted email. Have your guy memorize it before going in. Butcher's breathing warmed up slightly, the kind of warmth reserved for confirming someone's usefulness. Beacon, you're giving me more and more. Are you sure all you want is to bring bad luck to Bot? Doesn't matter what I'm after. Do you care how much money is spent, or whether the job gets done? You sure have a way with analogies. The night after tomorrow at 9:15. Don't be late, Butcher. Kevin ended the call. He powered off the burner phone and removed the battery. The light bulb in the warehouse flickered. Translucent squatted beside the iron shelf holding the foil bag of compressed biscuits, remaining silent the whole time. Who were you calling? Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Is it someone outside? Kevin glanced at him. You have 3 rules here. Don't go out, don't contact anyone, and don't ask questions you shouldn't. Follow them, and I guarantee you'll survive this month. If you don't. What if I don't? If you don't, the East River is 50 meters outside the door. I can make you stay underwater for a very long time. Translucent crumpled the foil wrapper with a sharp crunch. You've really changed, Kevin. You scare me. Fear is good. Fear makes you obedient. Kevin pushed open the warehouse door and stepped out. The sea breeze blew in from the East River, salt in the air dancing within his range of perception. Standing at the edge of the pier, he pulled out his encrypted phone and opened the system panel. Original canon plot event. The boys' first wiretapping operation. Original timeline. The boys attempt to bug the Seven's communications during a public bot event. Due to insufficient intelligence, the operation was inefficient, yielding only partial information. Current deviation. Host has actively provided high-precision intelligence support. Estimated operational efficiency increased by over 200%. Plot deviation will be calculated in real time after the event. System note. Upon successful wiretapping, the boys will acquire key evidence linking a train to compound verses. The flow of this evidence will impact more than 3 subsequent main story nodes. Kevin closed the panel. The boys' wiretapping operation was a medium-sized event in the original plot. The skill points earned from it alone were limited, but it would set off a much larger chain of dominoes. Once the boys get the evidence on a train, they will further investigate the source of compound verses. Tracing the source means finding the manufacturing plant for compound verses. And Kevin knew the location of the compound verses factory. In the original plot knowledge, that factory was located in a small town in Pennsylvania, codenamed V15 Station. Kevin didn't plan to give the factory's location directly to Butcher. That would be too fast and would arouse Butcher's suspicions. He wanted the boys to dig it up themselves. And before Vought discovered the factory was exposed, he would enter first to retrieve the complete formula data for compound verses. That data was classified Class A. Translucent's hard drive contained experimental logs for compound V, but lacked the core molecular formula and synthesis procedure. The complete formula existed in only 2 places, the servers on the 7th underground floor of Vought headquarters, and the local backup at V15 station. The former was guarded by Homelander, while the latter had only routine security. Which to choose required no thought. Kevin slipped his phone back into his pocket, took 2 steps toward the warehouse, and stopped. A seagull perched on the pier's iron railing, tilting its head as it stared at him. Kevin stared back. The seagull flapped its wings and flew away, leaving droppings on the railing that trickled down the rust. He turned back to the warehouse, picked up the burner phone with the removed battery, reinserted the battery, turned it on, and logged into the encrypted email. He sent a second email to Butcher. Attached was a hand-drawn blueprint of the backstage equipment room at the Vought Metropolitan Hotel, marking the position of the relay box and the lock model for every door. The body contained only a single line of text. This is the 3rd meeting gift. Put it to good use. Once sent, he powered off and removed the battery. Kevin locked the warehouse door and drove away from Red Hook. At the charity gala the night after tomorrow, he would stand on 2 chessboards simultaneously. One is Vought's 7 member, the Deep. The other is the boy's anonymous informant, Beacon. 2 identities, 1 hidden thread, guiding the same set of chess pieces in the same direction. And the pieces still believed they were moving according to their own free will. By the time the car parked back in Vought Tower's underground parking lot, it was already 6:30 p.m. Kevin took the elevator up from the freight corridor, and the elevator doors opened onto the hallway of the 82nd floor. When he stepped out, he saw Annie leaning against the wall by his doorway, clutching a stack of papers in her hand. You said 8 o'clock. I came early. Annie's expression looked off. It wasn't the sickly pale kind, but a suffocating frustration, like something was stuck in her throat with nowhere to vent. Kevin swiped his keycard to open the door and stepped aside to let her in first. Annie walked over to the sofa. Instead of sitting down, she slapped the stack of papers onto the coffee table. Take a look at this. Kevin picked it up and flipped through it. It wasn't the contract terms they had discussed last time. It was an event press release, an internal draft under review by Vought's PR department, stamped with Ashley's digital signature. The headline read, Starlight heroically rescues gas station hostages, Vought's the 7 adds another heroine. Kevin scanned down a few paragraphs. The press release described a mission from last weekend. Annie had stopped an armed robbery at a gas station in New Jersey, where gunmen had taken 2 cashiers hostage. The mission outcome: the criminals were subdued, the hostages were safely rescued, and Starlight's positive social media ratings surged by 40%. A perfect hero story. Except for one problem. Paragraph 3, Annie's voice sounded tight. Kevin flipped back to paragraph 3. Thanks to Starlight's decisive action, 2 hostages were rescued completely unharmed. Onlookers spontaneously applauded, chanting Starlight's name. Unharmed. Annie repeated those words and sat down on the sofa, her hands resting limply on her knees. That cashier, the girl in the blue apron, when I saw the gunman pointing his gun at her, I released a light blast. I had calculated the angle to hit only the gunman and not harm the hostage. But the impact of the light blast knocked over the shelving, and a whole row of metal shelves collapsed onto that girl. Kevin closed the press release and put it back on the coffee table. Is she hurt badly? 3 broken ribs, a comminuted fracture in her left wrist, and a mild concussion. Annie lowered her head, nervously picking at her index fingernail with her thumb. I went to see her. Right next door at St. John's Hospital, 3rd floor trauma ward. She was lying in bed with her left arm in a cast and tubes hooked up to her. The first thing she said when she saw me was, "Thank you for saving me." She was thanking me. Kevin walked over to the kitchen tap, filled a glass of water, brought it over, and set it down near Annie's hand. The press release didn't mention this at all. Not only did it omit it, Ashley told me Vought is covering all of the girl's medical bills, along with an NDA. The agreement states she can't disclose any details about her injuries to the media. Vought paid $80,000 in hush money. 80,000. Less than Robin's family got. Annie looked up. You know about Robin. You were at the meeting that day too. Vought has a standard procedure for handling these things. A check plus an NDA. Put a price on a human life, sign on the dotted line, and archive the file. Last month it was a train running over a girl, and this month it's you injuring a girl. The only difference is the dollar amount. Annie opened her mouth, then closed it again. I'm not like a train. The girl you injured isn't like Robin either. Robin died, she's still alive. But Vought treats your situations the exact same way, paying money to make the truth disappear. Annie picked up the glass of water, then set it down again. Ashley wants me to sign off on the press release tomorrow. If I sign, this article becomes the official final version. From then on, whenever anyone mentions this mission, all they'll see are the words, completely unharmed. You don't want to sign it. If I sign, that girl's 3 ribs were broken for nothing. She won't even have the right to have her injuries acknowledged. Kevin sat down in an armchair beside the sofa, extending his legs and resting his heels on the carpet. What happens if you don't sign? Ashley said it doesn't matter if I don't sign. The press release doesn't require confirmation from the hero involved. The PR department has the authority to finalize it directly. Then what's the point of her asking you to sign? Annie pursed her lips. To make me complicit. To make me an accomplice. Once I sign, I won't have the right to stand on the moral high ground and criticize Vought. Because I'd be a liar too. Kevin picked up the press release from the coffee table and flipped to the last page. The signature block was empty, and the date next to it was pre-filled with tomorrow's date. You came to me because you want me to help you make up your mind. No, Annie shook her head. I've already made up my mind. I'm not signing. Then why did you come to see me? Annie paused for a few seconds. I want to know what you think. Kevin put the press release back and tapped his fingers twice on the paper. Do you remember when you first arrived here, you told me about practicing light blasts in your backyard with your mom's flashlight as a kid? You said you wanted to be a good person. I remember. The phrase, good person, isn't worth anything at Vought, Annie. Vought allocates a $200 million annual budget to the PR department just to ensure the term, good person, exists only in the press releases they write. So should I give up? You should figure out who you are. Are you Starlight, a product of Vought, or Annie January, the girl holding a flashlight in the backyard? Annie's fingers froze on her knees. What if I'm both? Then you'll be more exhausted than anyone else. Because you'll be playing tug of war in 2 directions at once. Annie looked up, her eyes meeting Kevin's gaze. That's how you are, isn't it, Kevin? Inside Vought, you're the Deep, but when you talk to me on the rooftop, you're Kevin. You've been playing tug of war in 2 directions all along. Kevin didn't respond to that. He stood up, walked to the window, and pulled open a crack in the curtain. It was already dark outside. The New York skyline across from Vought Tower was carved into a row of jagged black silhouettes against the twilight. Don't sign that press release. Annie's voice sounded from behind him. You mean I should keep trying to be a good person? I mean you should remember why you came here. If you aren't even willing to face a little truth like this, then you're no different from them. It was quiet behind him for a good while. The sound of paper rustling. Annie stood up, her footsteps heading toward the door. Kevin. Yeah, thank you. Don't thank me. Thank that girl's 3 broken ribs. The door opened and closed. Footsteps in the corridor faded into the distance. Kevin waited until Annie's footsteps had completely faded before turning around. He walked over to the coffee table, sat down, and closed his eyes. The system panel popped up in his vision. Starlight favorability change, +5. Current total favorability, 72/100. System alert. When favorability reaches 80, Starlight's exclusive side quest, choice between light and dark, will be unlocked. This side quest will directly influence Starlight's faction alignment and ability evolution path in subsequent plotlines. 72. 8 points away from 80. Kevin closed the panel, stood up, walked to the kitchen, and poured a glass of water. The water swirled twice in the glass, automatically splitting off a high-pressure jet thinner than a strand of hair. It cut across the inner wall of the glass with a sound softer than a mosquito's wings. Starlight's light energy capability is an electricity conversion superpower. She absorbs electricity and releases intense light and shockwaves. If her ability is guided and upgraded, the frequency band of her light blasts can extend into the ultraviolet or even higher energy spectrums. High-energy light beams above ultraviolet rays would see an exponential jump in penetration and burning power. And Homelander's heat vision is essentially a high-energy infrared ray. Infrared versus ultraviolet. When two high-energy beams of neighboring frequency bands collide head-on, theoretically, an interference effect can occur that partially cancels them out. Homelander's heat vision is not invincible. As long as someone can pin down head-on whatever shoots out from those eyes, even if for just 3 seconds. 3 seconds would be enough for Kevin to thrust a water jet into his throat. Kevin drank the water in the glass. At the charity gala the day after tomorrow, he had too much to do. His phone vibrated on the coffee table. Ashley's broadcast notification. To all members of the 7, fitting for the charity gala outfits tomorrow at 10 a.m. Movement and blocking rehearsal at 2 p.m. Departure by group transport to the Metropolitan Hotel at 6 p.m. sharp. For anyone who is late, the PR department will directly deduct this month's endorsement cuts. Kevin replied with a received and turned his phone face down on the table. Night had completely fallen outside, and the lights from the direction of the East River squeezed through the gap in the curtains, forming a narrow bright line. Tomorrow during the fitting, Homelander will definitely be there. Those eyes that could see through everything would be at most 2 meters away from him. Kevin exercised his left shoulder. The spot squeezed last time no longer hurt, but the memory of that weight was still etched into his bones. At 6:45 p.m. the next evening, 3 black stretch Lincolns drove out of Vought Tower's underground parking lot in single file. Kevin sat in the backseat of the second car, wearing a dark blue suit, a skinny black tie, and his hair combed back. Annie sat to his right, wearing a white slip gown with her blonde hair tied in a bun behind her head. She clutched an event itinerary card in her hand, her thumb repeatedly folding and unfolding its corner. Nervous. A little. The last time I attended an event like this was high school prom. High school prom didn't have 400 reporters pointing telephoto lenses at your face. Thanks for the comfort, Kevin. That didn't help at all. Kevin rolled down the car window by 2 fingers' width. The night air of Manhattan was mixed with diesel exhaust and the smell of meat from hot dog stands. Sitting in the car ahead were Homelander and Maeve, while the one behind carried A-Train and Black Noir. Madeline's motorcade had departed 15 minutes earlier than them. You remember the schedule, right? Annie flipped the itinerary card over to look at the back. Red carpet, group photo, enter the main hall, disperse to tables to socialize, talent show at 8:30, speeches by executives at 9 o'clock, and free time at 10 o'clock. Talent show. Whose talent? Yours. Ashley arranged for you to do a light energy performance on stage. It's only 30 seconds, just do it like in rehearsal. Annie stuffed the itinerary card back into her handbag. The motorcade stopped at the main entrance of the Metropolitan Hotel. The red carpet stretched from the porch all the way to the lobby entrance, with dense crowds standing behind barricades on both sides, arms raised taking pictures. The door of the first car opened first. The moment Homelander stepped out, the click of shutters all along the red carpet merged into a dense crackle. His blonde hair shone almost white under the flashes, and a corner of his stars and stripes cape fluttered in the night wind. He raised his right hand to wave at the crowd, grinning to show a row of white teeth. Maeve got out behind him in a dark green gown, her expression bearing the kind of professional smile practiced thousands of times. When Kevin and Annie stepped out of the second car, the frequency of shutter clicks dropped by about a third. The Deep ranked dead last in popularity among the 7, the time the reporters' lenses granted him could be counted in seconds. However, Starlight beside him was a fresh face. Starlight, look over here. How do you feel about joining the team? Annie's face flashed white for a moment under the camera flashes, not from nervousness, but from the glare of the light. Her smile held up well against the scene. Kevin walked half a step behind her on her right, maintaining a measured distance. Entering the hotel lobby, the noise of the red carpet was shut outside by heavy revolving doors. The main banquet hall was on the second floor, with 3 sets of Swarovski crystal chandeliers hanging from its 12-meter-high ceiling. Kevin stood on the steps at the banquet hall entrance and scanned the room. There were 60 round tables with 10 seats each, totaling around 600 guests. Faces from New York's financial, media, and political spheres mingled together, with glints of jewelry dotting a black sea of suits and evening gowns. His water perception spread out within a 20-meter radius. The moisture signals of 600 human bodies layered into a noisy background hum inside his head. Kevin took 3 seconds to filter out the noise and locked onto the targets he needed to pay attention to. First target, Homelander. At the largest round table in the center of the main hall, Madeline sat next to his left, and the two were shaking hands with a senator. Second target, A-Train. Next to a pillar on the north side, holding a glass of champagne in his hand without drinking it. His resting heart rate beat rapidly in Kevin's perception, well over 105. The side effects of compound verses were still worsening. Third, fourth, and fifth, 3 signal sources with body temperatures higher than the surrounding average. Not in the guest area. In the direction of the back kitchen. Kevin's eyes shifted slightly, his gaze sweeping past the double doors on the west side of the banquet hall leading to the kitchen. 3 people, elevated body temperatures, heart rates between 90 and 100. That kind of heart rate was too fast for waiters carrying trays. It was the heart rate of someone who was nervous. Butcher's people had arrived. Kevin retracted his perception, picked up a glass of sparkling water from a passing waiter's tray, and took a sip. Annie was led away by Ashley to backstage to prepare her positioning for the light energy performance. Kevin walked slowly around the banquet hall alone, nodding and smiling at 3 unrecognizable entrepreneurs, taking a photo with a female TV presenter, and then sitting down at a corner table on the west side. 8:15. The talent show segment began. Annie stood in the center of the stage, hands crossed in front of her, golden light glowing at her fingertips. An orb of light rose from her palm, bursting into a shower of golden sparks near the high ceiling, just like indoor fireworks. The applause from the audience was enthusiastic. Kevin clapped twice from his corner, shifting his eyes away from the stage toward the double doors on the west side. 8:43. 32 minutes until the security shift change. Everything was on schedule. At 9 o'clock sharp, Bot CEO Stan Edgar took the stage to deliver a speech. His voice was deep and steady, every single word precisely calculated. Charity, responsibility, and the shared future of soups and humanity. The elites below responded with applause to these beautiful words that they all knew were nonsense. Kevin didn't listen. His entire attention was focused on the 3 signal sources with abnormal heart rates in the kitchen direction. 9:10. One of the 3 signal sources began to move. From the kitchen, moving left along the hallway, toward the equipment room. Huey. Most likely Huey. Kevin glanced at his watch and stood up. He walked along the edge of the banquet hall to the restroom door on the west side and pushed it open. Inside the restroom were an old man washing his hands and a young man adjusting his bow tie in front of the mirror. Kevin stayed in a stall for 30 seconds until both had left. He came out of the restroom and, instead of returning to the banquet hall, turned into the side corridor leading backstage. There were 2 fire sprinklers on the ceiling of the side corridor. Kevin raised his right hand, pressing his middle and ring fingers together and curling them slightly. The standing water in the sprinklers twitched within his perception. Not activating the sprinklers. Instead, it was fine-tuning the water pressure inside the pipes by a fraction of an atmosphere. Just enough to trigger a misreading on the pressure sensor of the fire alarm. 3 seconds later, the fire alarm warning light at the end of the side corridor lit up. An orange light flashed rhythmically against the white wall. No water sprayed out. It was merely a false alarm. However, a false alarm was enough to send the corridor's security personnel rushing to the fire control panel to check the situation. Kevin heard running footsteps. 2 security guards ran over from the direction of the equipment room, glancing at him as they passed. Mr. Deep, this isn't the guest area. I was looking for a restroom. The line back there was too long. The guard didn't say more and continued running toward the fire panel. Kevin stood in the side corridor and counted 5 seconds. In the direction of the equipment room, the soft sound of a door closing. Very quiet. Yet within the range of his water perception, the high heart rate signal source behind the door had just transitioned from moving to stationary, stopping right at the signal relay cabinet. Huey was in. Kevin turned and walked back to the banquet hall. He sat back down at the corner table, picked up the glass of sparkling water, and took a sip. 9:17. The security shift change window opened. 8 minutes later, the signal source in the kitchen area began moving again, heading back down the corridor. His heart rate had dropped from 98 when entering to 85. It was done. Kevin placed the sparkling water on the table and leaned back against his chair. On stage, Edgar was still speaking. Homelander sat in the dead center seat, one hand draped over the back of his chair and the fingers of his other hand tapping boredly on the table. Madeline leaned in and whispered something into his ear, and Homelander grinned. The system panel popped up in the corner of his vision. Plot alteration detection in progress. Original event. The boys' first wiretapping operation. Original efficiency rating. Grade C. Intelligence gathered. 32%. Current status. Host provided high-precision intelligence support. Listening device successfully planted in the signal relay cabinet. Operation time. 4 minutes 23 seconds. 0 errors. Actual efficiency rating. Grade S. Estimated intelligence gathered. 89%. Plot deviation. 62%. Skill points awarded. +8. Total current skill points. 8. Hidden side quest progress update. Shadow of the Boys 1/3. Kevin dismissed the panel. 8 points. Neither more nor less. He picked up the sparkling water and finished the last sip. Annie emerged from backstage, having changed back into the white slip gown, her hair draped loosely over her shoulders. She scanned the crowd, found Kevin's table, and sat down. Where did you go just now? I didn't see you after my performance. Went to the bathroom. What's your verdict on my performance? Nice light effects. Next time you could bump up the brightness by another 10%. You haven't hit your limit yet. Annie reached for his glass of sparkling water, found it empty, and put it back down. Across from them, Homelander stood up from the head table, his cape swaying slightly under the lights. He glanced over in their direction. In Kevin's water perception, the fluid signal inside Homelander's body was stable and massive, with a heart rate of 62, lower than an ordinary person, a baseline metabolic advantage of a soup. That cluster of signals was frighteningly massive in his perception. Every drop of blood flowing in those veins reminded Kevin of one fact: that small line of gray text on the skill tree was still flashing. Blood control. 32 points away from unlocking. Homelander pulled his gaze back and was swarmed by a crowd of approaching guests. Annie was saying something beside him about a senator's wife whose hat was so big it blocked the view of the row behind her. Kevin wasn't listening. In his mind, he was working out a different calculation. The intelligence obtained by the listening device would be decrypted by the boys within 48 hours. Once decrypted, they would discover A-Train's deep connection to compound verses. Then Butcher would come to ask him, where is the factory? That was the most valuable card in Kevin's hand. He needed to play it at the right moment. Kevin. Yeah. What are you thinking about? Kevin turned his head to look at Annie. Thinking about the next step. What next step? The kind you don't need to know about. Annie's brow furrowed slightly, but she didn't press further. The light from the crystal chandeliers in the banquet hall struck her blonde hair, scattering into a fine mesh of bright specks. Kevin shifted his eyes away from her face and looked toward the double doors on the west side of the banquet hall. The doors were closed, and all was quiet toward the kitchen. The boys had completely pulled out. And Vought's security team had yet to notice anything out of the ordinary. The day after the banquet, at 2 in the afternoon, Kevin left Vought Tower through the freight exit. Same routine: hoodie, baseball cap, sunglasses. In the Red Hook dock storage area, when he pulled open the iron door of the warehouse, Translucent was lying on a cot, flipping through an old magazine he had dug up from somewhere. Can you get me a TV? I'm losing my mind. Kevin ignored him, locked the door, walked over to the iron shelves, pulled out a folding chair, and sat down. He installed the battery in the spare mobile phone, turned it on, logged into the encrypted call software, and dialed into Butcher's voice relay station. After 2 rings. Beacon. Butcher's voice was different from yesterday. There was an extra layer underneath, not vigilance, but barely suppressed excitement. How are the results from the bug? You're a foolish genius, Beacon. Butcher's voice raised by half a pitch. The background was very quiet, without the noise of a bar. The bug hung in the relay box for 6 hours before being discovered by routine security checks. 6 hours. The internal communications of all members of the 7 were intercepted, including 3 encrypted voice logs between A-Train and a drug dealer named Popclaw. What did the voice logs say? A-Train admitted himself that he ran over and killed a civilian while on a mission. His exact words were, "That fool got in my way, and I didn't have time to break." He also said that Vought's legal department was already handling the aftermath, and told Popclaw to completely delete the surveillance footage of their compound versus transaction that day. Kevin tapped his fingers twice on his knees. How is the recording quality? Crystal clear. Even the sound of him chewing gum was recorded. Frenchie said this bug is military grade, he'd never seen such a well-functioning model back in the CIA. Aside from A-Train, any other gains? Butcher took a breath. Yeah, Madeline had a phone call with someone from the Department of Defense during the banquet. She mentioned on the phone that Vought is pushing a plan called Hero Enlistment, wanting to package and sell superheroes to the military. Her exact words were, the annual contract price for each hero is no less than $30 million. As long as the Department of Defense signs the framework agreement, Vought's stock price can double. Put that aside for now. No rush. Not rush. Beacon, I have the recording of A-Train killing someone in my hands right now, and evidence of Vought selling superhero soldiers, and you're telling me no rush. How do you plan to use these things? Butcher paused for a beat. Make it public. Find the media, find TV stations, poke it all out. Let the whole world see what Vought is doing. And then Vought is done for. Vought won't be done for. Kevin switched the phone to his other hand. If you dump all these things to the media at once, Vought's PR department will initiate a crisis response plan within 2 hours. They have 200 lawyers, 3 long-term cooperative PR firms, and interests bound to half of Wall Street. Your evidence will be characterized as invalid material obtained through illegal wiretapping. A-Train's lawyers will claim the recording violates privacy rights, and Madeline's phone call will be explained as normal content of business negotiations. Within 3 days, the news heat will drop to 0, and the boys will be exposed within Vought's counter-strike range. The other end of the phone was quiet for 4 seconds. What do you mean? In batches. In batches. First batch, only release A-Train's stuff. Don't release the original recording, release text summaries and screenshots. Let the public digest this information first, generate discussion, and form a public opinion foundation. Wait for Vought's PR to come out and put out the fire. Wait for them to issue a statement saying this is a rumor. Wait for A-Train to deny it vehemently in front of the camera, and then release the second batch, release the original recording. By then, public anger won't just target A-Train for murder, but also target Vought and A-Train for conspiring to lie. What about the third batch? The third batch is Madeline's phone call. But that will have to wait longer. Release it before the hero enlistment plan is exposed in Congress, and the effect will be multiplied tenfold. Butcher's breathing grew a bit heavier. You're teaching me how to fight a war, Beacon. I'm teaching you how to win. The bullets in your hands right now are enough to fight 3 wars, and you insist on shooting them all at once. The sound of a lighter came from the other end of the phone. Butcher was lighting a cigarette. Fine. When is the first batch released? 1 week later. This week, have Frenchie make a secondary encrypted backup of the recording, store it on 3 different physical carriers, and keep them scattered. Don't touch the original, keep it as the final trump card. You're very thorough in your considerations. I have nothing to consider. I just understand Vought's stress response pattern better than you do. The sound of Butcher exhaling smoke came through the receiver. Beacon, how long have you worked at Vought? Long enough. Long enough for you to figure out this system better than the plumbing in your own house. I have no interest in knowing what the plumbing in your house looks like. Let's talk about business. You still have business. Kevin leaned against the back of the folding chair, his gaze falling on the cracks in the warehouse ceiling. If you guys want to do something big, you shouldn't stare at A-Train. A-Train is just an athlete on drugs. He killed someone, and Vought wiped his ass for him. The public has heard too many stories like that, and they forget after being angry for 3 days. You should dig upward. Dig upward for what? The source of compound verses. Where did the stuff A-Train use come from? Who produced it? Where is the production line? What is the quality inspection process? Whose bodies were used for clinical trials? The answers to these questions are the foundation of the Vought empire. Blow up the foundation, and the building on top will collapse by itself. Butcher's cigarette went out, the lighter rang again, and he lit another one. How much do you know? More than you think. Then tell me right now. Intelligence requires exchange, Butcher. Everything I give you has a price. The bug intelligence is already the 4th welcome gift, and you already owe me enough. What do you want? I need your people to help me do something. It's not complicated, but it's inconvenient for me to show my face. What is it? We'll talk next time. Wait until you release the first batch of A-Train materials, see Vought's reaction, and then talk about the next step. Butcher's voice dropped by half a pitch. Beacon, are you Vought's person or Vought's enemy? I am my own person. Never mind who I am, just care whether the stuff I give you works well. It works well. Extremely well. It's this kind of usefulness that makes me uneasy. Uneasiness is right. A secure informant doesn't exist, Butcher. A secure informant either has been turned or has been buried. Kevin hung up the call, removed the battery, and turned off the phone. The light bulb in the warehouse began to flicker on and off again. Translucent pressed the old magazine against his chest, tilting his head to look at him. Are you teaching people how to screw with Vought? Kevin stood up and packed away the folding chair. What is the first rule? Translucent shut his mouth. Kevin pulled the warehouse door open a crack, and the sea breeze poured in, carrying a salty and rusty smell. The system panel popped up at the edge of his vision. Hidden side quest. Shadows of the boys. Progress update. 1/3 right pointing arrow 2/3. The host manipulated and changed the boys' action strategy through intelligence, which is estimated to cause Vought's public opinion crisis to erupt early. Bonus skill points +5. Current total skill points, 13. 13 points. 27 points away from blood control. Kevin put away the panel, closed the warehouse door, and drove back to Manhattan. The phone vibrated in his pocket. Annie's message. Kevin, are you free at the training ground tomorrow afternoon? Ashley asked me to practice light control extra, but I don't want to be stared at alone there when Homelander walks by. Kevin typed with one hand. What time? 3 o'clock. I'll go. After sending the message, he tucked his phone back, keeping his eyes on the traffic ahead. Training ground. A-train runs at the training ground every afternoon from 2:30 to 4 o'clock. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, when he and Annie arrive, A-train won't have finished running yet. The training ground was on the B4 floor of Vought Tower, taking up an entire floor. The track was circular, 400 meters a lap, and the ground was covered with special high-density rubber mats custom made for A-train. Ordinary ground could not withstand the impact of supersonic running. When Kevin arrived at exactly 3 o'clock, A-train was on the track. The speed was not fast, at least not fast by A-train standards. Kevin stood in the observation area at the edge of the track, spreading out his 20-meter water perception range, and A-train's bodily signals presented a clear physiological map in his mind. The heart rate was 112, a significant chunk higher than an ordinary person's exercise heart rate, but for a speedster, this number should not appear during the jogging phase. What drew Kevin's attention even more was the inner wall of the heart. His intermediate water manipulation could already sense the distribution state of moisture within living organisms. The tissue water content distribution on the inner wall of the heart was uneven, and there was a small area in the left ventricle near the septum where the water content was nearly 8% lower than the surrounding area. Tissue dehydration meant fibrosis. Fibrosis meant the myocardium was dying. Annie came out of the elevator, changed into a white training suit, and tied her hair into a ponytail. She walked over to Kevin and glanced at A-train on the track. He is running so slowly. His heart is failing. Annie turned her head. What do you mean? Look at his running posture. His left shoulder is 2 centimeters lower than his right, and his body is leaning to the left. This is a compensatory response to insufficient left ventricular output, and the body is unconsciously reducing the exercise load on the left side. How do you know all this? Seen enough. On the track, A-train finished another lap, and the speed was even slower. He staggered at the bend, pressed his hand against his knee, and stopped to pant with his waist bent. Kevin took a bottle of water from the shelf in the observation area and walked over. Here you go. A-train raised his head, sweat streaming down his forehead, his eyeballs covered in bloodshot veins. The deep. He slapped away the water bottle Kevin handed over, and the bottle rolled twice on the rubber ground. I don't need your water. Your legs are shaking. A-train looked down at his right leg. It was indeed shaking. The muscles on the inner thigh were having irregular spasms, very small in amplitude, but uncontrollable. Didn't warm up enough. A-train turned his face away. Not enough warm-up won't cause this kind of shaking. This is peripheral muscle ischemia caused by insufficient cardiac output. Your heart cannot pump enough blood to sustain your legs. A-train's panting paused for half a beat. What are you talking about? When was your last physical examination? None of your business. I've seen Vought's physical examination report. There is a mild abnormality in your myocardium, but that report was from 3 months ago. 3 months ago it was mild. Not anymore. A-train straightened up, took a step forward, closing the distance to Kevin to less than half a meter. He was slightly shorter than Kevin by half a head, but when he glared upward, his eyes carried the kind of fierceness only an animal whose tail had been stepped on would have. You piece of trash who talks to fish, stop diagnosing me here. My heart is just fine. The inner wall of your heart's left ventricle has already begun to fibrose, A-train. Kevin's voice did not rise, and his speaking speed did not change. A-train's right eye twitched. The side effects of compound versus. You inject it far too frequently. After each injection, your heart has to endure blood flow impacts 40 times greater than that of a normal person. The repair rate of myocardial cells cannot keep up with the rate of damage, so they begin to die, and the dead parts are replaced by connective tissue. Connective tissue doesn't contract and doesn't pump blood. Your heart is turning into useless scar tissue piece by piece. The air at the edge of the track fell silent for 3 seconds. A-train's panting grew heavy again. How do you know I'm injecting compound versus? Who in the entire building doesn't know? When you're sticking needles in the gym at 3 in the morning, do you think the security cameras are just for show? A-train's lips moved, but no sound came out. Keep injecting. 3 months, maybe shorter. Kevin bent down to pick up the water bottle on the ground, placed it on the railing beside the track. You'll die on the track. Or die on some mission. Halfway through running, your cardiac arrest kicks in, you collapse on the ground, and by the time they carry you back, the VOT PR department will issue a statement saying you died a glorious death in the line of duty. A-train stared at the bottle of water. What is your purpose in running over to tell me all this? No particular purpose. Just passing by, saw you about to collapse, and thought I'd mention it. Believe it or not, up to you. Kevin turned and walked toward the observation area. After walking 3 steps, A-train's voice came from behind. The deep. Kevin stopped. How could you spot my heart problem? Isn't your ability related to water? Kevin turned his head back. 60% of your body is water. Water flows in your blood vessels. Every time your heart beats, it pushes water along. I can hear the sound of water flowing inside your body. That part on the left side of your heart, when the water flows past, it takes a turn it shouldn't. A-train's expression changed. Not anger, not disdain. It was something that had never appeared on this face before. Kevin walked back to the observation area, where Annie stood, clutching her training schedule. What did you say to him? His expression looks terrible. Told him to eat less junk food. Annie glanced at him, not believing it. On the track, A-train squatted on the ground, holding his chest with both hands. After a long while, he stood up, picked up the bottle of water Kevin gave him on the railing, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Then he walked toward the locker room. He didn't continue running. Kevin sat down on the metal bench in the observation area, watching Annie step onto the track and begin warming up. The system panel popped up. Character relationship change. A-train's attitude toward the host has shifted from contempt to vigilance, fear. System prompt. A-train's heart damage continues to deteriorate. Once the host unlocks the blood control skill, the myocardial fibrosis area can be repaired through water molecule recombination, while simultaneously implanting a permanent water molecule marker to achieve remote monitoring and real-time control of the target's cardiovascular system. Kevin put away the panel. Annie finished warming up on the track, crossed her hands in front of her chest, and golden light lit up in her palms. He watched for a while and took out his phone. There were no new messages in the anonymous mailbox. He opened the encrypted document and added a line of notes after A-train's name. The seeds had already been planted. Annie's light energy training lasted for 40 minutes. Kevin timed her from the side, helping her record the duration and recovery interval of each light wave release. When the two took the elevator back to the 82nd floor, Annie was wiping the sweat from her neck. Kevin, do you think my output power is enough? Enough to deal with street robbers. Not enough to deal with real threats. Who do you mean by real threats? The elevator arrived, and the doors opened. Kevin stepped out. Get your own dinner, I have some things to do. You always have things to do lately. Because there really are a lot of things lately. Annie stood at the elevator entrance with a towel. Before the door closed, she said something, but Kevin had already turned into the corridor and didn't hear it clearly. He didn't go back to his room. Walking to the door of the lounge at the end of the corridor, he pushed the door open and went in. The lounge was shared by the 7, featuring 2 sets of sofas, a large TV, a bar counter, and a refrigerator stocked year-round with various drinks and snacks. During this time slot, there was generally no one there. Kevin poured a glass of ice water at the bar counter, walked over with the water glass to the sofa by the window to sit down, and flipped out a 2-week-old Entertainment Weekly from the coffee table. The cover was a bust photo of Homelander, with the title reading America's Most Trusted Hero. He opened the magazine to the 3rd page, which featured a soft article about the 7's charity event. The door of the lounge opened. The sound of leather boots stepping on the carpet, the walking rhythm was heavier than Annie's and lighter than Homelander's. Maeve walked in. She was wearing casual clothes, a gray t-shirt and black sweatpants, carrying an unopened bottle of vodka in her hand. Seeing Kevin sitting on the sofa, her steps paused for less than a second, and then she continued to walk to the bar counter, took a glass from the shelf, unscrewed the vodka cap, and poured more than half a glass. It's only 5:30 now. Kevin turned a page of the magazine. Time doesn't affect the molecular structure of alcohol. Drinking it at 5:30 or at 11 goes into the stomach the same way. Maeve walked over holding the glass and sat down on the sofa opposite Kevin. She took a sip, placed the glass on the coffee table, and stared at Kevin. Kevin continued flipping through the magazine. You've changed. His hand flipping the magazine didn't stop. Lately, a lot of people have been saying that to me. The old you would blush when seeing me. Kevin closed the magazine and placed it on his knees. The past me did a lot of stupid things. Blushing was the mildest of them. Maeve picked up her wine glass and took another sip, the spicy scent of vodka dispersed in the air. Though the blushing Kevin was foolish, at least he let people know what he was thinking. Today's Kevin is inscrutable. Being inscrutable isn't a bad thing. In this building, people who are seen through at a glance don't live long. Maeve's fingers traced a circle around the rim of the glass. Translucent was seen through, so he ran away. Kevin didn't take the words. Or rather, he didn't run. Maeve's eyes looked at him from above the rim of the glass, he was hidden away by someone. The lounge's air conditioner hummed overhead. What do you want to say, Maeve? I don't want to say anything. She took another sip. I want to remind you of something. What is it? John is investigating Translucent's whereabouts. Not just a casual check, but a serious investigation. He asked the security department to review all the building's access records frame by frame starting from 3 months ago. Kevin's fingers traced across the cover of the magazine. Frame by frame. His exact words were, I want to see every face, every car, every person who shouldn't appear at a time they shouldn't appear. Since when did he start caring about Translucent? In the past, he didn't care at all whether Translucent was around or not. He doesn't care about Translucent. Maeve put down the glass, what he cares about is a loss of control. Translucent disappeared right under his nose without his permission. This matter makes him uncomfortable. To what extent is he uncomfortable? Have you ever seen what he looks like when he's uncomfortable? Kevin didn't speak. Last time, a junior analyst from the security department wrote a sentence in a report saying that Translucent might have left the team on his own and didn't need high attention. After seeing that report, John called that analyst into the corridor on the 91st floor and burned a hole in the floor near his feet with heat vision. That hole is still there, and maintenance didn't dare to patch it. Kevin put the magazine back on the coffee table. What are you plotting by telling me all this? Maeve stood up, took the vodka glass away, and walked to the side of the bar counter. I'm not helping you. Then what are you doing? If something happens to you, the 7 will have one less person. John's attention will need to be distributed among the remaining people. The proportion assigned to me will increase. She filled the vodka glass, and the bottle clinked against the bar counter. I'm not looking for more attention. I've had enough. Kevin stood up from the sofa. How long have you stayed on the 91st floor, Maeve? 7 years. 7 years. You've gone on missions with him for 7 years, performed on stage for 7 years, and pretended to be happy in front of the cameras for 7 years. Have you never thought of leaving? Maeve held up the glass, and the liquor swayed against the glass wall. What would happen to me if I left? Do you think John would let me leave? Kevin didn't answer. He would find me, destroy everyone around me, and then smile and say to me, look, there's nothing left outside, come back. She finished the wine in the glass and put the empty cup into the sink. Kevin, you've become a lot smarter than before. But the end of smart people in this building is usually even more miserable than fools. Because John doesn't like having people smarter than him around. She walked towards the door. When passing by Kevin, her steps slowed down by half a beat. The security department's frame-by-frame review will yield results the day after tomorrow. If there's anything of yours in there, you still have 2 days to deal with it. The door opened, and her figure disappeared into the corridor. The lounge quieted down again. Kevin stood in place, his right hand shoved into his pants pocket, his left thumb rubbing back and forth against the side of his index finger. Frame-by-frame review. The surveillance of the freight exit. Every time he went out from the freight exit, he wore a hat and sunglasses, but the hat couldn't hide his height and body shape. If the people in the security department were careful enough to cross-compare his access timestamps with the access control records of the 82nd floor corridor, they would find an interesting coincidence. Every time that figure wearing a hat appeared at the freight exit, Kevin's room on the 82nd floor happened to be empty. 2 days. Kevin walked over to the bar counter, picked up the vodka bottle Maeve left behind, took a look, and put it down. He took out his phone and sent an encrypted text message to Translucent. Wipe clean all your fingerprints in the warehouse before tomorrow. Change your sleeping spot, move the cot to the innermost corner of the container, to a place where it can't be seen from the outside. After sending it, he opened the encrypted document again. Underneath Maeve's name was still blank. He typed 3 words in the blank space. Can be used. Then he locked the screen and walked out of the lounge. There was no one in the corridor. Homelander's footsteps hadn't appeared on the 82nd floor all day today. This wasn't a good sign. John not appearing usually meant he was busy. And when John was busy, the number of people targeted by him would only get fewer and fewer. The phone vibrated again. Butcher's encrypted mailbox push. The title had only 2 words. Transaction. Kevin hadn't had time to open Butcher's email, which had a 2-word subject line. A second message popped up on his phone screen from the bot internal communication system, sent by the 91st floor administrative office. The content was very short. The Deep, tomorrow at 9 a.m., conference room A on the 91st floor. Only you. J. J was John. There was only one person in Bot Tower who used a single letter signature because he didn't need to explain who he was. Kevin put down his phone and walked to the warehouse window, where the East River outside shimmered with an oily sheen in the night. 9 o'clock. The 91st floor. A private conversation. This wasn't Madeline's arrangement, nor was it Ashley's PR procedure. This was an invitation sent by Homelander himself. Maeve said that the security department was doing a frame-by-frame review, and the results would come out the day after tomorrow. But Homelander couldn't wait until the day after tomorrow. Kevin returned to the metal shelving, opened the encrypted document, and sorted through the information and timeline provided by Maeve. The last text message Translucent had sent from the warehouse 3 days ago was still saved on the backup phone. He deleted that text message, factory reset the backup phone, removed the battery, used pliers to snap the positive contact point, broke the phone's motherboard into 2 halves, and stuffed it into a black trash bag. Before leaving the warehouse, he threw the trash bag into a public trash can by the dock. Before 9 a.m. tomorrow, there could be no physical traces related to Translucent on him. At 8:55 a.m. the next day, Kevin stepped out of the elevator and walked into the corridor on the 91st floor. The decoration of this floor was different from the floors below. The walls were dark gray, the lighting was dim, and the carpet was thick enough to swallow footsteps. The door to conference room A wasn't fully closed, leaving a 2-centimeter wide gap. Kevin pushed the door open and went in. The conference room was not large, featuring a black long table, 12 chairs, and floor-to-ceiling windows along one wall with the curtains half drawn. Homelander was sitting in the chair at the far end of the long table, his arms resting on the armrests, his head tilted, and a corner of his American flag cape dragging on the floor. Kevin walked to the middle section of the long table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. There was no one else. The door closed behind him, and the lock clicked into place with a snap. Kevin. John. Homelander's head remained tilted without moving, but his eyeballs rolled over, freezing blue. You know why I'm looking for you. If I had to guess, Translucent. No need to guess. Homelander straightened up, placing his hands crossed on the tabletop. I got the results of the security department's frame-by-frame review in advance. Kevin's heartbeat skipped up 2 beats, but he maintained the expression on his face, a slight frown carrying just the right amount of confusion. What results? A very interesting result. Homelander tapped his finger on the tabletop. Over the past 3 weeks, the cargo exit surveillance has captured the exact same figure 11 times. Hat, sunglasses, hoodie. About 1.83 meters tall, with shoulder width similar to yours. Every appearance was between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. Kevin's breathing rhythm did not change. There are thousands of people entering and leaving Bot Tower every day, and I'm not the only one wearing a hoodie. True. Homelander's mouth curled up. But there is only one member of the 7 who wears a hoodie and walks out of the cargo exit. The security department cross-referenced the access control records of the 82nd floor. 9 out of the 11 times, your room was unoccupied during the same time period. Kevin placed both hands on the tabletop, fingers intertwined, his movement neither fast nor slow. Are you spying on me? I'm spying on everyone. There was no apology whatsoever in Homelander's tone. Every move of everyone in this building is within my line of sight. That is my responsibility. I went out through the cargo exit because the front entrance is always blocked by fans and reporters every time. You know my popularity ranking, John. I don't want to embarrass myself. You didn't care about embarrassment before. The old Deep couldn't wait to be filmed making a fool of himself, at least it could get him into the entertainment news. Kevin loosened his intertwined fingers. People change. Yeah, Maeve also said that sentence to me. Homelander stood up, pushing the chair back, its wheels grinding two shallow marks on the carpet. But I don't like my teammates turning into someone I don't recognize. He walked around the long table, step by step. Kevin sat still without moving. Homelander walked to his right side, stopped, and looked down at him. The distance was less than half a meter. Where is Translucent, Kevin? I don't know. You were the last person to have prolonged contact with him. You invited him for a drink and chatted for an hour and a half. The Deep, who never paid attention to Translucent, suddenly invited him for a drink. Then the next day, Translucent disappeared. During that hour and a half, we talked about our circumstances. He was an outsider in the seven, and so was I. Two outsiders drinking a bottle of wine, what's so strange about that? What's strange isn't the drinking. Homelander bent down, bringing his face close to Kevin's, his blue eyes less than 20 centimeters away from Kevin's. What's strange is that on the night Translucent disappeared, you left the building at 3 a.m. Kevin didn't back down. You checked my 3 a.m. records. I checked all your records for the past 30 days. Kevin, what were you doing out at 3 a.m.? Insomnia. Driving around for a spin. A spin. Homelander repeated the word, pressing his tongue against the back of his teeth. Your rental car records show that you drove towards Jersey that night. Translucent once privately rented a locker in Jersey City. Kevin's breathing made a minor adjustment in that second, speeding up slightly in frequency. This was deliberate. When a normal person is accused of being connected to a missing colleague, they should be nervous. Only someone who isn't nervous at all is suspicious. John, are you implying that I hid Translucent? I'm not implying. I'm asking you. I didn't. I did drive towards Jersey that night, but I was heading to Atlantic City and just passed through Jersey. I stayed at the casino for 2 hours and came back. Atlantic City. You can check the casino's surveillance. Borgata Hotel Casino, the blackjack table on the second floor. I lost $600. This was the backup plan Kevin had spent an afternoon setting up 3 days ago. He had indeed gone to that casino, sat directly opposite the camera for 2 hours playing cards, and lost $604. He went to Jersey City to retrieve the documents before going to the casino, leaving a 2-hour window in the timeline to explain his whereabouts. Homelander stared at him for 5 seconds. Within those 5 seconds, Kevin's water perception spread out within a 20-meter radius. The moisture signal inside Homelander's body was massive and stable. Heart rate 60, no fluctuation. This value indicated that he was in an interrogation state. Calm, focused, emotionless. Even harder to deal with than an angry Homelander. What did you say Translucent complained to you about? The team's neglect of him. He felt that his abilities were undervalued in the seven, that all the good missions were taken by you and Maeve, and he didn't even have a chance to be on screen. What else did he say? He said that sometimes he felt he didn't exist. After being invisible for so long, you really forget whether you can actually be seen or not. Homelander's mouth twitched. Pathetic wretch. His psychological state wasn't good, John. Running away alone in that state isn't an impossible thing. Kevin paused and leaned back against the back of the chair. Besides, he had a voyeurism habit. Who up and down this building doesn't know? If he saw something he shouldn't have seen while peeping, and someone got hold of his leverage, running away overnight also makes sense. Homelander stood up straight. He looked down at Kevin, his expression shifting from scrutiny into something else, hard to describe, as if weighing something. You're better at talking than before. I was just too lazy to talk before. Homelander walked to the other end of the long table, the index finger of his right hand pressing against the corner of the table. A beam of red light shot out from his eyes. It wasn't aimed at Kevin. It was aimed at the corner of the table. The red light lasted for less than 2 seconds. The black surface of the table corner began to glow red, then softened, the metal lining was melted through by the heat, and red molten iron dripped down the table legs, burning a scorched, foul odor onto the carpet. Kevin didn't look at that puddle of molten iron, his gaze remained fixed on Homelander's face. Homelander retracted his heat vision, walked back, and the index finger of his right hand was stained with a layer of dark red metal residue. He walked in front of Kevin and stopped. He raised his right hand. The index finger stained with molten iron residue pressed against Kevin's left cheek. Hot. The temperature was very high, and the sensation on the skin felt like being pressed by a cigarette butt. Kevin didn't move. His teeth were clenched, the muscles on his cheekbones tightened, but his body didn't retreat a single millimeter. If I find out you're messing around. Homelander's voice was very soft. His index finger slowly slid down along Kevin's cheekbone, leaving a red burn mark. You will become the deepest bone in the ocean, Kevin. Even fish won't be able to find you. The finger pulled away. Homelander turned around and walked towards the door, pulling it open without looking back. I'll have people check the casino's surveillance. The door closed. Kevin sat in the chair, his left cheek burning with pain. He raised his hand to touch it, and his fingertips were stained with a thin layer of bodily fluid, tissue fluid oozing from the burn. He put his hand down, looking at the Vought logo hanging on the opposite wall. The red V. His phone vibrated in his trouser pocket. Annie January's message. Kevin, where are you? The training ground opens at 3 today. Kevin didn't reply. He stood up, walked to the door, and pulled it open. The corridor was empty, the lighting as dim as if its brightness had been deliberately turned down. His left face reflected a red mark on the glass wall, stretching from his cheekbone down to his jawline. Kevin took a glance and turned towards the elevator. The system panel popped up in the corner of his vision. Plot change detection. Original event. Homelander investigates the whereabouts of Translucent and finally confirms that Translucent has escaped the Vought system. In the original work, the Deep did not undergo any interrogation. Current status. The host, as a key suspect, undergoes a solo interrogation by Homelander, successfully shifting the direction of suspicion. Homelander's attention level towards the host is upgraded from ignored to surveillance. Plot deviation, plus 5%. Current total deviation, 79%. Skill point reward, plus 5. Current total skill points, 18. 18 points. Added to what was previously accumulated, making a total of 18. Still not enough. After returning to his room on the 82nd floor, Kevin locked the door. He walked to the bathroom, turned on the light, and looked at his left cheek in the mirror. A 2 centimeter long burn mark ran diagonally from below his cheekbone to the angle of his jaw. A thin blister had formed on the surface of the skin, with reddish edges. There was no need to go to the medical department. Treating a burn of this degree himself was enough. He rummaged through the cabinet for a first aid kit, opened a burn patch, and applied it. The cooling ointment seeped into his skin. The face in the mirror looked very calm. But Kevin knew what he was thinking. He walked out of the bathroom, sat down at the desk, and closed his eyes. The system panel lit up. Current skill points, 18. The skill tree expanded. Intermediate water manipulation unlocked, perception range 20 meters, upper limit of water volume 2000 liters, capable of sensing water distribution inside living organisms. Water pressure armament unlocked, high pressure water line, industrial grade cutting. Future skill, blood control. Prerequisite, advanced water manipulation. Advanced water manipulation. Unlock cost, 20 points. 18. 2 points short. Kevin scrolled down the panel. On a branch node of the skill tree, there was a gray icon he hadn't noticed before. He clicked on it. Water shield. Novice, condenses surrounding water molecules to form a high-density protective layer, capable of resisting physical impact and moderate heat penetration. Passive defense skill, continuously consumes stamina to maintain after activation. Unlock cost, 8 points. Kevin looked at the number. Spending 8 points to unlock Water Shield would leave 10 points. That was 10 points short of the 20 points needed for advanced water manipulation. Or, without unlocking Water Shield, wait until skill points accumulated to 20 to upgrade water manipulation. The burn on his left cheek throbbed with pain beneath the ointment. The tactile sensation of that finger stained with molten iron brushing across his cheek still lingered in his skin's memory. Kevin closed his eyes and opened them again. He couldn't wait any longer. Homelander wasn't just casually scaring him today. That move was a test. Testing his reaction, testing his bottom line, testing whether he would slip up under pressure. If the next test escalated, if Homelander used heat vision instead of his finger, he wouldn't even have a place to dodge. Kevin made his decision. 8 points, unlock Water Shield. The system received the command, and the Water Shield icon on the panel changed from gray to blue as a line of small text popped up. Water Shield. Novice unlocked. Can condense a water molecule protective layer with a radius of 0.5 meters, density adjustable. Under maximum density state, it can slow down 70% of a bullet's kinetic energy and resist heat sources below 800 degrees Celsius. Continuously consume stamina to maintain. Current stage maximum maintenance time, 90 seconds. Current remaining skill points, 10. 800 degrees. Homelander's heat vision temperature was above 1500 degrees. Not enough. But better than empty-handed. Kevin stood up, walked to the bathroom, and turned on the faucet. Water gushed out from the faucet. He raised his right hand, palm facing upward. The water flow deflected in midair, leaving the faucet's trajectory, and began to spin above his palm. The rotation speed increased, and the form of the water changed. No longer a stream of water, but a flat disk with a diameter of about 40 centimeters and a thickness of around 2 centimeters. Transparent. It hovered 10 centimeters above his palm, its surface almost invisible to the naked eye. Kevin touched the edge of the disk with his other hand. Hard. The tactile sensation of his fingertips pressing against it was not liquid, but solid. After high-density compression, the water molecules were arranged closely enough that the surface hardness approached that of plastic. Maintaining the water shield, he turned, walked out of the bathroom, went to the desk drawer, and pulled open the second tier. A Glock 17. This was something left behind by the original host. Vought allowed members of the Seven to carry private weapons, though they were basically useless against superhumans. Kevin pushed the water shield out, hovering it in front of the wall 2 meters away. He raised the gun with one hand, aimed at the center of the water shield, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot exploded in the room, and the echo bounced back and forth between the four walls for several rounds. The moment the bullet penetrated the water shield, Kevin perceived the entire process. When the bullet head entered the surface layer of the water shield, its speed was 340 meters per second. After passing through the 2 centimeter thick high-density water body, the speed dropped below 90 meters per second. The bullet head did not penetrate. It stopped at the center of the water shield, suspended among the compressed water molecules. Kevin let go of the gun, walked over, reached his hand into the water shield, and pinched out the bullet head with 2 fingers. A circle of fine lines was squeezed out on the surface of the bronze bullet head by the water pressure. The muzzle velocity of a 9mm pistol bullet was roughly between 300 and 400 meters per second. The water shield could decelerate it to a harmless degree. But heat vision was not a bullet. Heat vision's attack medium was a high-energy particle beam, not a physical projectile. The water shield could block physical impact, but for heat sources exceeding 800 degrees, it only delayed the penetration time. A 1500-degree heat vision striking the water shield would vaporize the water in less than a second. What could he do within this second? Dodge. 1 second was enough for him to leave the direct line of fire of the heat vision. Not confrontation, but buying reaction time. Kevin withdrew the water shield. The water flow dispersed into a cloud of mist, eventually condensing into water droplets that fell to the floor. When he squatted down to pick up the bullet head, his phone vibrated on the desk. Annie January's second message. Kevin, did you not read the message? It's 3 o'clock. Kevin put the bullet head into the drawer, locked it, and picked up his phone. Sorry, something came up and delayed me. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Are you okay? I'm fine. What's wrong with your face? Ashley said you had a band-aid on your face when you came down from the 91st floor. News traveled really fast. Ashley's mouth was clearer than Bot Tower's ventilation ducts. Scratched by a razor. Liars. You don't use a razor at all. You go to the grooming room on B2 every Tuesday. Kevin turned his phone face down on the desk. Annie January, knowing that he went to the grooming room every Tuesday, showed that she was paying attention to his schedule. Favorability 72. Her attention to him had reached the point of remembering life details. The phone vibrated again. Not Annie January. It was an encrypted email. Butcher. The subject still consisted of those 2 words. Deal. Kevin opened the email, and the body had only 3 lines. Lighthouse. Frenchie almost got caught by Bot's dogs. We need to talk. Tonight. Kevin glanced at the time. 3:12 in the afternoon. Tonight. Butcher never said tonight. He was used to giving specific times. 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 2 in the morning. Saying tonight meant he was in a rush. It meant things were more serious than what was written in the email. Kevin replied with 2 words. What time? The reply arrived within 30 seconds. Now. When Kevin connected to the encrypted voice call in the Red Hook warehouse, the background noise from Butcher's side was different from before. The previous background sound was bottles hitting the table, a lighter snapping open, and occasionally a muffled curse. This time it was the sound of an engine. In a car. The car was moving fast. Speak. Frenchie and Mother's Milk followed a clue last night and tracked down a distribution point along A Train's channel for buying compound verses. It's a warehouse in Brooklyn, less than 3 miles from your safe house. Kevin sat on a folding chair, 1 foot stepping on the iron frame base. Then, there was nothing in the warehouse. It was empty, clean as an operating room. The 2 of them were just about to retreat when 4 black Chevrolet Suburbans turned the corner and sealed off the front and back exits of the warehouse. Cars from the security department. Cars from the security department. People from the security department. Equipment from the security department. Fully armed, thermal imaging helmets, electromagnetic jammers, and they even brought the fooling low-frequency sonic emitter. This is not a configuration for catching petty thieves, Lighthouse. This is a configuration for catching superhumans. How did Frenchie and Mother's Milk get out? Butcher's voice dropped half a tone. Mother's Milk used her milk to corrode through the front windshield of a car. Frenchie escaped from the sewer. Both of them had injuries on their bodies, not serious, but Mother's Milk's left knee was swollen by the sonic emitter, and now she walks with a limp. Kevin's fingers paused on his knees for 2 seconds. How did the security department know they would go to that warehouse? The sound of the engine on the other end of the phone suddenly became quieter, and Butcher's car slowed down. That's why I'm looking for you. You suspect there's a mole. I don't suspect. I'm certain. Butcher bottled up a breath in his throat. Before Frenchie tracked that clue, only 4 people in our team knew the address of the warehouse. Me, Frenchie, Mother's Milk, and Huey. Huey is responsible for monitoring the communications we intercepted from the bug. In that recording of A-Train and Popclaw, a code word for a pickup location was mentioned. Huey cracked the code word and deduced the warehouse location. He told Frenchie the result. Do you think Huey leaked it? No. Butcher answered very quickly. That kid Huey doesn't even dare to make eye contact with people for more than 3 seconds. He doesn't have the guts to be a double agent. Then what do you mean by making this call to me? I mean, someone is monitoring us. Not a mole, but technical means. Bot security department is tracking our communications, or our equipment has been tampered with at some link. Kevin leaned back against the chair, his gaze falling on the iron sheet joints of the warehouse ceiling. What protocol do you use for your communication encryption? Frenchie made it, military grade AES 256. He said unless there is a quantum computer, it would take 140,000 years to crack. An encryption algorithm being fine does not mean the communication link is fine. What equipment do you use? Cell phones or radios? Cell phones. Burner phones, disposable ones. Where did you buy the SIM cards? Butcher paused for a beat. Frenchie bought them in bulk from a dark web channel. He bought 40 at once. The same channel, the same batch of goods, the same seller. The sound of the engine on the other end of the phone stopped completely. Butcher turned off the car engine. What do you mean? Bot's intelligence department acquired the parent companies of the 3 largest burner SIM card suppliers in North America 3 years ago. This matter has never been made public, and the transaction went through an offshore shell company. If Frenchie's dark web channel is eventually traced back to the upstream, there is more than a 60% probability that it's Bot's pool. How do you know this? I've stayed at Bot long enough, Butcher. The intelligence department's procurement list is copied to the 7's internal bulletin board every quarter. Most people don't look at it, but I did. A muffled sound of a fist slamming into the steering wheel came from the other end of the phone. All the burner phones you are currently using must be completely deactivated. Pull out the SIM cards and destroy them physically, and soak the phones in water to scrap them after restoring factory settings. From now on, only use the channel I designate for communication. The channel you designate. Lighthouse, by what right? By the fact that I just saved your life. Kevin's speech rate did not change, but every word was bitten very clearly. Bot security department knowing you went to that warehouse means they are tracking your location in real time. If they upgrade the tracking level now, they can lock onto which road your car is on within 3 minutes. Butcher's breathing became a bit heavier. Where are you now? On I-278, just past the Brooklyn exit. Drive towards Red Hook. The 7th row of the dock storage area, the 3rd container from the west end. There is an old blue lock on the door. Password 6392. After going inside, park the car in the dead corner behind the warehouse where it can't be seen from the outside. You are leading me to your turf. I am leading you into the monitoring blind spot of Bot security department. Red Hook dock has no fixed cameras, which you verified yourself. Butcher didn't speak. 15 seconds. The sound of the engine starting again. 10 minutes are up. Kevin hung up the phone and took apart the battery of the backup phone. He walked to the back wall of the warehouse, and the fishy smell of the East River seeped through the joints of the iron sheet wall. Translucent was not there. Kevin had transferred him 3 days ago to another hiding spot further south in Red Hook, an abandoned auto repair shop rented in cash using different offshore accounts. The warehouse is clean now. No traces of translucent, no documents, nothing unrelated to the informant Lighthouse's identity. 8 minutes later, a dark gray Dodge Charger turned in from the western entrance of the storage area and slowly drove along the narrow path between the containers to the 7th row. Kevin pulled open the side door of the warehouse. Butcher reversed the car into the dead corner behind the warehouse, turned off the engine, and got out of the car. He was wearing a black leather jacket, the collar of the shirt inside was wrinkled, and the stubble on his chin was longer than when they last met. The two stood apart at a distance of 3 meters. Butcher looked around the inside of the warehouse. Camp bed, boxes of mineral water, change of clothes. Crude but fully functional. Do you live here? Backup stronghold. I don't live here. Butcher turned around and looked at him, his eyes very bright under the dim light. What's wrong with your face? Kevin touched the burn patch on his left face. Razor cut. A razor can cause burns. Kevin didn't answer. Where are your people now? Frenchie and Mother's Milk. Hiding. I won't tell you. I don't need to know. What I need to know is whether they can move in the next 48 hours. Butcher twisted his neck. Mother's Milk needs rest. Frenchie is fine. What do you want them to do? I don't want them to do anything. I want you to control them, stop chasing any clues within 48 hours, and stop going to any locations related to VOT. You are now exposed within VOT's firing range, and any action will make the security department's encirclement smaller. Butcher crossed his arms in front of his chest. You are making me retract into a hole like a turtle. I am letting you survive this week. Your death does me no good. Butcher stared at him for 3 seconds, squeezing out a short laugh from his mouth. Lighthouse. Every word you say sounds like you care about me, but your eyes tell me you only care about yourself. I've never pretended otherwise. Your life is useful to me, so I'll protect your life. This transaction is transparent enough. Butcher fished out a cigarette case, pulled out one and held it in his mouth, without lighting it. Lighthouse, who the hell are you? You can enter VOT's security system, you know the procurement chain of VOT's intelligence department, and you know the 7th schedule like the back of your hand. Not a single person in the boys has an intelligence source of your level. Kevin leaned against the iron frame, both hands shoved into the pockets of his hoodie. You don't need to know who I am. I need to. Butcher took the unlit cigarette out of his mouth and held it between his fingers, because I'm betting the lives of my whole team on the intelligence you provided. The bug was the intelligence you gave, and the location of the warehouse was derived from the bug's intelligence. If the bug itself is a trap, the bug is not a trap. The warehouse was ambushed not because there was a problem with the intelligence, but because your communication channel was infiltrated by VOT. There is no causal relationship between these two things. Butcher put the cigarette back into his mouth. Prove it to me. How to prove it? Give me something. Something that only the most core people inside VOT can get. If you can take it out, it proves that you are indeed in VOT's core layer. If you can't take it out, then you will cut off contact with me. Right. Kevin looked at him. Butcher fished out his lighter, lit the cigarette, and took a drag. What do you want? The complete formula of compound verses. The light bulb in the warehouse flickered. Kevin's mouth moved. The formula is not at VOT Tower. What? The core formula of compound verses is not stored at the New York headquarters. VOT made an information security classification adjustment 5 years ago, migrating all S-level R&D data from the headquarters server to an off-site backup station. The headquarters only retains the dilution ratio and filling process of the production end, and the core synthesis steps are at the backup station. Butcher's cigarette hung between his fingers, and the ash was about to fall off. Where is the backup station? Pennsylvania. Code name V15. Kevin pulled a twice-folded slip of paper out of his pocket, on which a string of numbers and GPS coordinates were handwritten. This is the location of the V15 substation. But don't rush to run there yet. Butcher reached out to take the slip of paper. Kevin's hand did not loosen. Conditions. Speak. After you get this formula, you cannot make it public. You cannot hand it over to any media, and you cannot hand it over to any government agency. You hand it over to me. Butcher's ash finally fell, landing on the front of his leather jacket. What do you want the formula of compound verses for? Kevin let go, and the slip of paper fell into Butcher's palm. Never mind what I do. Just worry about whether you can get it. Butcher tucked the note into the inner pocket of his leather jacket and turned to get into the car. The tail lights of the Dodge Charger swept out from the blind spot behind the warehouse, driving west along the narrow path between the shipping containers, the sound of the engine shredded by the sea breeze. Kevin stood by the side door of the warehouse, waiting until that car completely disappeared at the exit of the dock's storage area. He closed the side door, walked to the bottom layer of the iron shelves, squatted down, and fished out something wrapped in a black anti-static bag from behind the third row of bottled water cases. A 2.5-inch portable hard drive. Translucent had handed it to him 3 days ago. At that time, Kevin asked him, "What did you take from VOT International?" Translucent said, things to save my life. Kevin plugged the hard drive into the USB port of his backup laptop, and the screen lit up. The hard drive capacity was 256 gigabytes, with 187 gigabytes used. The file directory was divided into 4 layers. The first layer consisted of personnel files of VOD International, physical examination reports and psychological evaluation records of all members of the 7. These things were of low value, as there were backups on the VOD internal network. The second layer was financial documents, annual audit reports and offshore account flows of 17 subsidiaries under VOD International. These things were useful for the boys, but not what Kevin wanted. The folder in the third layer was named Compound Verses. Kevin clicked it open. Inside were more than 1,400 documents, arranged by year, with the earliest date marked as 1944. 1944. Kevin opened that document, in PDF format, scanned, with yellowish paper and water stains on the edges. It was a report typed on a German typewriter, with a logo printed on the header of each page, a combined pattern of an eagle and a gear. The predecessor of VOD International. Translated, the title of the report was Phase 4 Report of Human Experiments with the Compound Versus Series, experimental numbers VK0041 to VK0068. The subject column read, Age, 0 to 18 months. Kevin scrolled down. Photographs. Black and white, very grainy. An infant was lying in a metal tray, with an injection tube inserted into its arm, and the tube connected to a glass bottle on an iron rack. The color of the liquid in the glass bottle could not be distinguished in the black and white photograph, but the label pasted on the bottle body was written very clearly, Compound V, Batch 04. Kevin closed the photo and continued scrolling down the document. From 1944 to 2019, 75 years. VOD International's experiments of injecting compound verses into infants had never stopped. Homelander, Maeve, A-Train, Starlight. Every single superhero wearing a flashy costume walking around VOD Tower was not born that way. All of them were products manufactured in laboratories. Kevin spent 4 hours roughly skimming through the files of the third layer. The sky outside the window changed from black to dark gray, and then from dark gray to lead blue, and the navigational beacons on the East River flickered in the fog. He rubbed his temples and opened the last subfolder of the third layer. The name was Rejection Cascade. Rejection Cascade Reaction. Inside the file was a tracking research report spanning 20 years, with experimental numbers ranging from RC001 to RC347. The core conclusion of the report had only one sentence, which Kevin read twice. The genomes of all compound versus series injection recipients had an irreversible risk of rejection. The trigger conditions for the rejection reaction varied from person to person, which could be extreme emotional fluctuations, the natural decline of bodily functions, or the interference of external drugs. Once the rejection reaction was triggered, the recipient's superpowers would go out of control in a short period, followed by large-scale apoptosis of cells. VOD International developed a stabilizer for this purpose, codenamed Compound versus S, used to delay the occurrence of the rejection reaction. But the last paragraph of the report marked a line of notes in red font. The VS stabilizer could only delay the rejection process and could not cure it fundamentally. All compound V injection recipients carried an uneliminable genetic time bomb. Kevin stared at that line of red words on the screen, his fingers stopping on the trackpad. All compound V injection recipients. All of them, including Homelander. That man flying over New York, burning through everything with heat vision, also harbored a bomb in his body that could detonate at any time. Kevin exported 3 backups of this report and stored them in 3 different encrypted USB flash drives respectively. Then he clicked open the 4th layer. There was only one folder in the 4th layer. Encrypted. The name of the folder consisted of 3 English words. Project Deep Blue. Project Deep Blue. Kevin's hand hovered over the trackpad for a second. The encryption level was AES 256, the same one used by Butcher's communication protocol. But Translucent left a text file in the hard drive named README, and the content was only a line of words. The password was the last 8 digits of your VOD International personnel file number plus your birth year. Translucent knew this folder was related to the deep sea. When he stole this hard drive, he specially brought this folder along. Kevin entered the password and pressed enter. The folder opened. Inside there was only one document, 178 pages. Kevin opened the first page. Project name, Deep Blue. Project objective, to cultivate the perfect adaptation body of aquatic compound V serum. Project start date, March 1997. He scrolled down. The phone vibrated on the table. Annie January's message. Kevin, you haven't shown up all day today. Where are you? Kevin didn't reply. He flipped the phone face down on the table and continued looking at the screen. 178 pages. He needed to read every single word. That can wait until dawn. Kevin read the 178-page document from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. The full picture of the Deep Blue project unfolded bit by bit in the blue light of the screen. In 1997, VOD International's Genetic Engineering Department launched a sub-project numbered DB, with the goal of developing a water-specialized variant based on standard compound V. The theoretical design direction of this variant serum was to establish a quantum-level resonance link between the injector's body and water molecules, granting them the ability of absolute water manipulation. The name of the project leader was blacked out, but there was a name Kevin recognized in the approval signature column. Stan Edgar. Edgar wasn't the CEO back then, his title was Vice President of Strategic Development at VOD International. The experiment started with 12 infants. Numbered DB01 to DB12. The 12 infants received injections of the water-type compound V within 72 hours of birth. DB01. On the third day after the injection, body tissue fluid overflowed out of control, resulting in death. DB02. On the seventh day after the injection, the blood vessel walls dissolved, causing internal bleeding and death. DB03 to DB07. Within 2 weeks to 3 months after the injection, they successively died due to various forms of rejection reactions. DB08 survived for 6 months and began to show primary water sensing abilities, but died in the 7th month due to cerebral edema causing excessively high intracranial pressure. DB09 to DB11. None of them survived past their first year after birth. DB12. First day after injection, vital signs stable. Third day, stable. 7th day, stable. 30th day, blood sample tests showed that the perfect fusion rate between compound V and the host's genes reached 99.7%. 90th day, showed passive perception capabilities toward the surrounding water bodies. 180th day, no signs of any rejection reactions. DB12 was the only survivor among the 12 test subjects. Kevin flipped down to the individual profile page of DB12. The photo showed a 6-month-old infant lying in a culture pod, covered all over with sensors. The infant's eyes were blue-green. At the bottom of the profile page was a line of handwritten notes in blue ink, scrawled in handwriting. It is recommended to transfer DB12 into normal upbringing procedures, grant him a civilian identity, and observe him long-term. Preset hero code name, The Deep. Kevin dragged the page down. Starting from page 97 was a 20-year capability assessment tracking report. At age 3, DB12 exhibited primary communication skills with marine life. At age 5, he could maintain normal breathing underwater for over 4 hours. At age 8, he was able to perceive the distribution of water bodies within a 5-meter radius. At age 12, the laboratory tested his water manipulation potential in a controlled environment. The test results were marked as S-grade classified. The original report read, under high-pressure testing environments, the water manipulation potential exhibited by DB12 far exceeded design expectations. Theoretical deductions show that if his abilities are allowed to develop naturally without restrictions, DB12 could potentially reach the level of direct control over human blood upon reaching adulthood. Once mature, this ability would pose a fatal threat to all compound V series injectors, including T0 level assets. The T0 level asset in parentheses referred to only one person in VOD's internal rating system. Homelander. Kevin continued flipping down. Page 103. An internal memo personally signed by Edgar. The title was, Approval on the Restriction Plan for DB12's Ability Development. The content of the memo was very short. Approved the ability suppression plan proposed by the Genetic Engineering Department. Starting from today, a modified version of the VS stabilizer, numbered VS inhibitor, shall be added to DB12's regular medical examinations. This inhibitor will block the higher order ability awakening pathway of the water-type compound V in DB12's body, locking his abilities at the basic level of marine life communication and underwater breathing. DB12 must not know about this. Issuer, Stan Edgar. Date, June 15, 2009. After reading the memo, Kevin closed the screen of his laptop. The light bulb in the warehouse emitted a faint buzzing sound of current overload overhead. The morning light from the direction of the East River seeped through the gaps in the corrugated iron walls, drawing a narrow white line on the ground. Kevin sat on a folding chair, with his hands resting on his knees, staring at that white line for a long time. Vought had started injecting things into his body when he was still an infant. 11 children like him had died in the culture pods. He survived, surviving to a level where he could threaten Homelander. Then Vought locked away his abilities. Locked them away for 20 years. For 20 years, Kevin could only talk to fish, only hold his breath underwater, and only wear that green scaly combat suit to act as a bottom-ranking joke in the Seven. Not because he was weak. It was because Vought didn't allow him to be strong. Kevin reopened the computer and flipped to the last few pages of the document. Technical parameters and medication records of VS inhibitor. The administration method was mixing it into the quarterly routine medical examination injection. The date of the last medication record was a month ago. Kevin glanced at the system panel. The abilities on the skill tree that he had forcibly lit up using skill points: water manipulation, water pressure armament, water shield. The activation paths of these abilities completely bypassed the blocking channel of VS inhibitor. The skill point upgrades of the system took another gene expression pathway, which was not on the same biochemical level as the inhibitor designed by Vought. The cage Vought spent 20 years building had its floor directly drilled through by the system using skill points. Kevin closed the document, unplugged the hard drive from the USB port, wrapped it back in an anti-static bag, and stuffed it back behind the mineral water box. He stood up and walked to the gap in the corrugated iron wall. The morning light hit his face, and the burn patch on his left cheek shimmered with ointment under the light. The phone on the table buzzed again. Annie's third message. Kevin, I'm starting to worry. Can you reply to one message? Kevin picked up the phone and typed 5 characters. Dealing with personal matters. After sending it, he added another one. Returning to the tower this afternoon. I haven't forgotten your training. Then he opened the system panel and looked at the line of gray text on the skill tree. Blood control. Prerequisite: advanced water manipulation, 20 points. Current skill points, 10. Short by 10 points. In the bottom right corner of the panel, a newly popped up notification was flashing. The system detects that the residual VS inhibitor concentration in the host's body is naturally metabolizing and declining. When the inhibitor concentration drops below the threshold, the host's basic ability ceiling will receive a passive boost. Estimated complete metabolism time, 14 days. 14 days. 14 days later, the inhibitor would be cleared to 0, and his ability ceiling would jump up by a notch. Coupled with the system's skill point enhancement, a double superposition. Kevin put away the panel and walked out of the side door of the warehouse. In the morning at the dock, seagulls circled above the bridge piers, their cries sharp and fragmented. He walked to the edge of the dock, squatted down, reached out his right hand, and turned his palm downward. The river water 10 meters away surged in his perception, with no changes on the surface of the water. But 3 meters underwater, a high-pressure waterline less than 2 millimeters in diameter was rotating at a speed of 400 meters per second. Faster than a bullet. 15% faster than yesterday. The inhibitor had already begun to recede. Kevin withdrew his hand, stood up, and walked toward where he parked. The phone in his pocket buzzed again. It wasn't Annie. It was a broadcast notification from Vought's internal communication system. Sender: Ashley Barrett, PR Department. All members of the Seven, tomorrow at 10 a.m., the Deep will attend the New York Aquarium Marine Conservation Public Welfare event. The Deep himself is requested to report to the PR department before 4 p.m. today for event press release confirmation and costume fitting. After reading the notification, Kevin put his phone back into his pocket. Marine Conservation Public Welfare event. The corners of his mouth curved upward slightly. Vought spent 20 years locking him away, and then made him go to the aquarium to take pictures with dolphins. At 2 p.m., Kevin returned to Vought Tower. At exactly 4 p.m., he appeared in the PR department. Ashley stood behind her desk, holding an event press release and 2 clothing photos. Mr. Deep, tomorrow's event schedule is very simple. Arrive at 9:30, start at 10 o'clock, first visit the aquarium's new dolphinarium, interact with the dolphins for 5 minutes, and then give a 3-minute environmental speech on the outdoor stage. The speech has already been written, you just need to memorize it. Kevin took the press release and flipped through it. Who wrote the speech? My assistant. Is there a problem? The second paragraph: reduce plastic use and protect our marine home. This was used last World Oceans Day. Your assistant didn't even bother to rewrite it. Ashley's mouth twitched slightly. Since when did you start caring about the quality of the speech? Whatever was given to you before, you just read it. Let's not talk about the past. Kevin put the press release back on her desk. I'll write it myself. A 3-minute speech, I'll email it to you tonight. Ashley picked up the two clothing photos. For the outfit options, option A is your standard green suit, and option B is this light blue casual suit. Madeline's opinion is option A, because the suit is more recognizable. Use B. Madeline said A. Madeline isn't going to the aquarium. Standing by the dolphin pool in a superhero suit makes me look like a marine theme park mascot. Wearing a suit looks more approachable. Ashley looked at him for 3 seconds. You've changed a lot recently, Mr. Deep. Eat less junk food, read more books. People change. Ashley pulled away the photo for option A, leaving option B behind. The fitting time is changed to 8:30 tomorrow morning in the B1 styling room. Don't be late. I won't. Kevin came out of the PR department and walked along the corridor toward the elevators. As he passed the corner, Annie walked over from the opposite direction. She was wearing a casual white t-shirt and jeans, with her hair down. When she saw Kevin, her pace quickened by a couple of beats. Kevin, what's going on with the injury on your face? Yesterday you said a razor scratched it, do you take me for an idiot? Kevin didn't stop, and Annie caught up, the two walking side by side. It wasn't a razor. Then what was it? John's fingers. Annie's steps paused for a beat. What do you mean? Literally. He used fingers heated in molten iron to slash a line across my face. There was no one else in the corridor. Annie lowered her voice by half a note. Why did he do that? He was investigating translucence matter. He called me to the 91st floor for a private talk. That strike was a farewell gift. Annie walked a few steps without speaking. You didn't fight back. With what? He is Homelander. Your abilities right now should. Annie. Kevin stopped and turned around. The corridor lights shone down from the ceiling, casting a small shadow over the burn patch on his left cheek. Living in this building, I survive by making everyone think I'm not a threat. John slashed my face once, and I endured it. He slashes it twice, and I endure it too. Because after enduring it, he will feel that the deep is still that piece of trash, not worth spending extra energy on. Do you understand? Annie pressed her lips together. I don't understand. Seeing the injury on your face, I don't understand. You shouldn't. What should I do? Fight back. Go head to head with Homelander on the 91st floor. Then everyone in the building would know the deep suddenly grew a spine, the security department would start checking my training records and outbound records, Ashley would start tagging me in the PR system, and Edgar would pull up all my files in the CEO's office. Is that what you want to see? Annie didn't reply. Kevin turned back around and continued walking. Annie followed behind. Kevin, can you promise me one thing? Depends on what it is. Don't let yourself carry everything alone. If there's anything you need help with, tell me. Kevin pressed the elevator button. I will. No, you won't. Every time you say, I will, and then you say nothing. The elevator doors opened, and Kevin walked in. Annie stood outside. Are you coming to tomorrow's aquarium event? It's not on my schedule. I'll tell Ashley to add one person. Come be my assistant and help me hold down the fort. There's water everywhere in the aquarium, and with you there, I feel at ease. Annie hesitated for a moment. Okay. The elevator doors closed, and Kevin leaned against the car wall. The system panel popped up. Starlight favorability change, +3. Current total favorability, 75/100ths. 75. 5 points away from 80. At 10 a.m. the next day, more than 200 people had already gathered in front of the New York Aquarium's new dolphinarium. Reporters, photographers, aquarium staff, and a group of elementary school students organized by their school. Kevin, wearing a light blue casual suit, stood in front of the dolphin pool's glass curtain wall. Annie stood 2 steps behind his right rear, wearing a thin light gray jacket over a white shirt, with Bot's badge pinned to her chest. The interactive segment arranged by Ashley started at the dolphinarium. 3 bottlenose dolphins were swimming in the pool. After the largest, gray-blue female dolphin swam around the pool wall twice, it swam to the front of the glass curtain wall, closest to Kevin. Kevin squatted down, pressing his right hand against the glass. He didn't need to touch the water. The range of water perception covered the entire dolphin pool, and the physical signals of the 3 dolphins throbbed in his mind. The largest female dolphin emitted a string of high-frequency pulses. This was the dolphin's biological sonar, which normal people couldn't hear. But Kevin could hear it. He closed his eyes and concentrated on that string of pulses. The dolphin's language system wasn't human vocabulary logic, but a form of emotional transmission based on acoustic frequency and rhythm changes. Kevin spent 10 seconds decoding those pulses. 3 pieces of information. First, the water temperature had changed. The water in the pool was 2 degrees colder than last week, and the dolphins didn't like it. Second, someone was inspecting the drainage pipes at the bottom of the pool yesterday, and the metallic clanging of tools kept the dolphins awake all night. Third, Kevin's fingers pressed tighter against the glass. The third piece of information didn't come from inside the pool. The dolphin's sonar could perceive marine vibrations beyond the aquarium building's scope. The New York Aquarium was located in Coney Island, right next to the Atlantic Ocean. Through the vibration conduction of the indoor water body and external seawater, this female dolphin perceived a signal. In the southeast direction, about 40 nautical miles away, large ships were conducting high-concentration chemical discharges. The vibration frequency of the discharge was different from normal ship wastewater. The dolphin couldn't distinguish what exactly it was, but its biological instinct told it that the water in that direction was turning bad. Kevin opened his eyes. He stood up, turned to face the camera, and smiled as he gave a 2-minute speech on ocean conservation. A script written by himself, with no cliches, full of data and case studies. The elementary school students offstage applauded, and reporters took photos. After the event ended, Annie waited for him at the aquarium exit. What were you chatting with the dolphin about? You squatted there for a good while. It told me the water temperature was 2 degrees lower. And someone repairing pipes last night disturbed it. Annie smiled slightly. Just that. Kevin glanced at her and didn't answer. In the car back to Vought Tower, Kevin opened his phone and searched for information on the sea area 40 nautical miles southeast of New York. That area belonged to the periphery of federal shipping lanes, and commercial vessels rarely passed through. But a facility coordinate fell within that range. An offshore research platform under Vought International, numbered ORP3. Kevin cleared his search history and locked the screen. His phone vibrated in his pocket again. Vought internal communication. Ashley's message. Mr. Deep, to inform you, starting next week your public activity schedule will be adjusted. Vice President Madeline's opinion is to reduce your monthly public appearances from 8 times to 3 times. I'll email you the adjusted schedule later. Kevin finished reading the message and exited the communication interface. Beside him, Annie was browsing her phone and didn't notice the content on his screen. Reduced from 8 times to 3. Marginalized. Vought was systematically cutting down the Deep's public exposure. Kevin put his phone back in his pocket, looking at the Manhattan streetscape flashing past outside the car window. Reduce activity schedule. Perfect. The third thing the dolphin told him, he hadn't had time to check yet. What was the ORP3 offshore research platform discharging? If there was a big enough secret on that platform, a secret big enough to trigger a public opinion storm, then if the marginalized Deep suddenly detonated this matter in public, Vought's PR department wouldn't be able to suppress it even with 200 Ashleys. Annie's voice came from beside him. Kevin, are you thinking about those things of yours that I don't need to know again? Kevin turned his head. Annie, how's your swimming skill? What? I'm asking if you know how to swim. Not really. I learned when I was little, but let it go later. Why? Kevin shifted his gaze back outside the car window. It's nothing. You might need to help me with something in a few days. It has to do with water. Kevin didn't tell Annie what exactly to do. He only said it had something to do with water. On the third day after returning from the aquarium, at 4 in the morning, Kevin left Vought Tower through the freight exit. This time he didn't drive, he called a ride-hailing car to Red Hook Pier, and after getting out, walked to a private berth at the southernmost end of the storage area. Tied to the berth was a 7-meter-long inflatable speedboat with a Yamaha 150 horsepower outboard motor. This boat was bought 2 days ago with cash from an offshore account, registered under a completely non-existent person's name. Kevin untied the ropes, started the engine, and the speedboat cut through the murky water of the East River, heading toward the Atlantic Ocean. The wind at sea was very cold, and the coastal water temperature of New York in late April was only 12 degrees. Kevin didn't wear his suit, just a black windbreaker with his pants tucked into rubber boots. 20 minutes later, the lights of Manhattan shrank into a bright line behind him. GPS showed he was still 18 nautical miles away from the ORP3 offshore research platform. But he didn't plan to approach that platform. The location of the signal source the dolphin told him about was 2 nautical miles south of the platform, where the discharge outlet was. The speedboat continued cutting southeast in the dark. 40 minutes later, Kevin turned off the engine. The speedboat bobbed on the sea surface with the swells, and around it, apart from the sound of waves slapping against the inflatable pontoon tubes, there was nothing. Kevin stood at the bow of the boat, his right palm facing downward. Water perception spread out. A perception range of 20 meters was nothing in open waters, but it was enough. He perceived the composition of the water body beneath the surface. Normal Atlantic seawater, with a salinity of 35 per thousand and a temperature of 12 degrees. However, at a depth of 6 meters directly beneath the speedboat, there was an undercurrent. The temperature of the undercurrent was 4 degrees higher than its surroundings, and the water body was mixed with molecular signals of a large amount of unnatural substances. Kevin couldn't distinguish the specific chemical composition, but he could perceive that the density of those molecules was completely different from water molecules. More importantly, the direction of that undercurrent was flowing from southeast to northwest, coming precisely from the direction of the ORP-3 platform. Kevin squatted down and reached his right hand into the seawater. The perception accuracy increased threefold. There was suspended matter in the undercurrent. A large amount. Some were solid particles, and some were gel-like clumps. There were also signals of organism remains, fish, not just one, more than a dozen, scattered along the path the undercurrent passed through. Dead fish. Kevin pulled his hand out of the water and wiped it on his pants. He took 3 things out of the speedboat's storage box: a waterproof action camera, a glass sampling bottle with a sealed lid, and a 2-meter-long telescopic pole. The camera was fixed to the top of the telescopic pole, powered on, and the red indicator light lit up. Kevin extended the telescopic pole into the water, with the lens facing downward. At the same time, his water manipulation activated. In the 6-meter deep undercurrent, those dead fish bodies slowly floated upward under his control. The current supported them, one by one floating up to the surface of the sea. Within 10 seconds, the sea surface around the speedboat was covered with silver-white fish bellies. Kevin filmed a 30-second panorama with the camera, and then aimed the lens at the nearest fish. The fish's body surface had large areas of ulceration, its gill covers were flipped open, and the tissues inside presented an abnormal yellowish-brown color. Chemical burns. Kevin retracted the telescopic pole, switched to the sampling bottle, reached the depth of the undercurrent, and took 2 bottles of water samples. The bottle mouths were sealed well, and labeled with time and GPS coordinates. Then he did a second thing. He pushed the range of water manipulation to its limit, 20 meters. Within this range, he gathered all the dead fish he could perceive onto the sea surface. 27. Varying in size and different in species, but with the same cause of death, all tissue necrosis caused by chemicals. Kevin filmed all 27 fish with the camera. The body surface ulceration of each one, the gill damage of each one, were all recorded. After filming, he glanced at his watch. 5:10 in the morning. The horizon was starting to turn white. He started the engine, and the speedboat turned around and headed back. At 9 in the morning, Kevin didn't return to Vought Tower. He drove to an office building in Brooklyn, the 12th floor, the editorial department of an independent investigative news website. This website was called The Depth, specializing in in-depth reporting on environmental protection and corporate scandals. The founder was a former New York Times reporter named Lena Castro, who was forced to resign 3 years ago for offending a certain energy giant and started her own business. Kevin didn't contact her in advance. He walked straight into the editorial department's reception desk. "I want to see Lena Castro." The young person at the reception desk raised their head and saw Kevin's face. "You're the Deep." "Yes. Tell Lena I have exclusive material." 15 minutes later, Kevin sat in Lena's office. Lena was in her early 40s, with short hair, wearing square-framed glasses, and her desk was piled with documents and coffee cups. She finished watching the video in Kevin's camera and looked at the 2 bottles of water samples again. "Which sea area were these fish fished up from?" 40 nautical miles southeast of New York. "I marked the GPS coordinates on the sample bottles." "How did you discover it?" "I can perceive abnormalities in the water. This is my ability." Lena pushed up her glasses. "Mr. Deep, do you know whose jurisdiction this sea area belongs to?" "The periphery of federal waterways, theoretically under NOAA's jurisdiction. But there is an offshore research platform under Vought International at that location." Lena's fingers stopped on the desktop. "You are accusing your own company." "I am not accusing anyone. I'm just a superhero who cares about the marine environment, discovered a large-scale fish die-off phenomenon during routine ocean patrols, and then brought it to someone capable of investigating the truth." Lena stared at him for 5 seconds. "What do you want me to do?" "Shoot an interview. Right in your studio. I'll speak facing the lens, you guys record, and release it before this afternoon. Content. I will show video footage and water samples. I will say that Vought wants me to shut up, but I can't watch these lives die in vain. Vought will sue you. Vought won't sue me. Because suing me means admitting they knew about the sewage discharge. They'll only have the PR department issue a statement saying the deep is acting without authorization, independently. But the public doesn't care about authorization or not. The public cares about dead fish. Lena pushed her chair back a bit and stood up. 10 minutes later, in the studio. Are you sure? Sure. At 2 in the afternoon, the video was released. Kevin sat in front of the white wall of the depth studio, in a light blue suit with an earnest expression. Projected on the background board were photos of those dead fish and video footage of the underwater undercurrent. He spoke facing the lens for 4 minutes. His speaking speed was not fast, his phrasing was restrained, there were no shrill accusations, only facts and data. The last sentence he paused for 2 seconds looking at the lens before saying it out. The bot group asks me to keep silent. But as a guardian of the ocean, I choose to stand on the side of the sea. In the first hour after the video went online, views exceeded 2 million. By the third hour, all mainstream media were forwarding it. By the sixth hour, the hashtag DeepSpeaksUp climbed to the top of Twitter's US trending topics. By the 12th hour, views surpassed 60 million. Kevin sat on the folding chair in the safe house, watching the numbers constantly jumping on his phone screen. The comments section was unanimously supportive. The system panel popped out. Plot change detected. Original event. The Deep's environmental incident leads to his banishment to Sandusky, Ohio by bot's upper management, reducing him to a forgotten washed-up hero. Current status. The host takes the lead in detonating public opinion through independent media channels, seizing the narrative initiative. Public approval rating soars by 340%, and bot cannot execute the banishment plan in the short term. Plot deviation, plus 12%. Current total deviation, 91%. Skill point reward, plus 12. Total current skill points, 22. Kevin put away the panel. 22 points. It already exceeded the 20 points required for advanced water manipulation. He could upgrade now. The phone vibrated. Annie's message. Kevin, I saw your video. The whole company is watching. Ashley's face has turned green. Kevin didn't reply to this one. He scrolled down and turned to the second unread message. Bot internal communication system, sender Madeline Stillwell. The Deep. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning. My office. Don't be late. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.